This is the irony of it all, and this is the trap. The Europeans began to manipulate history when they rose and began to expand into the broader world in the 15th and the 16th century because they had to justify the slave trade and they had to justify the colonial system that followed. And modern racism has its incubation in that period. You cannot enslave a man and say he's a human being, that he has humanity. Black people have never written any definitions of race, any definitions of what a people. They have never said that these people with these kind of traits belong here. Because modern racism had its development in the pseudo-scientific development of intellectual Europe after the 15th century. And they began to say that certain kind of people belong to certain kind of race, and they created the concept of race and racism itself.
You saying, in essence, that there's no such thing as a race?
Oh, I maintain that race is the phoniest issue ever invented by the mind of man. The European invented and developed the concept of race. There's really no such thing as a race because nature created no races. Race is a man-made thing.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. Black in itself is not an ethnic term. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. We are essentially an African people. Wherever we live on this earth, we're essentially an African people. And we relate to the millions of African people throughout the world, including the uncounted millions of Africans in Asia. The word Afro-American or African-American would probably be more appropriate and more honest and more in keeping with what we actually are. Because all of us are not positively, physically, real jet black. And so the argument now sometimes is between the supernationalists and the mild nationalists and blacker than thou. When blackness is a state of mind, a state of attitude, a state of approach to things that can exist in almost any of us, including from the blonde black person to the jet black. And the jet black can be traitors, and they can be patriarchs, they can be a whole lot of them. See, we've been everything in history from saint to buffoon. We are complete people, and we need to start looking at ourselves as a complete people. And I think that once we convinced ourselves that we're black and beautiful, we'll stop saying it and just go ahead and be black and beautiful and release a whole lot of energy for more important things. And we need to start looking at ourselves as a complete people. And I think that once we convinced ourselves that we're black and beautiful, we'll stop saying it and just go ahead and be black and beautiful and release a whole lot of energy for more important things.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important.
Peace, ETM Welcome to the channel. This is your brother Wujao Maiherperietc. And as promised on the previous show, on the Imhotep's channel, we're live here, and we're going to rekindle our freestyle Fridays and do a quick freestyle, but on a Saturday. So I invited everyone to come over and join us if you want to participate and have some fun. Try to engage the chat on figuring out some glyphs and things, and also have a little bit of discussion on some of the topics that's being discussed as of late. So before we begin, bring on my co-host here, Maiherperietc.
Hotapu. I'm here, ready to get on our usual freestyle Fridays. It's been a while since we've done that, so, whew. All right, so let's do it. But yeah, we probably should have titled this video differently. Something to do with debunking or banging on something. Then we get people coming. A lot of people then with freestyle.
Oh, right. We have to use the clickbait method.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I know Saturday is we didn't pre-plan or pre-advertise going live and doing this, so this is on the spot, which people are going to get used to us. That's what we've are known for, kind of just jumping out. That's why it's important for any of you all who are listening live now. If you haven't done so already, subscribe to our channel and click the notification so that you'll be notified when we pop up and go live. But this will be recorded. It's going to be saved. It's going to be one of the archives so that people can come back and refer to it and watch and participate on their own on a freestyle session. So, and we're not going to make this too long. So we're going to just do some quick freestyles to point out some principles and some do's and don'ts when it comes to the ancient Egyptian writing system and the language. All right. So I want to say peace to the chat. And I will be paying attention to the chat, closely to the chat. All right. So if you have any questions or anything, what I would definitely like for you to do is at the Seshu. If you put at the Seshu, that way it'll stick out so I can like kind of see it immediately. Or send at Maiherperietc. Maiherperietc will be able to see it, and we can highlight your question, and then we can have a discussion about it. All right. So now, for those who are new to our channel, watching right now, or will be watching this as a recording, if you look in our archives of our channel, we have a lot of freestyle, what we call Freestyle Fridays, and we've been doing that for a long time. We've done it consistently, then we've taken breaks, and then we come back and do it again. But anyway, Freestyle Friday is simply on Fridays we would go live and we would freestyle with transliterations and translations of ancient Egyptian texts. And by freestyle, we mean that we don't use any dictionaries, any books at all. We just pull up a picture, whether it's sent to us by someone else in the audience, or something that was brought to our attention on Facebook or any other platform. We would pull it up, and then we would just have fun and see what we can transliterate and translate without the aid or help of any other source material. All right. And see how far you can go. And so we started to do that as a means, one, to have fun, two, to study as a group. Anybody could jump on and participate. And then three, it's a self-checking device or tool where you can see what you've retained and what you know without the help books or dictionaries, and it will let you know what you have to work on, go back to the drawing board on things, and so forth and so on. So it has a lot of benefits, which is why we started to do it. And then, we got good feedback for it, and we just kept it going. All right. So this is no different. So we're doing this today, right now on the spot, and we're going to be kind of quick. Just to let people know we're going to start doing this again, but on Fridays. So Freestyle Fridays are coming back. All right. So although today is Saturday, we're going to start to do them on Fridays again. So those of you who are students of the language, are thinking about it, or even seasoned veterans, if you just want refreshers or just to have some fun, just come join us on Fridays. All right. Now we were doing it at around 7 in the evening, but the time we haven't determined the time on Fridays just yet. But just be on the lookout. All right. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. All right. So let's just get into the freestyle. Now we just came from Osar live stream, or I just came from Osar live stream. So definitely check out Osar channel. Today he went over what I feel is an important lesson on meronymic glyphs and taxonomic glyphs, dealing with taxonomy and meronymic, which in a nutshell is speaking about what we call determinatives, what people like to call determinative glyphs, which are glyphs that come at the end of the word that classifies the glyph. But sometimes people get confused because they may see more than one so-called determinative on a glyph and not really know what that is or what's going on. And so I think today what Osar went over was very helpful to clarify that. You have meronymic glyphs, which basically mean when you categorize something, you have a broad category, and then you may drill down and have a more distinguished category, subcategories of that broader category. And it's no different than anybody with a computer. We all do it with our computers, with file folders. You'll have a major file folder, but then within that file folder, you'll have other file folders, subfolders, and you drill down as you need to, And so the way that the ancient Egyptian writing system worked, it did the same thing. And it's genius because when you think about it, it was a way of capturing the inventory of their words without publishing dictionaries. Because remember, in ancient times, people didn't walk around with dictionaries in their pocket or anything like that. So they had to find a way to do some of the things we do today, but with what they had available, which they embed in the language itself, some of these principles that we take for granted today. All right. So anyway, that was the good lesson from earlier. And then talking about the land aspect of the place name Kemet, the land glyph, whether O49, because for years, people have been saying that the place name Kemet with the O49 glyph, which looks like the, actually I have it on the screen. Let me just point to it, get my cursor over here. This O49 glyph, this circle with look like an X in it. I call it the X-Men belt buckle. People will look at this form of the word and they'll look at the dictionary, and the dictionary will say Kemet means the black land. And people will have taken issue with the land part of it. They love the black part of that definition, but they take issue with the land part. And they say that it doesn't mean black land. It's not pointing to the land, where's the land glyph? There's no glyph for the land. And so Asar today, earlier on his channel, he clarified that. And just to summarize for you guys is that the O49 glyph or Kemet, you have to realize that even in the ancient Egyptian writing system, the scribes spelled the exact same words in a variety of ways. All right. So on the screen, I have 3 different ways that the place name Kemet has been spelled in ancient Egypt. You have the one on the left, the middle, and the right there. And so these classifiers are known to interchange with one another. So that's something that Asar went over. So when you're talking about land, like this first one, the irrigation, people would interpret that as an irrigation glyph, irrigation channel. It's talking about a place, number one. So it's toponymic in nature, but it's talking about irrigated land. And then on top of that, the reason why people are saying where's the land glyph is because people are looking for a specific glyph, and when they don't see it, they assume that it's not talking about land at all, and they're talking about the tongue of land glyph, and they're being real rigid and restrictive and saying I don't see that. So one rendering the SAR showed earlier is one with that actual glyph in the word, where it's talking about the land for those who need to only see that one. But for those of us who understand how the writing system works, understand how these determinatives are interchangeable, such as the two, at least these two different ones, determinatives that I'm showing on the screen, and there's others. So anyway, that was earlier, and so we decided to go live today to do a freestyle to kind of explain a little bit more on that while we're freestyling on the pictures. So let's just dive into it. And again, greetings to everybody who's in the chat, who's tuned in. I appreciate you all, hanging out with us on a Saturday. You all can be anywhere. I don't know about you all. Where I am, it's raining cats and dogs earlier, so it's in the house for me. All right, so let's just dive into it. So let me get you ready. Is everybody ready in the chat?
Yeah.
Are we ready? All right, let me I'm gonna get the image up, and
Yeah.
then we'll just have some discussions.
Right. But yeah, while you get that, I think just to say about the video, what Asaf presented, I think you had a good summary of all that, and it was really really informative, very educational. I actually really enjoyed it, and there's some things that obviously I'm going to look into further. But what my takeaway from it, just coming out of that, is just you start to realize that if you haven't realized, but then it start, at this point, people should start to realize that there's just a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of angles to actually look at this from. It's not just about finding a white chem that means black, because with everything that is being presented, it just builds a stronger case for what you got going on with the riparian land. It's just no doubt. And looking at it, just even studying the classifiers themselves, which actually is really, really, really needed, even with the case where we're talking about the black soil. And if it was supposed to be the black soil or the black land, what you expect to see. These are things that, we are supposed to do as people who read Sesh, Medew, Netcher. So to me, it just made me realize that there's different angles as well that we still need to look further into, especially when you're making an argument.
Yes. So hopefully everyone can see the image clear, and if I can hear from anyone from the chat, is this big enough, clear enough? You all let me know before we dive into this particular image. If not, I can make it bigger. I'll probably have to share it different. So you all let me know. Let me know. And I know there's a slight delay. So, but this is the image we're going to work with. All right. Again, peace to the chat. And we're going to have some interactions here. But again, somebody anyone in the chat, let me know that if this is big enough. Can you see the glyphs? I guess that should be the question. Is it big enough that you can see the glyphs? Now, we're not going to go through all of these glyphs because in this interactive way, not trying to have a 6-hour video. But this is a good exercise. And I want y'all to pay. Now, we're going to discuss a few things as well. So don't, stick around. But I haven't seen anybody tell me if this is clear enough. Am I missing the chat?
No, to me it's clear from the other end, but I'll just wait for the other people who are looking at
Okay, I just want to see if
yes,
it's
yes.
you can see them. Okay, all right, great. I just want to make sure it's big enough too. So let me. I might just go ahead and try to share it different. Let me see. Just give me 1 second here. I'm gonna try to share it differently so I can blow it up. All right, maybe that would be better. Let's see if I could do that. Give me 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, you guys. So, is this it? This may be better.
I didn't see anything changing. Did you do something?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Um, let's see if this is better. Nah, that's that actually made it smaller. So it's not.
Yeah, I'm like,
That's not. Ujao, what are you doing? All right, so let's. All right, I'll go back to the other way. Sorry, I'm wasting you all's
yeah,
time.
you're trying to sabotage our reading.
Yeah, let me go back to what I was doing. All right. All right, so here we are. Okay, we're going to work with this. We're going to work with this. We're going to work with this. I can move this around and I guess blow this up too. Okay, so, all right, so we're going to freestyle. Again, I explained what freestyle is. Now, Emiket, if you don't mind, can you let everyone know when it comes to the ancient Egyptian language, when it comes to reading any text, transliteration and transliterating and translating a text, what are the 4 immutable, absolutely necessary, important steps that one must take? Can you just give a quick rundown of the 4 steps in their order?
Okay, yeah, I think I can do it. No, I know I can do it. Is the first step is you want to determine the direction and orientation of the glyphs. That way you know from where to start reading and so forth. And then the second part is you want to identify the different glyphs so you know how they're functioning within that particular inscription. And then the third step is you're taking those single glyphs in step 2, and you're actually going to combine, this is what we say, you parsing words together. So you're identifying words or phrases that you see in the inscription. That's the third step. And then the fourth step, you're going to take those words and then look them up in the dictionary and come up with a meaningful meaning for what the text is saying.
All right, excellent. Okay, that's the summary. So everyone know those 4 steps cannot be avoided at all, ever. All right. So now what we're going to do right now is to determine. Now this is our example. So what you see on the screen is the example. So this is a scene, a particular wall scene. I'm not even going to say who it's from, where it's from, or anything like that yet. But step 1, let's look at it and determine the direction that the glyph should be read in. So I'm going to ask the chat the question. Can anyone in the chat tell me, by looking at these glyphs, which direction should we read them from? And the possible answers, just like a multiple choice, the possible answers is either we're going to read it from left to right, or we're going to read it from right to left. And then beyond that, we're going to read it in a row, which is horizontal or vertical or both. But just the first answer, just are we to read these glyphs from left to right or right to left? Let's start there. And it's open to anybody in the chat. All right. And like I said, I know there's a slight delay, but I'm going to wait for an answer. Okay, so I'm actually going to highlight your answers and everything. So I think Brother Sheffrin said here, we're reading from right to left. That's correct. So Sheffrin has been paying attention. I really like that. All right, so that's great. So we are going to read these from right to left. From right to left. So we're going to read these from the right, going to the left. Now, I know, so I'm going to ask the question, but I'm going to explain it. Sheffrin, why? Why is that? What made you determine that? What made you say that? What made you say? What indicated? What was the indication for you that you're going to read it from the right going to the left? You know, if you could just kind of explain it in a sentence, and then I'll highlight your answer on that. Cause I don't, you know, I'm giving you credit. I'm applauding your answer, but I got to make sure that it wasn't luck. Gotta make sure it wasn't luck. Reading into the faces. All right, so yeah, Sheffrin's on it. Sheffrin's on point. That's absolutely correct. You're gonna read into the faces, and I'm gonna tell you just for those who are first time beginners, novice, an easy way to remember that is that you're gonna read into the glyphs as if you're having a conversation with them. If you could just imagine that, because and the reason being is because even when we talk to each other, we don't talk to each other's backs or back of the head. You talk to somebody's face, and so you face them. And so whatever direction the glyphs are facing, you're going to face them. So if the glyphs are facing to the right, you're going to be on the right facing them, which means you're going to read from the right to the left. All right. So Sheffrin, excellent. All right. So Sheffrin been paying attention. Let me find out.
Yeah, he even doubled down and said the position of the animal. So I guess where the animate figures are facing, pretty
exactly.
much. So he
Those
got
are the
it.
larger, even the larger. Now, Sheffrin, I wouldn't. That's not always the case in that in terms of if you're talking about the larger depictions and things like that. And I'll explain that later. But that's good. So now step 2. So that's the first thing you do, right? That's the first thing you do is figure out the orientation of the glyphs, the direction that you're going to be reading them in. Step 2 is a identification step. You have to identify every single glyph in the text that you're looking at, and for our case, it's this picture. So you have
We
to
didn't
identify.
say, you skip whether they were in rows or columns. I know probably for this, but that should also be included.
Yeah, I didn't do that purposely because this is more picture. It's not laid out as a flowing text, and I don't want to confuse anybody about that right
Okay.
now.
All right.
All right. So, but there's 2 things in step 1. You want to determine the direction and orientation. And so there's 2 answers. The direction is either left to right or right to left. And the orientation is it in columns or is it in rows? And that's it. All right. So as Sheffrin answered correctly, we're going to be reading this from right to left. Now, moving to the next step is to identify every glyph. Now, when beginners first hear that and hear me say that, in my experience, everybody gets scared and gets worried. They feel like, wow, not looking at this, but if you look at an actual text, and I'll pull up an example of that later. But if you look at a very glyph saturated text with a bunch of glyphs on there, such as like the Book of the Dead, if you're looking at any of the sheets of a Book of the Dead, that could be very, very intimidating because there's a lot of glyphs. But it's not that big of a deal. Why? Because just like in the English language and the way we write English with our alphabet, we have 26 letters in the alphabet. And if you look at a magazine with nothing but text in it, there's a lot of characters there, but a lot of the characters are repetitive. Like on one page, you may see 30 T's and 29 H's and 20 or 30 E's for the word the. So you have independent individual characters that will be repetitive, and then even whole words will be repetitive in whatever text you're dealing with. So likewise with the Egyptian writing system, you're going to find glyphs that repeat. So once you identify it once, as far as the glyph, identifying what the glyph is, et cetera, then you're done. If you see it again, you've already done the work. All right. So don't let that intimidate you if you ever see a lot of glyphs and everything. All right. But now, so to go on to step 2, I'm gonna leave the picture. Maybe I blow it up a little bit. If I could blow it up a little bit. Okay. So in the chat, just I guess what you can do is I want people in the chat to participate and just start identifying some glyphs that you identify. And the way that I can point it out for you is you tell me you see 4 cows at the top and you see 3 cows and a bull in the second register. All right. So how you can help me know what glyph you're talking about, just tell me the top register, a top line, say at the top, and then say either the 1, 2, or 3, or 4 of the cows and point to the glyph. All right. So what I want anybody in the chat to do is point out any glyph. Let's just limit ourselves just to this top register. If you could point out any glyphs that you recognize. And so do that. And while you're doing that, I want to say this, that as a beginner or not, one of the first things that you are required to do is to memorize or commit to memory what we call monoliterals. Some people call uniliterals. Mono and uni meaning one. These are single consonant glyphs that represent a single consonant in terms of how we transliterate it. All right. There are 24 or 25, depends on who you're talking to, of these glyphs. And so it's pretty much the same kind of a commitment that we do even in English. We have 26 letters in our English alphabet that when we're young in grade school, we have to learn our ABCs. So when you're learning the ancient Egyptian writing system, that's something that is required at the very beginning. If you're a beginner, that's one of the first things that you're going to be required to do is to memorize everything about these monoliterals. So the monoliterals, when you look at a text, by the time you're sitting down looking at a text, you should already have those committed to memory, and you're going to immediately recognize those. So having said that, I want you guys in the chat to point out the glyphs that are not monoliterals, but you recognize. All right. Or, since this is our first time doing this in a long time, I'll take monoliterals as well, but we're going to deal with the top register. So let me go back to the chat and see if anybody has given anything. And I see that a logo. Let me give me 1 second. Let me take that logo off for a second. All right. That way I'm not blocking anything. All right, so the chat. So did anybody answer? Let's see. We got rhymes are interesting because a lot of biblical. Okay. Sheffrin says top to bottom. Okay, we know how to separate the word. Oh, so Sheffrin's going ahead. Sheffrin's like, man, let's get to it. I know how to separate the words and everything. Sheffrin, you should click the link. I mean, I said click the link as if I posted the link. Sheffrin, let me know if you want to come on the panel. All right, let me know if you want to come on the panel. Sheffrin can lead us into this Freestyle Saturday. But is there anybody else that want to point out any glyphs? And like I said, I don't want to pause too long, and I know that there's delays and everything, and whatnot. So okay, Sheffrin said give him a second. All right, well let me get this link here. I'm gonna give the link, and I'm posting the link cautiously because I want to deal with this freestyle first, and I know people are gonna have the potential to click the link to want to talk about something else. I've seen it time and time again, and it's okay, but it could be very, very distracting to do that. Not that I don't want to talk about other things, but let's limit it to this freestyle, and then we can open it up. We could probably have a discussion. So I'm gonna post the link, y'all, right now. So here's the link. Link to come on the panel. All right, so hopefully y'all can do that. Let me see if I can pin it. Get it pinned to the top, and there we go. So anybody in the chat, you're welcome to come on. Then that makes it easier for me. I don't have to wait for the delay, latency, and everything, and kind of go back and forth. If you want to chime in on this freestyle. Okay, so I see ancient history with Obi. And I'm just going to call you Obi if you don't mind, Obi, in the chat. So peace to Obi. And so he's pointing out pair and hut. So let me point to those. If everybody can see, is what he's referring to is this glyph here. It's transliterated with two consonants, P and R, and we pronounce it as pair. Some people say per, and that's fine. Pair, per. And then you have this glyph here, which is hut. And so I want you to notice that this glyph pair, what I was saying earlier, now that you know what that is, now when I say identify, you have to, one, visually recognize the glyph, what it represents, what it's a depiction of, because all the glyphs in the ancient Egyptian writing system are pictographic by nature. They are an image of something that was known to the ancient Egyptians. You know, flora, fauna, et cetera, all right, and or even man-made objects. This particular glyph is transliterated with two consonants, P and R. And then you have to understand how this glyph can possibly function in any given word. Okay, when it's used in a word, how does it function? Is it functioning as a phonograph? Is it functioning as a logograph? Or is it functioning as a classifier, etc.? Those are the three main ways in which glyphs can function. You have to figure that out by the word that is used in, because this same glyph could function as a phonograph in one word, but then when it's used in another word, it's functioning as a classifier. And it's not used for its phonetic value. All right, it's used for a semantic value. We nickname it semanteme. All right, but to my point earlier, you see how this glyph is here above this cow. The glyph is over here above this cow, and let's see, and that's so it's also over here, so it's twice here. So once you do the research one time, now you just know the glyph. You don't have to keep repeating yourself 3 times. You don't have to keep looking it up 3 times. That's what I meant by don't be intimidated when you see a lot of glyphs. All right. So let's see. Keep going. It says we don't see. Oh, you can't see me moving my mouse? I see Ramza say we don't see you moving my mouse. So hopefully, MEK, can you see me moving my mouse?
Yeah, I can see it in here. So let me just make sure that it's showing on the other side.
Okay. I'm not sure if it's showing up on the YouTube side that you all can see my mouse. And I think you all are right.
Yeah, it's showing.
Oh yeah, it's showing on the YouTube side. So yeah, Ramza, I'm not sure about that.
Maybe paused for Ramsar. Maybe the video paused.
Okay, yeah, if the video paused. He said I can see it now. All right, great. Okay. All right, so let me get back to the image. Okay. So that's how you do it. So waiting on it. Any of you all want to come in on the panel and we can kind of volley in real time? That would be great. But I'm gonna keep it moving because I don't want to have a long delay. So what was pointed out was hut, which was this glyph here. And let's see if we see hut anywhere else in this image at all. So at least you all can tell me that. Do you all see this glyph, this first glyph where you can see my cursor? Matter of fact, let me get an arrow, my trusty arrow here. so y'all can see. All right, this glyph right here, do you see it anywhere else in this image? Anywhere? That's a question, you know, and I'm asking this for recognition purposes. I want to see if you all are if your eyes are good, if you have a good eye. Let's see if it's if you have a good eye. Do you see that glyph anywhere else in this image? Let's see who pick up on it first. And I don't like silence, so I'm gonna keep on talking, keep running my mouth. So yeah. Now, what's interesting, the reason why I chose this picture to do this freestyle on, because lately there's been a lot of talk about bulls and cows. If you all have been watching any of the conversations as of late, and I've been on a hiatus for over a year and a half, and I'm here, and I'm playing catch up and trying to see what is being discussed, and I see a lot of people talking about bulls and cows, along with this ongoing topic since the 1960s about Black Egypt, whether it's the people's skin, whether the country name was inspired by people's skin color or the actual dirt, and so on and so forth. So I chose this because in keeping with these conversations coming up with about bulls and cows. So I chose a picture that has a bull and 7 cows. So we're going to deal with that. So hopefully people feel comfortable. Okay, so Obi said the bottom left bull. That's correct. So he said the bottom left bull, which he is correct. And I'm just going to point to it so that you all can see it. And I'm going to have to switch my arrow point the other way. And he's referring to this. I'm going to assume he's referring to that. All right, because that is correct. So that's the Hut glyph that transliterated as capital H W T, or the H with the dot under it, WT, depending on your transliteration system. And that'll be for another conversation. Okay, so there you have it. But anyway, what you would do this for all the glyphs. All right. And I'm gonna speed up because this lesson really is to kind of give y'all a gist of the method on how to do this. And it could be a refresher to some of you, be the first time for others. So yes, you would identify every glyph. So this first glyph is Hut. The next glyph is a monoliteral, which you should already have memorized by the time you're trying to do this. Then you have the paired glyph that was pointed out. You have 2 raised arms glyph that's transliterated how, Emiket? How we translate this raised arms?
That is ka by little K and uppercase A.
Yep. All right. Then we have 3-stroke glyph. And just as a side note, some people like to treat this as 3 glyphs, but for the sake of scholarship and how it is done, this is treated as a single glyph, even though it's 3 in number. Okay, just as a side note. Then you have a basket glyph. And how is that transliterated, Emiket?
That's also biliteral, is NB, neb.
When you say biliteral, what do you mean?
Those have 2 consonants.
Okay, those represent 2 consonants. And it's transliterated in what? Which way?
NB.
Okay, N as in Nancy and B.
Yeah.
People pronounce that neb. We have a monoliteral again, which represents what? Emiket.
Oh, R.
R, okay. Then we have a kneeling or squatting figure here with a beard, and this would be if let me ask you all, what type of glyph is this likely to be? Let me ask the chat that. The one I'm pointing at right now. This squatting male figure with a beard, with a curved beard. What do these glyphs are? Is this glyph usually considered? See if anybody knows.
Yeah.
Okay, Obi said deity. No, not. Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I asked wrong. Not what it represents in terms of the type of glyph. And by the type of glyph, I mean would you consider it a monoliteral, biliteral, triliteral, or a phonograph, logograph, or determinative? That's what I meant. Okay, Obi correctly said determinative. All right, determinative. Now, you'll hear the word determinative a lot when you're learning the language or you're reading books, but that's a nickname. It's a popular word to refer to these glyphs as, but the more appropriate name would be to call them classifiers. That's in line with their duty and function. But they also nicknamed determinative because they help determine the meaning of words. So it's nothing wrong with the word determinative, but just introducing you to, start to understand them as classifiers. Or taxonomic classifiers, meronymic classifiers, or subclassifiers, and things like that. When you start to get deeper into the language, you just become familiar with these terms. All right, so I'm just making sure you all are familiar with it. All right. But anyway, to fast forward, you would do this for all the glyphs and recognize all of them. Any glyph that you don't recognize, and plus, by the way, the more you do this, the more consistent you are at doing this, the more glyphs you're going to become familiar with. So you're going to move above and beyond just memorizing the monoliterals. You're going to start recognizing biliterals and triliterals on sight, where you don't have to look up anything because you're familiar with them. Okay. So then at that point, when you sit down to try to transliterate or translate something like this, you're only going to have to look up glyphs that you're just not familiar with. So you're going to look at all these and say, okay, I'm familiar with all this, everything right here. Okay. And then you may run into a glyph that you may not just be familiar with. Let's just say this last glyph right here. You may say, so what is that? Okay, I can't quite. Then you gotta pause and you gotta do your Columbo. You got to investigate. You got to get CSI, on the job. All right. So that's it. So that's what you would do. Now the next step is what? What was the third step, Emike?
So the third step is we're grouping these glyphs into words or parsing them together.
Okay. Now, the reason why that's even an important point to make is because the way that the ancient Egyptian writing system works is all of the glyphs are put together one after another. And unlike English, they don't have spaces and commas and punctuation marks. Okay, so in English, we separate our words with spaces. Sometimes hyphens, compound words, etc. We put commas. We have periods at the end of sentences to know that you're finished with. That's a complete thought, etc., etc. Well, the ancient Egyptian writing system, in all of its forms, whether it's the formal Sesh Netcher, whether it's the Sesh Nishat, what scholars call cursive hieratic or cursive hieroglyphs, then you have hieratic and demotic. No matter what, you're not going to see the equivalent of what we do in English with these spaces and punctuation marks. All right. So step 3, what you have to do is after you recognize all the glyphs, now you have to parse these glyphs into the words that they are grouped in. So you have to group them so that they can form the words. Now, on its own, that seemed like a hard thing to do, because you're like, wow, where does how am I gonna know when a word begins and when another word ends, and so on and so forth, right? Well, the classifiers, aka determinatives, is one of the key elements in helping you to do that, because determinatives or classifiers are come 99% of the time. I always leave that 1% room because you have graphic transposition going on in some cases. But 99% of the time, these classifiers or determinatives will come at the end of a word. And so once you recognize a glyph to be a determinative, you know the glyph that comes after that is going to be the beginning of another word. Okay, so that's just to let you all know, FYI. So that's what step 3 is about. Step 3 is about grouping these glyphs into the words and then taking these words. And if you don't already know the meaning, now you can take the word and consult a dictionary to look it up, to see what the guesstimated English equivalent is to these Egyptian words. All right, and that's what you would do. Now, for time's sake, I'm not gonna go through that, because we're gonna do a full-on Freestyle Friday on Friday. But for today, just want to kind of just explain the steps to you. But that's what you would do. So, Emiket, let's just do this first where I have my arrow at. What is the first word among all these groups of words here? Well, yeah. Let me ask you, because for time purposes.
Okay, so the first word is hoot, and that is the first 3 glyphs.
Okay, so we have the first 3 glyphs as the word hoot. Now, if you don't already know what that word means, you would have to consult a dictionary and go from there. But Emiket, what does the word hoot mean?
Temple.
Okay, it's a temple. All right. It's the same word that you all may have heard the phrase hoot Netcher, which is together is translated in a single word in English, temple. Because the assumption is, okay, temples are for the gods and goddesses. So hoot Netcher, Netcher being translated as God, they say it's God's temple or God's house, the enclosed house or the domain of God. And we just simply say temple, hoot Netcher, temple. All right. The same glyph is also in the name of a female deity. Can anybody in the chat tell me which female deity has this glyph in her name? I'm trying to have some engagement with the chat by asking these questions. So anybody in the chat, which female deity? I'll take his comment off. Which female deity has that glyph in her name? All right, listen. The whole chat is gonna let Obi run it. Obi's answering all the questions. I need y'all got to be sharp. Y'all got to can't let him answer everything. But Obi is correct here. So the deity Hathor has the same glyph. And so Hathor, the way we pronounce Hathor is really coming from the Greek Hathir. But if you break her name down, it's actually 2 words. It's Hut, which is what the glyph represents. Hut Heru. Okay, Hut Heru. And together, Hut Heru, the Greeks, when it came to Hut and words like that, they would combine it and people would say it, and we say it as one word. Hathir becomes Hathor. All right. Now the same thing happened to another temple called Hut Hiri Ib. Hut Hiri Ib. And the Greeks call that hut. You start off with the A, the ath, and then when it ends with a T and the next word is begins with a H, like hut heru, if you spell it out, HWT, and then the next word starts with a H again, they combine it so you have this TH sound, like in the word the. So you have Athir becomes Hathor, and then Hut Heri becomes Athribis or Athrib, because you have Hut Heri becomes Athrib or Athribi, which becomes Athribis or Athribis. All right. Likewise for Egyptos, the AI is for that Hut Ka Pata. Egyptos. All right. So anyway, enough of that. But that's the word that, or the glyph that's in her name. So that was correct. All right. Let me just take that comment off. All right. Moving forward. So you have to do this for every word. Okay. You have to pick out every word. So this is hut. Then you go on to the next word and so on. Like I said, for time's sake, we're not gonna do that. Friday we'll pick something and go through the whole method. I'm just trying to explain the method, the steps in the method, and then we'll actually apply it in full this coming Friday, where we do a full freestyle. All right. But that's what you would do. Okay. So let's actually pick another one, and let's do this one, Emiket, if you can see this. What would be the first word in this set of glyphs?
Okay, the first word that I see is weret, and that is the first 3 glyphs as well.
Okay, so the first 3 glyphs here, weret.
Yep.
All right. Now, obviously, we're not using any resources, dictionaries, whatever. But by chance, do you know what the word weret in this particular set? What does it mean?
That would be like saying the great, and obviously this is the great in pointing to feminine one.
Okay, so great. Regardless of gender, it would mean great. Okay, so this one means the temple or enclosure as far as hut, and then we have weret, which is great. All right. All right, excellent. Now, like I said, instead of doing all of these, we are going to. All right, let's do this one. That's above the bull. We got 7 cows and a bull, so we won't leave the bulls out for the fellas, for the male side of
Yeah,
things.
because that would be sexism. Okay.
So what's the first word in this group of words?
I would say that would be also the first 3 glyphs, which will be cow. Sorry, ka, not cow, ka.
Okay, so the first 3.
Yeah.
All right, with the bull itself being what kind of glyph?
The function
Yes.
would be a determinative or classifier.
Okay, exactly. So you have the word ka here. All right, for the word bull. All right, just want everybody to understand that. All right, so that's what you would do. Now, the fourth and final step is once you start parsing your words and you understand the basic meaning or potential meaning of each word as an individual entity, now you have to start putting the words together and develop a semantic, take away a semantic meaning to find out the actual meaning of whatever it is that you're reading. All right, so this is when you start getting into the grammar more of the language and things like that to ascertain meaning of whatever it is that you're reading. Words in isolation are not going to produce meaning. And I can't stress that enough, because meaning is born out of context. Remember that. However you need to remember what I just said. Meaning is born out of context. Context is the mother and father of meaning when it comes to words. Like, words don't exist on an island of themselves in communication. In human communication, when we're writing or speaking to one another, is context. And this is why I advocate and let people know encourage people to study semantics and pragmatics. Semantics and pragmatics. All right. So just keep that in mind. So this whole process is a step by step process that leads up. It's you're building on every previous step and is leading up to something. But you can't stop at the dictionary and look up isolated words and think that you know the intended meaning. And I'll give you an English example. If I ask anybody in chat, what does the word hot mean? Somebody's gonna say, give me an answer. Then if I say, what does the word cold mean? COLD mean? And whatever they tell me, it's gonna be the opposite of hot because cold is the opposite of hot. They're opposites of one another on their own in isolation. But if I use it in a sentence and I'm from the Midwest, let's say I'm from the Midwest and I'm in Chicago somewhere and I look at somebody's outfit and I say, "Oh, those are some hot shoes." And then a person from the East Coast in New York or wherever, they'll look at the a person's outfit and they say, "Oh, what I say for Chicago, those some cold shoes." They say there's some cold shoes. Those are some cold shoes because in the Midwest they use cold for that, right? Those are some cold shoes. And then on the East Coast, we say, "Oh, those are some hot shoes. Those are hot. Where you get those from? How much they cost? What's the name of those? Those are hot." But now I want you to notice that in both instances, two opposite words that have opposite meanings of each other are being used for the exact same meaning. So again, on their own, they're opposites. But when used in context, because context dictates the meaning, allows the meaning to emerge, we're saying the same thing. Somebody say, "Hey, those shoes are cold." Somebody say, "Hey, those shoes are hot." Guess what? Both people mean the exact same thing. So I'm just saying that to give you an example of the importance of understanding semantics and pragmatics. This is something that we learn in grade school. So I don't know, what kind of grades everybody got, but if you paid attention, you will understand. Maybe English literature or English grammar back in grade school. All right, junior high or whatever. All right, so let's get back to this. So to kind of speed things up, because I want to discuss something that I think is important for now. So, did anybody click the link? The link is at the top. Anybody click the link? Nope, I see not. All right. Did not click the link. All right, so we're gonna keep on going. So, for time's sake, let us do this first cow. So this is the first cow right here. And we're going to do the entire, all these glyphs here on this first one. So, Emicat, do you want to give the honors of doing this one? If you can transliterate and give the Egyptological pronunciation and then translate it.
Okay, so the transliteration will be something like Hut cow, and then you have neber, nebet or jer, I think. Yeah. Nebejer. People just say Nebejer.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So say that one more time because in one flow.
Okay. So Hut cow, Nebejer.
All right. Nice. And what does it mean? If you know, like I said, because we're, freestyle, we're not using any books or anything to look anything up. But what would you say as far as your first pass and first guess? What would you say it means?
Okay, so you have Hut Kau, that would translate something roughly as temple of the cars, because if I say spirit, some people might take it the wrong way, so I'll leave it as car, but it can be translated as spirit, so temple of spirits. And then Nebuchadnezzar is But actually, this would be probably Nebet I think will be feminine. So it will be like the lady or the possessor, when in term of limits, possessor of limits, or the owner of the limits.
Okay. All right. So hopefully everybody followed that. Just repeat it one more time. Make sure everybody.
Okay, so the temple of the spirits, in terms of the owner of the limits.
Okay. All right. Good. Good. So now I hope everybody is following along, with that. Now, I'm glad, Imicat, I'm glad you broke that down. Now, here's for me to highlight a point I just made: the importance of semantics and pragmatics and context, which is context. All right, now, what I want everybody to understand is that in this picture you see 6 cows and 1 bull, and in front of each cow and bull you find an offering table. Let me put my cursor, the arrow there. You see this offering table. So you see some offerings in front of each one of them. All right. These are offerings there. Now, so Emiket gave, like I said, in freestyle, we're not using any books or dictionaries, no resources at all. So you have to go with what you already know or already familiar with. And so that's why I say this first round is always going to be, your best guess at the time. But then you're going to dig in just to confirm yourself. You're going to follow up.
Yeah,
Now,
you know what? Before you say that, because you gave me a little clue, and then I just remembered that kau actually also could be to do with offerings. So that would be also probably, So I think if I can just polish it up a bit, it will probably be something like to do with the temple of offerings.
yes. All right. That's exactly where I was going. So you beat me
Yep,
to
yep,
it. All right.
yep.
No, that's good. But that's the whole point, is that the word kau, although there is a word kau that's translated as spirits, there is also a kau that's used for provisions. It's a word that means provisions, as in food or sustenance. So this is the temple of provisions. So this first cow is being called or being likened unto the temple of provisions, the owner or possessor in regards to the limit, is what this breaks down to. Okay, but in a regular way that people would translate this, it would be lady, because nebet in the case of the feminine would be the lady of. So it's the lady to the limits, because jer means limit. Okay, so these glyphs here, these glyphs here are basically giving you is identifying the cow. The glyphs above this one is identifying this cow. The glyphs above this one is identifying this cow, and so on and so forth. Okay, so it's telling you, giving you the identity of this cow. So this cow represents the temple of provisions and the lady to the limit. Lady to the limit. All right. And I'm not sure if you all ever heard Netcher as a deity. This is the exact same word. But in this case, it would be feminine, talking about a cow, etc. So now we know what this cow is and what it's all about. Let's skip over to this cow down here. And I'll do this one. I'll do this one here. So this particular cow, everything I said before applies. So we see all the offerings there. So Emiket gave the first word already as weret, which means on its own it would have something to do with greatness, etc., etc. Then we have the word meret. All right. Meret. Then we have this folded cloth here for what's translated as S. So we have Sedesheret, to cause to be, and the word desher means red. It's the color red. Again, I repeat, the word desher means red. All right. Now, the word that comes after this is shin or shenu or just shin, even with the three-stroke determinative. But you notice that this has a hair glyph as well. This is something that Asar Motep showed earlier on the show earlier. This word actually means hair, shin. It's a word for hair or fur or hide in the case of cattle. So what is this saying? Here, based on what I just said, Weret Sedesheret Shin. What does that mean? I'm asking you don't want the panel, MK. Unfortunately, nobody clicked the link.
Sorry, I thought you were asking the chat.
Nobody clicked the link.
Okay, so so that will be something to do with the great beloved that causes the red and then hair. So
Okay.
the great beloved causes the great one that's beloved. Either way can work. And then Sedesha, because that's causative, so it will be that causes the red.
Okay.
Redness and then hair.
All right, so the gist of it, hopefully everybody followed. The gist of it would be that this particular cow represents and is being identified as the greatly beloved red of hair one. So we know that we wouldn't say that cows have hair, just like we say that we don't say dogs have hair. We just say fur or hide, cow's hide or whatever. So this particular cow is greatly beloved, and it's also red. So these glyphs are actually identifying this cow and giving you a physical characteristic of the cow, a physical attribute of the cow, by saying red-haired or red of hair. Okay, talking about the hide. Now, what I want y'all to pay attention to is now, mind you, I'll tell you, this is coming from the tomb of Nefeteri. All right, so this is an actual picture of the wall of the tomb of Nefeteri. This is not a reproduction. This is an actual photo of it that I have blown up here. So this cow is colored the way it is, within the tomb itself. But what I want y'all to do and pay attention is the actual pigment chemical substance that the artist used to paint this cow is the same as the first cow, and it's the same as this cow over here, but this cow has other things going on with the white and the dots and things like that. Likewise, with this cow, it has black, and then it has patches of black within the white background. But these two cows are fully red on their hide, and their underbelly is a little lighter, as you can see, where the udders are. But I'm making a point. I want y'all to understand that this look. So I want your eyes to lock in on what you see in terms of this color and this choice of pigmentation for this cow. And the Egyptians tell you how they identify this color. They say this color is red. Now, obviously, today we have many, many, many different shades of colors on the spectrum that we will put under the category of red: dark red, light red, pink red, burgundy. We have all these different shades. But to keep it simple, the Egyptians call this shade for sure. This is what we know. We don't have to guess, because it's telling you right there in our face that this cow is red. to them. Okay, I just want to point that out. So we're gonna come back to this, but I want to point that out. All right, but so that we don't leave the masculine side out, let's deal with the bull over here. All right, so we got the bull, and hope y'all can recognize that this is a bull and not cow because the horns are different. See the horns curve in, not like the cows, they're different. And then the bull doesn't have udders. The bull has male organs. Just so you can tell that this is different. All right. So let's go on to the bull. So now, MK, you already said that the first word was ka for bull. What is the next word?
That is chai.
Okay, and what does
And
it
that
mean?
goes all the what was that? We've had that before.
Just take a guess if you remember.
I should actually know this. We've gone over it a few times. I think it's like okay. Chai probably would be like male husband, I think. Innit?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Okay, excellent. So chai would be, likened to carry the meaning of husband, male, male counterpart to something, et cetera, et cetera. Chai. All right. So hopefully everybody follow that. So we have ka chai, and then the next word is idet. Then we have kinet or kint, and then her ib or heri ib. Then we have hut again, as Obi pointed out that this glyph was the same glyph that's over here. We have heri ib, hut. Then we have desher. Now I want y'all to notice that this glyph here, desher, is the same set of glyphs that you have over here. And I don't know why my cursor stopped moving.
Okay, I see it. Oh, it's not moving. Okay, it's moving.
Okay, there we go. So we have the share here, and we have the share here, the same word. This time the word is determined by a flamingo bird. Okay, so it's identifying something with this enclosed place, palace, with the share, determined by flamingo.
That is actually interesting.
Okay, but so all together we have ka chai, idet. Then we have kinti or kinet. Then we have heri ib, hut, desher. Now, can somebody in the chat do your best to give me a full translation of that if you know? And I'll just repeat what it's saying, what it is in terms of the Egyptological speak pronunciation. So we have ka, chai, idet, kinet, heri ib, hut, desher. All right. So hopefully somebody can.
Is that the
Surprise.
forward part of the face in the kinet right before the enclosure of the
Yes.
house? Oh, okay. Okay, good. I was like, it has to be, but I don't know what glyph that is. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I wanted to blow. I blow up the glyphs as much as we can. Anybody answer in the chat? In the chat. Mind you, the link is at the top. Where's Obi when you need him? You were wrong. End of story. Oh, wait a minute. What's going on? Yeah, I did and tagged you at Sean. Okay, not sure what's going on. See, don't get distracted. I'm just. I want everybody to follow along. Shesmu says divine bull. For what? He said divine bull. There's nothing to indicate divine at this at all. That's just an interpolation. To inject divine in there is just a prerogative thing. That's just what people just feel like doing. Because there's nothing in there that says divine. It says a bull. So Obi, yeah, he said Kent foremost. All right. So okay, just so that we can kind of keep things flowing and speed it up, because like I said, it'll be better if somebody if you who want to participate was actually on the panel. So I'll just speed it a bit up. But Obi, you're correct. Kent or Kenneth, depending on how you pronounce it, does mean foremost, in front of, et cetera, that effect. So, but what it's saying is ka chai. So ka chai, idet Kenneth. So it's saying the bull, who's the foremost male of the herd. So this bull is the foremost male, chai, male of the herd of cows here. So the bull is accompanying the other 7 cows. And all of them are providing sustenance and provisions or offerings to someone. And in this case, this would be Nefeteri. Like I said, this is coming from the tomb of Nefeteri. And you can see her on the adjacent wall. If I point my cursor the other way, you can kind of see her over here on the wall right here. So the wall bends. That's the corner. That's the corner right there. So it's not a straight line, a flat wall continuation, but it curves along the wall. So Nefeteri is standing here, and these cows and bulls are there for a purpose of bringing her or making sure that she receives provisions and sustenance. Okay, so it's 7 cows and a bull. The bull is accompanying the cows, and this bull is the foremost male bull of the herd. All right, and then it goes on to say, Heri Ib, which he who dwells within, to be in the middle. Ib means it's the innermost organ, pointing to the heart, and also the innermost of talking about the mind itself. The word Ib is translated. So it's talk, but in a sense, it's talking about the inside or the innermost. So who dwells within the red palace, or if Desher is to be interpreted as flamingos, literally, it would be the palace of the flamingos, of those birds who happen to be red, by the way. Okay, so either way, this whole thing is saying that this bull is the foremost male bull of the herd who dwells in the palace, the red palace, or the palace of the flamingos. All right. So again, all of these glyphs here are giving you an identity of these particular animals here. These 7 cows and bull. All right. So hopefully everybody, got some takeaways from that exercise. Now coming back to this cow here that I said, Woret Meret Sedesheret Shin, this greatly beloved cow, this greatly beloved cow who is red in color, who is red in fur or hide or what have you. Why I wanted to point that. Oh, well, let me. I don't want to skip the bottom part. Just to kind of keep these things going, because I want you all to look into this on your own time, look further into this and what this scene is really talking about and everything, and then come back and we can have a discussion on it further if you like. But I want everybody to look into it. But I'm going to just give you some breadcrumbs that you can follow when you do your further research on this. All right. So now remember what I said, that these cows, all 7 cows, represent are being identified, but they're representing provisions being given to Nefeteri in this case, and the bull is accompanying them, also giving provisions, and the bull is accompanying the other 7. Now, these 4 objects here are oars for a boat. These are boat oars, and they're 4 in number. And obviously, you would go through the same steps, identifying the glyphs and everything like that. But for speed purposes, immediately you can look at these words. So this set of glyphs goes to that or, this set of glyphs goes to that or, this set of glyphs goes to that one, and this one to that one. On the right hand side, the last word, you can see this word mehet, which is a word for north, a cardinal direction. On this or, you see the word iabit or iabitet, which is the word for east or the left side, the left hand, or over in the left as far as the direction. But the east, we say the east. This one you see receipt, which means south. And on this one you see amenet or amenetit or amenetet, which is west. So just quickly at a first glance, you can tell that these oars, 4 in number, are representing cardinal points: north, east, south, and then west. Okay? So I want y'all to do research and look into that, but that's what these oars represent. But these oars are given names. They're given, they're given epithets and stuff. That's what's coming before the actual word for this particular oar, and likewise for everyone. So this one would be aha nefer, and so to be good of power, and then or the good steering, or etc. For this particular glyph, and it's coming out of good steering or, which is here. You see nefer and then nefer here twice. And then you have pet, which is for the sky, and it's the northern sky. This one, you see the word pet again, and you see the eastern sky. You see the word pet here again, you see the receipt, so it's the southern sky. And then you see the word pet again right here, and you see amenetet, which is the western sky. So these are pointing to the northern sky, eastern sky, southern sky, and western sky. All right. So
Nice. That's actually nice. Yeah.
there you have it. And you see this word here is the word for or itself. Like I said, we're not using any books or dictionaries right now, whatever. But this word you can see is determined with the or. That word is the same word determined with the or. This word right here is determined with the or, etc.
Yeah. Nice.
All right. So hopefully everybody got that. So that's to kind of finish it off, or give some clues for people to do the research. But now back to this cow right here. This is what I want. This is what I want to talk about. This cow right here. This cow that we can clearly see with our eyes is painted what the Egyptians called Netcher, red. I want everybody to pay attention to that. Okay, so everybody got that. We could kind of move on to a discussion. So now remember, this is the tomb of Nefeteri. Now I want to go to the tomb of a person that a lot of people have become familiar with now, is Maiherperietc, or most people say Maiherperietc. That's this particular image. Okay, this is being shown a lot lately that I've seen on Facebook. People have been posting it, so I wanted to use this to compare to what we just did. So I want you all to notice that this scene right here, you count 7 cows. That's crazy. I keep saying 6 because this white cow, he blends in with the background so much that every time I look fast, I don't even see it. But these 7 cows and 1 bull and then 4 oars is the exact same thing that you see here. Okay, so this is the exact same text. You have 7 cows and a bull and then 4 oars. It's the same thing. Now, I want you all to notice the cow that we were talking about in the other picture, which was here, this cow right here. Remember, this is greatly beloved, the red-haired or red of hair, but red of fur or red of hide. Let's just say hide to keep it consistent with a cow, right? Red of hide. If you go over to the other papyrus, it's saying the same thing here. You see Nefeteri and you see the hair determinative.
Yes. Maybe you should blow it up a bit.
And you see where and then Meret. Oh, let me blow this up again a bit. All right, I will do that. If I can blow that up. All right. So right here, we have the word Nesher. Now, this speaks to what I said earlier when it comes to transliterations and translations and how you have to be flexible on the different ways the same word could be spelled. So now, notice that this word Nefeteri or Nefeteret, is spelled with the flamingo bird and the bread loaf alone. But over here, it's spelled all the way out. You have the hand for the D, the pool for the SH, and then the open mouth for the R. So we have Nefeteri, the bread loaf right there. Nefeteri. All right. But down here, you don't have it spelled the same way, but it's the same word, Nefeteri, with the hair determinative. Then you have Wer Meret. S. All right. So this is the same cow. It's referring to the same cow. This is the same text, even though this is coming from the Book of the Dead or the Maiherperietc Imheru of Maiherperietc or Maiherperietc. This is coming from his Book of the Dead, and this is coming from the tomb on the walls of Nefeteri. But this is the exact same text for the exact same purpose. And I want you all to investigate what that is. Like, what is this scene talking about in both of these people's tombs? It's everywhere, but I'm just pointing out here. But I'm just pointing out that this cow here is pointed out to be red. Now, the significance of this is because in the context of this greater conversation about whether the place name Kemet was inspired because of the skin color of the ancient Egyptians and all that, all this Black Egypt discussion, in the greater context of things, I want to point something out to everyone. But I want to ask a question in the chat first. All right. This is my question to you all in the chat. Whenever you see Egyptian artwork, and there's tons and tons of Egyptian artwork that you can see online, and I mean real Egyptian artwork, not any artistic Photoshop stuff, but when you actually see photographs of ancient Egyptian artifacts, the tombs, the walls, everything for the entire existence of ancient Egypt, my question is, when it comes to the artistic standard and canon of the ancient Egyptians depicting male Egyptians, Egyptian men, can we agree that there's a dominant color that's used for adult males in Egyptian artwork. Can we agree with that? All I want is a yes or no. I want to see how many people agree with me on that. That you see a lot of Egyptian artwork. And I'll just show you something real quick. So you see this here, these adult Egyptian males. You see here an adult Egyptian male. You see here an adult Egyptian male. You see here adult Egyptians, Egyptian men over here. You see here, coming from the 12th dynasty, adult Egyptian men. You see here, Mentuhotep, an adult Egyptian male. Here, an adult Egyptian male. Here, an adult Egyptian male. Here, an adult Egyptian male. What's common about all these things? Here's 6th dynasty, Meteruka's tomb, adult Egyptian men. Another, adult Egyptian men. Another, 5th dynasty, adult Egyptian men. And on and on and on and on and on. So I'm buying time. I'm asking the chat, can we agree? Do you all agree with me that there is a dominant artistic canon? By canon, I mean like a artistic rule that was adhered to in ancient Egyptian times by the artists, where they painted the adult Egyptian men using, if not the exact identical chemical pigmentation, it was roughly the same, very similar. Because obviously Egypt was 3,000 years. Obviously, the people from year one didn't make a big batch of this pigment that lasted 3,000 years. So they're using different batches of this, but the idea of it being an artistic canon is that they got close to one another as possible. So for all 3,000 plus years of ancient Egypt's existence, the artists used roughly the same color or approximately the same color when they wanted to paint the adult Egyptian men. Now I know I'm seeing some everybody says yes, some people are saying yes and everything like that, but I hope you all agree with me and what that is. Now, this color that they chose to visually represent themselves to the rest of the world. Remember, the Egyptian art was not art for art's sake, like how we do art today, like the reason why we do art today. The Egyptian art has a lot of other things going on with it. This is how the Egyptians represent themselves in artwork for decades, centuries, and millennia, to project out to the world. So when the onlookers of the world look at it, this is what the Egyptians wanted the world to see them as. All right. This is what we see. This color that we're looking at is the color Desher. What does Desher mean? Everybody in the chat, tell me, what does Desher, what color is the word Desher? Again, I'm asking the chat, what color is the word Desher? This is Kayal said red. Timmy Turner says red. Both of those correct. So that's enough. I usually wait for three three answers. Try to do things in three. So, and that's correct. The share is red. Now I noticed that Babylon Done put brown. But let's do it this way, Babylon Done. Answer this question. Is the word the share black? Let's do it that way. That's my new question now. Open to anybody. Is the word the share the color black? Yes or no? Is the color the share the color black? I'm going to wait till I see anybody answer that. Okay, this is Kayal said no. That's correct. Can I get another one? Babylon Done, I really want you to answer it. Babylon Done, my question to you is, does the share reference the color black? Tahudi Waser Ma'at Ra is correct. Timmy Turner is correct. But Babylon Done, I'm asking you the question. I just want clarification because I don't, because I know it's Saturday and I know that people will. I just want to make sure that we're very, very, very clear right now because, this conversation has been going on too long, too many years, and I'm trying to make sure things are crystal clear because people will be misquoting, people will be making up stuff, ghost arguments, and everything like that. Babylon Done says the share, yes. No, that's not my question. My question to you is, does the share reference the color black? And Babylon Done, if you can, hit the link. I want everybody to follow what I'm saying. Because I already see, because Shezmu said, I see where this is leading. I see Obi is already going ahead and saying they don't have to paint themselves black in order. See, nobody's saying anything of that yet. Or, addressing anything like that yet. And this is what happens. See, you have to be methodological and walk the walk. Because it's starting to make people feel a little bit uneasy right about now. And people go jump ahead. And that's the unscientific thing to do. We can't do that. So Babylon Done, back to you. I'm asking you the question, and I'm just going to ask you one more time because I don't want to wait too long. Babylon Done, my question to you is, does the word the share refer to the color black? Yes or no? I want Babylon Done to answer this question. I got answers from other people, and everybody's correct in saying that no, it doesn't. I want to see if Babylon Done, you're on board with that. No disrespect, but mulattoes always hating. Oh, that's Shezmu. I thought that was Babylon Done. Babylon Done, he says, the share being dark brown references black. Dark equals gere or keku. Nubian brown inclines to black. Dark. Black is a state, not a color. Babylon Done. All right, I can see Babylon Done. You're refusing to answer my question, and everybody else can take it for how it is. It's just that simple. The share is not referring to black. All right, everybody pretty much knows that. But Babylon Done, I was hoping you were on the same page. But see, and this is the problem. This is what creates a problem. People being afraid of being scientific and just allowing what is to be what it is. People want to fluff things out. Like earlier when I pointed out that Diop's statement was wrong, the brother could not just come out and flatly say it. And I get it because saying Diop is wrong, it seemed like you're disrespecting the elder and this and that. And that's not the case. But anyway, I'm going to say this. The share refers to the color red and the scope of red in the ancient Egyptians' psyche and what they viewed, right? And I just showed you all that. So let me go back to the picture we were doing. This clearly says that this cow is being identified. One, it's an epithet of the greatly beloved one. So greatly beloved. Then it's giving you a attribute of itself, the cow itself. Deshret Shin or Shinu, the red-haired one. Now, what I'm saying is that we normally today, we don't say cows have hair. We say they have fur or hide. So, in keeping with today's convention, we would say the red-furred or the red-hide cow. And we can see the color pigmentation that the ancient Egyptian artists used for this cow. So, I showed you, and we all know, like everybody knows that if you were to just Google ancient Egyptian art and just look at all the results, you'll see this color dominates your entire computer screen. And I just showed a bunch of examples. We got that. You know, I just went through all these just now. So not to do it again. Everyone knows that. And if you're in denial, if you don't know it or you deny it, then I'll just have to say you're in denial. But here's the thing. Now here's a question here. On the screen right here, you see an Egyptian male. Let me get my pointer out here. You see an Egyptian male right here. All right. You see two groups of cows. And I say groups because although you see one body of the cow, you see multiple horns and multiple horns. So the artist is trying to say that these are multiple cows side by side, likewise multiple cows side by side. All right. Now, you see two sets of cows. The top cow is black. The bottom cow is red. The question I have now is, when the Egyptians painted their skin color, who does this ancient Egyptian look more like? This cow or this cow? Y'all tell me, the top cow or the bottom cow? The top cow or the bottom cow? The top cow or the bottom cow? Shesmu Patah Amun says both. And see, it's answers like that where I can't take people serious. I really can't take people serious.
See, it's like so easy because you got an Egyptian in the
This is
description.
this is what I mean. This is why the conversation is not going to go anywhere with some people. And I'm okay with that. But I can't take, I have to start eliminating people out of the conversation or that I take serious. And it just has to be that way. No love lost, but I just have to do that. So again, this man's hair on top of his head. Now think of it from an artistic standpoint. Maybe this will help y'all out better, right? Imagine if you are an Egyptian artist, okay? You're a scribe and or artist in ancient Egypt. So close your eyes and picture yourself back in ancient Egyptian times, and you are an Egyptian painter and artist. And your job is to paint the walls of these tombs and temples and everything like that, right? So you're gonna get your gear. You can get your tools. You can get all your tools out. You can get all your your brushes, your chisels, excuse me, and all of that good stuff, right? You're gonna prep. You're gonna prepare your colors. You're gonna prepare your swatches of colors, and you're gonna dip your paintbrush into these colors to paint on the wall. Now, did the artist dip the paintbrush in the same swatch to paint the person's hair and the cow? The answer is yes. This person's hair and this top cow or cows at the top, you as an artist, you would dip your paintbrush in the same swatch that you prepared. You dip, paint, dip again in the same dip, same swatch, paint. Now, you're done with the hair. Now you're going to do the torso of this man and the legs and the arms. But guess what? Are you going to dip that paintbrush in the same swatch that you did for the cow, the top cow? The answer is no. Anybody that says yes, I'm definitely not including you in the conversation ever again. When you want to paint this man's chest, upper body, and legs and arms, you're not going to dip it into the same swatch of paint that you did for his hair or the cows at the top. What you are going to do, you're going to dip it into a different swatch, color swatch, and paint. And then when it comes for you to paint that cow, guess what? The bottom cow, you're going to dip it in the same swatch. Paint. These are matching. Not the top, it's the bottom. And my point is to show that this bottom set of cows have been explicitly identified by the ancient Egyptians as of the color Nefeteri. So the skin color that the Egyptians wanted to artistically represent the ancient Egyptians was Nefeteri. Desher, red, and the shades that come under it. They did not use black. I repeat, they did not use black. And remember, because I'm saying this the way I'm saying it for a reason, the dominant artistic canon of the entire country in its entire existence was to paint the ancient Egyptians this reddish color. Yes, you will see representations of people painted black, but that is way less in number when it comes to the entire Egyptian population over the 3,000 years. Because I can show you people who were actually painted black. One such person is Ahmose Nefeteri. But this is her in her deified form, so it takes on a new meaning. But for the sake of artistic use of colors, she is clearly painted black in this picture. That is black. Her crown, part of her crown, and I don't see if y'all know if y'all can see my cursor very well, but her crown here is Desher. Her skin here would be black, Kim, black, Kim. This here, Desher, red, Desher, red. The cow here, black, Kim, black, Kim. The cows here, Desher, red, Desher, red. Color of the Egyptians, 90% of all male Egyptians ever painted in Egypt, ever. What color? Desher, red, Desher, red. What color is the hair on his head? Kim, black, Kim, black. And I have to be very, very slow walking it this way because people are making something out of nothing when it's very, very, very simple. And I think a lot of people are simply in their feelings and don't want to just call things what they are for whatever their reasons are. So I'm just pointing this out to everyone that the ancient Egyptians artistically represented themselves visually to the rest of the world. The visitors that came to Egypt, to when they themselves saw their own artwork, and for us today, looking back in the past, looking at the ruins of ancient Egypt today, their intent was for us to see them paint their skin Desher and not Kim. Desher and not Kim. I just want everybody to understand that. All this talk about naming themselves after a black bull or cow that betrays what the actual facts on the ground are that you can actually see with your own two eyes. All right. So anyway, I wanted to make that point, and hopefully the point is made. Hopefully everybody understands the point. Now I'm going to go back up. I'm trying to address a couple of comments I saw. I think Obi made a comment earlier that I wanted to highlight. So I'm paying attention now. So if you want to repeat a question that I may have missed, but I'm trying to scroll up and catch some of anything that I missed real quick. I want to scroll up. I see somebody asked what time period, and so I missed it. I'm not sure when you said that based on what I was showing, what time period or anything. If you're talking about the pictures that I was going through it, I put the time period on the pictures. Like this one's from the 4th dynasty. This person, it's clear. Like see people got to stop playing games, right? And let's just keep it simple. Let's have an adult conversation. Let's keep all the childish stuff, to the wayside a bit, right? Let's be serious for a minute. Even in this picture alone, this picture is coming from an offering scene from the 4th dynasty, Ka-Eper. Okay, in this picture, you see that this gentleman is sitting down. He's seated. You see that his hair. Now look at it from an artistic standpoint. As an artist, you see that the artist who painted this, the artist painted the head, the hair, the wig, or the hair as black. That's what we call black today, right? And in the ancient Egyptian language, his hair would be Kim, the color black. Kim, the color black. His exposed skin, which is his arms, shoulders, face, and the legs, even though it's scraped, it's kind of damaged, it's a lot damaged, because this whole thing used to be colored, is not the same color as his hair. So if we're being like just real, we see that those are two separate different colors. And I don't even care what you name the colors. What your eyes are telling you is that his hair is a different color than his body. If you call his hair, if you say his hair is the color of Booga Booga, and his body, all I'm saying is that his body can't be Booga Booga as well. So it doesn't matter what you call it. But I'm saying these are two distinct different colors.
Yeah, also just in terms of the time period, just not to confuse the audience. We don't want to have any insinuation that would say that painting using the color Desher uh, uh, is was done at certain time periods and not other time periods. So we don't
But
want
that's
to
what I was
confuse
getting.
people. Yeah.
Okay, great. Because that's what I was getting to. This is the fourth dynasty because all the pictures I showed, I'm walking through the dynasties. And maybe, excuse me, maybe I'll do a show or I'll record a video. I don't have to do it live. I'll record a video walking through the dynasties at the artwork. Now, I would hope that people could do that on their own because all you have to do is you can Google ancient Egyptian artwork and then just go through the chronological timeline. Start at the earliest artwork you could find. For example, here's the fourth dynasty. Here's the fourth dynasty example. This person's head of hair or wig is black, Kim. His body is not that color. This is the fifth dynasty, so I'm going from the fourth. Now we're in the fifth dynasty. This is also the fifth dynasty. All right. And look at the contrast right here. Just let me put an arrow right here. Look at the contrast right here. Look at these individual men, and look at the cow. Well, it's cut off. I don't know if it's a cow or a bull, but look at this bovine animal's color. It's completely different than the individuals. Their hair is the same color as this animal, but not their skin. And I can't emphasize that enough. Go over to the sixth dynasty. So we're moving up in dynasty. Sixth dynasty. We got the sixth dynasty again. We got the sixth dynasty again. We got the seventh dynasty. We got the 7th through 11th dynasty again here. Moving on up, going up. 7th dynasty. All these through the 7th dynasty. Look, the share all day long. All day long. In terms of the paint that they're using for their body, their exposed body parts. Mentuhotep, 11th dynasty. And what's interesting about Mentuhotep, though, is Mentuhotep, a lot of people like to show the statue of Mentuhotep where he's painted black. But they skip over, they show you that as if this one don't exist. Now, either Mentuhotep took a vacation, went on the beach, and soaked under the sun for a long time, or the statue of him being black means something different. It wasn't, the Egyptians was not trying to emphasize, hey, King Mentuhotep was black. Hey, everybody, he was pitch black. That's not what's being conveyed here at all. All right, but still, you could walk down. This is the 12th dynasty example. And I want to take a note, an artistic note for you all, because when you do research, you're going to find this. I want you to notice that, I don't know if you can see it well on the screen as I can, because I'm looking at this directly, but every other individual is painted the same, and then the other individuals in between. So this person is painted with the same pigment as you got skip one, this person, and then the men in the middle of those two are painted the same. So these two match, and then these three match. Now, the question that I've been asked in the past, because this is like my 20th millionth time showing these slides and explaining this stuff over the last 12 years, 10 years or whatever. But the reason why that is the ancient Egyptian artwork, they slightly altered every other figure when they wanted to represent a multitude in a scene. So be it animals or people, when they do this, when they have people close together or animals close together, and they slightly alternate the color like that, the message they're conveying is that this is a multitude of people. So instead of drawing 1,000 people doing something, they'll draw 3 people, but alternate their color slightly like that to let you know that, hey, it is 1,000. It's a multitude of people. It's a lot of people doing whatever. Cause remember, wall space was limited. They're not gonna draw 1,000 figures if they're trying to convey something. All right, so just keep that in mind. That's just a little sidebar. Then keep on going. This is the 18th dynasty. We jump into the 18th dynasty. We got the 19th dynasty. This is Seti the First. Desher all day long. 20th dynasty. And Herkau. We have the 20th dynasty, Ramses the Third, and so on. So when people say what time period, I'm just going back over that to satisfy that question that I saw in the chat when people were asking basically what time period, etc. So just wanted to, if that was what was being asked. Yes, Sat12 said it's interesting how they didn't identify the other cows. They did identify them, but they didn't identify them with properties of how they look. So that's correct, and to an extent. So the correct thing is, yes, they did identify the cows because they tell you what the cow represents and everything like that. But I know what you mean. They didn't describe the cow itself for all of them. Yeah, and you're right. They didn't. All right. And Sawa said, are we jumping time periods? Yeah, I'm showing through the time periods, the different things. Let's see, keep going through. Said Kevin was a black lad. Sorry, Kevin was a black lad. But let me put this thing back up because I listen, because I know people are gonna I know there are gonna be someone out there is gonna take this video and sound bite it or clip it or whatever. But I just want to point out that the ancient Egyptians clearly and consistently painted in terms of artistic representation, which is a very big thing, how the world should see you. They painted the men in ancient Egypt red, a shade of red, not black. What I'm showing on the screen again is the difference between Kim and Desher. And the question is, at least in this picture right here, the Egyptian you see in this picture, is he Kim or is he Desher in terms of visual appearance? And you have to agree that this Egyptian, from an artistic standpoint, the artist was painting this Egyptian the same color they painted that bottom cow or that bottom set of cows. That bottom set of cows is identified by the ancient Egyptians as being Desher, red. This text here literally tells you that this cow right here is the red-haired one. Greatly beloved, whose hair was made red. You have Deseret, Shin or Shinu. Now hair like our word for rice, because hair has a lot of, like, when you say hair, we normally don't put hair in the plural, even when we discuss it. We don't say cut my hairs. Like, you go to the barber shop, you say I need a hairs cut. You say I need a haircut. And when the barber actually cuts your hair, they're not cutting a single hair. They're cutting the totality of your hairs, all the hairs on your head. And we put that together. It's called, it's a, what do we call it? A mass noun. And same thing we do with rice. We say, can you give me a bowl of rice? And you don't expect one rice grain in there. Same thing with sand. Sand on the beach, we don't say sands. Talking about each grain, we say sand. So hair, so this is why you hear me say shin or shinu, because it depends on who you talk to. Some people will say shinu, some people will say shin, with that understanding of hair. All right. But we know that cows, we don't say cows have hair. We say cows have fur or hide, So anyway, I'm just pointing that out. And this should be clear to y'all. So, I'm going to stop. Like I said, I put the link in the chat. If anybody wants to have any comments, by all means, do so. Let's see, Obi. This is an older comment. Emicat, I'm specifically talking about the place named Kemet. I wouldn't say it means black-skinned Egyptians. It's more religious, saying that they are the black divine herd, not them saying their skin was black. Yeah, but Obi, that's your prerogative to do so, and that's what a few people are doing. People who are trying to advocate that the Egyptians were inspired to name their country after either their skin color or a black divine herd. And
Yeah, I was. Oh, go
that
ahead.
no, go ahead. People are saying that, but it's not being demonstrated at all. It's just people are just talking. That's just what somebody wish it was, and that's
It's
just
not.
not the case.
I was just trying to come through and conversate with Obi, just to figure out where the misunderstanding is going on. But I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Obi, I think people just don't understand what toponyms are, because it, he, Obi was saying, well, it's a toponym that is a type of, and there is not like a type of. Toponyms are place names. So when you're talking about type of, and there's a different type that points to geography, and there's a different type that describes skin color, you are totally misusing toponyms, or what a place name is. So we do know that Kemet is not a person, it's not a group of people. Kemet is a place. When we're talking about Kemet, or we're talking about Tawi, Samatawi, or Henu, or Idebui, we are talking about the place, ancient Egypt as it was, and the place now that is, modernly known as Egypt. It's a place. It's not a people, or a person. So Egyptology is not the study of a person. It's, we're studying everything that went on in that geographic location. So it's a toponym, and there is no types of, just to make it very, very, very clear. So I think that's where you have it a little messed up for yourself.
Yes, and we gave lessons on toponymy, and I'm gonna say this till I'm blue in the face. People really are sleeping on our archive of videos, and we're stepping it up by putting timestamps within the videos in the description, so you can click to go to specific points in the videos. Because granted, some of our videos are long, and I can't be mad if anybody don't want to watch a 10-hour video. But we're chopping them up. So spend some time on our videos. We have a few shows on toponymy, on demonyms, toponyms, ethnonyms, and etc. So we've gone in detail. I'm taking advantage of this freestyle session to drive the point home, to center it back down to very simple, because people have been confused. I think some of it's intentional, but people are being confused, and we have to get back down to earth, and get serious again, to stop, don't get caught up on the set tripping and the bickering back and forth that I've seen people are doing, and just keep it simple. We have respectful conversations and share information and go point for point very slow, not to speedball like you all witnessed earlier, and even in the chat. I'm saying everybody has to understand. So he said Kemet is a place name, not a toponymic one, merely referring to geographical features. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's
People don't
the
understand.
understanding. Obi, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm cutting you
Oh,
off.
no. Go ahead. I think you're.
So
I'll
Obi,
just.
I'm gonna scroll down, but if you can answer my question, it would be good if you could come on the panel. But if you can't, I want you to answer this question, just so I'll know, because I we don't know each other personally, and I don't know what you've studied or not, right? But I want to know, what is your extent of study of toponyms? The geographical, in geography, the study of toponymy and all of its different types and stuff like that, how they are, where they are today versus ancient times, stuff like that. Like, where have you done any studies in that? Because I've seen your posts on Facebook, if you're the same Obi on Facebook as well, that you made a similar comment about that and everything. And I noticed that people are saying divine black herd, and then they're going back to pre-dynastic times and stuff, when that doesn't make sense at all. And I don't, and I know why people are saying it, but they're not lining up, making it sense. It's not lining up, but they're still saying it. And so I can only conclude that it's part of this this need that people have. This need, irregardless of the reality, people are going to create a reality, and the term for that is delusion, to become delusional. But people will make up something to kind of feel good, or to feel good about a thing. When it's not even something to feel good or bad about. It's just a study of an ancient people and culture, their language and whatnot. Like, let it be what it is. We don't have to force it to be what we want it to be. Let's just let the Egyptians speak for themselves. Let's examine it from a neutral, clean slate, unbiased standpoint as best as we can. That's it.
So I think Obi kind of, with his latest comment, is exactly what we were thinking. Because he says, to be clear, what I'm saying is there are different types of place names besides toponym. And I see that's where you're getting it wrong. There's just toponym means place name. Then under toponyms, then you have different types of toponyms. As in, you can have place names that are given, that are actually given by the people themselves, like you have Kemet, and then you have place names that are given by foreigners or whatever, like you have Egypt, we say Egypt, and things like that. So those are but still at the end of the day, they're pointing to the place name. They're not going to outside and describing people or pointing to people or a person. So you have place names, you can have places of lakes and things like that, but they're still toponyms. And I think Ruja he has the slide up. So maybe you might want to go through all those.
All right, so let me just break this down very briefly. Like I said, we have entire videos on this, and I'm really strongly urging everyone listening to spend some time on our channel and watch some of these videos. Okay, so for the millionth time now, I'm just going to quickly summarize this. Under the branch of study onomastics, which is the study of names, you have different branches of onomastics. You have toponymy, anthroponyms, demonyms, etc. That people actually study this. People make a career out of this and study these things. The comment that was made, where was it? This comment right here, Obi, your comment. You said, to be clear, what I'm saying is there are different types of place names besides toponyms. Now, for everyone listening, a toponym is a place name. It's the same word. The word toponym comes from the Greek topos, meaning place, onym, meaning name. So knowing that, if we were to reread Obi's comment, what he's saying is, to be clear, what I'm saying is there are different types of place names besides place names. That doesn't make any sense. And we have to drive that point home. Toponyms at all times, without any exception in the universe, always refers to places. That's why they're called toponyms. To say anything otherwise is like an oxymoron, like a paradox type of thing. That's like saying water is not water or human is not human. It's the craziest thing. But I'm emphasizing that this statement, now maybe I'm holding this up, maybe you are correct and reword it, but the way you worded that, that's an impossibility. That makes no sense. So just quickly, a toponym is a place name. There are different types of toponyms. So they're subdivided into more detailed descriptions. So you have hydronyms, which are water names. From hydro, people should know hydro. To be hydrated means that you're drinking liquids. So hydronym deals with water. Oronyms are mountain names. Mount Kilimanjaro, Mount Everest, et cetera, et cetera. Water names, the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, Lake Victoria, the Mediterranean Sea, et cetera. These are hydronyms. All right. Then you have anthroponyms, which are names of human beings, a whole branch of that. Then you have ethnonyms, or ethnic names, that can further be subdivided into whether the ethnic ethnonym arises from the people themselves internally. Therefore, it will be an endonym, or more fuller, we would say an endonymic ethnonym, meaning a self-named ethnic name. Or it could be named externally, exonymic ethnonym, externally named, which is is done a lot around the world. Then you have an eponym. An eponym is a person, place, or thing after whom or after which something is named. Okay? So just to be clear, just on these various different things dealing with names, onomastics, people are going to have to get this under their belt to understand this. All right. Now, in the middle, I have demonym, and this is something that confuses people, and I really can't put my finger on why. Because it's very simple. We use demonyms all the time. And where's my chart? I thought I had a chart real quick to show that, and I guess I don't. But just I'll say it verbally. A demonym is a word that is derived from a toponym. Okay? So before you can have a demonym, you need a toponym. And what a demonym does is it links people to a place. Again, it links people to a place. That's why they're derived from the place names, toponym. So an example, Canada is a toponym. It's a place name. But the people to link a group of people to that place, we create the demonym Canadian, or plural Canadians. Canadians is the demonym, and Canada is the toponym. I mean, I can't. Let's do another one. Jamaica is the place. You get a plane ticket, you say, I'm going to Jamaica. Kingston, Jamaica, to be specific. I'm going to Jamaica. If you want to link people to that place, you call them Jamaicans. That's the demonym. Jamaicans as a word is a demonym. Jamaica as a word is a toponym. All right? Just want everybody to understand that. It's just that simple. And I think that should be enough. So I don't want anybody to tell me that a toponym is a demonym. No. A toponym is not a demonym. A toponym can never be a demonym. Demonyms derive from toponyms. They're not the same. A Canadian is not Canada. A Jamaican is not Jamaica. An American is not America. Russian, Hawaiian, Asian. We could do it all day long. All right, so but hopefully that's clear, and I'll just leave it. I thought somebody came in. Was trying to come in.
Yeah, Asa said he was trying to come in, but he get kicked out, I guess, from Restream if he uses the phone. So.
Oh yeah. All right. So yeah, I'm just going through the chat. So yeah, I'm going through. So hopefully, Obi, that clarifies that. Yeah, Sar says a toponym literally means place name. Yeah, it literally does. So that's All right, Babylon done. Okay, I know you all are having conversations among yourself, so I'm gonna skip all of those that I can. Immortal Truth, you're asking or saying, let me get this straight. The Egyptians called themselves Deshir, the red ones, and their land Kemet. No, the Egyptians visually represented themselves using the color Deshir, which is red. So I want, because I already know. See, I have to, I say what I say with intent. I'm intentionally saying what I'm saying, and I want people to get it, because even live, I will say something and somebody will screw up what I'm saying, and I'm definitely not saying you're doing that, Immortal Truth, at all. But I'm saying this happens, and when you're doing this kind of stuff, everybody have to pay attention. Don't inject what you think somebody said. Just take what they actually said and say. But anyway, the ancient Egyptians did not call themselves red. The ancient Egyptians visually, for over 3,000 years, they visually represented themselves to the rest of the world and to themselves visually and artistically as red. No one with eyes, with decent vision capabilities, can deny that, because all the artwork shows you that the ancient Egyptians, when they painted themselves, they chose to use a color that they called Desheret, a shade of Desheret, or Deshir, red, a shade of red. Whatever the red orchid, red orchid, or whatever the chemicals they actually use for it, that's a whole nother different conversation. And then it says that they called their land Kemet. They called their country their what the king owned and possessed. Starting in the 11th dynasty, they called that nation, that polity, that country, that kingdom, that state, Kemet. So hopefully that clears that up. Kevin Hurd says, so does Peppy Kim translate to Peppy Black like all the rest of the hosts? Who want a name like that? That's not special. Peppy Kim. Let me just show y'all something about that real quick. I'm gonna show you all something about that real quick. If I can find it, give me 1 second here.
Okay, so while you find it, just so we can settle with OB, just because I think you're almost there now. So it's like when you said toponyms are strictly place names derived for geographical feature. Did I lose again? Or am I wrong about that? So if you put it like that, that's still wrong. It's just a place name, period. Don't add anything to it. And I can give you an example. So Lake Victoria is a toponym. It does that name that is a place name, but it does not describe anything geographical about that the lake at all. It is named after Queen Victoria during colonization at the time, but it does not point to or give attributes of Queen Victoria either way. It is the name of a place, and you leave it at that. So it doesn't necessarily have to do with anything to do with the geographical features.
Yeah, that's a good example that I can use as well since you brought that up. Lake Victoria. Well, let me ask because I really need, see, I like to make sure everybody's following along, right? And in what I'm saying. So, and I can't see the chat right now because I'm gonna get ready to share something. But in the chat, based on what I showed on the screen about the toponyms, demonyms, and everything, can you all tell me where would Lake Victoria fall in? Now, Emicat said it's a toponym, it's a place name, but let's drill down further. What kind of toponym? Matter of fact, let me just I'm gonna have to show it again.
Yeah.
Let me share my screen again. Okay, just real quick, everyone. Let's use Lake Victoria since Emicat brought that up, and Emicat brought it up because she's from Kenya, y'all. Yeah.
And
She's
specifically from Lake Victoria.
right. She's from Lake Victoria, Nairobi, Kenya. All right, but here's the thing. The question is, where would Lake Victoria fall on my screen? And where would Lake Victoria fall? See, Shesmu says a conquered toponym, and that's just not quite. I'm specifically adding because there's nothing on my screen that says conquered, and he said nowhere. It's a fake name. It's not a fake name. It's an actual real name.
It's a real name. Come on now.
See,
You're going to detention again.
Shesmu Patah. Come on, we have to really shake off the playfulness. Let's keep it serious. Lake Victoria is an actual name for the lake. You can open up a map. You can Google it. You can't say it's a fake name. Okay, A. Mitch is correct. So let me just share. Well, I'm not gonna share this, but A. Mitch says it's a hydronym. That is absolutely correct. It's a hydronym. Okay, it is a hydronym. It's a water name. It's a name of a body of water. Lake Victoria is a hydronym. Hydronym is a type of place name. So it's talking about a place, but more specifically, you drill down, it's talking about water. It's referring to water. The referent of Lake Victoria is water. Okay? I want everybody to understand that. It's not an oronym. It's not referring to a mountain. It's referring to water. Now, there's something else that fits Lake Victoria. Who can tell me what else on my screen does it fit? Let's see how sharp everybody is. See if y'all been paying attention. So Afro Ninja is correct. A. Mitch is correct, and probably some other people. But what else on my screen does Lake Victoria represent? My question again is, what else does Lake Victoria represent that's on my screen? A Mitch says demonym, and that's incorrect. That's incorrect. What else? So we eliminated demonym. What else? What else? What else? What else? I know somebody can get it. Somebody can get it. Ah, there we go. Zoo 221, Zoo 221, and A Mitch. Nope, A Mitch. We already understand. But Zoo 221 is correct. Why you retract it? He had the correct answer and then retracted it. Immortal Truth is correct. It's an eponym. It's an eponym. Afro Ninja, you're also correct. An exonym. All right, see now we're getting somewhere. So I hope y'all are following. But you know, I'm trying to, you know, let's perfect it a bit because some of y'all are giving some wrong answers, but I see some correct answers. Okay, so I'll just say it. So I, you know, to save time, I'll just say it. Lake Victoria is blanketly a toponym because it's referring to a place. It is also a hydronym because it's referring to water, a place of water. So there's where you have that toponym and a sub of it being a hydronym. But it's also an eponym. Why? Because eponymy or eponyms are a person, place, or thing after whom or after which something is named. Lake Victoria is named after a person, Queen Victoria. So that invokes the eponymic aspect of it. Okay? So how would we say that? So we would say that Lake Victoria is an eponymic hydronym, meaning it's a hydronym that is named after a person, Queen Victoria. Now, the last thing that it is also invokes is it is also an exonym. So it's an exonymic hydronym as well. Why? Because it is externally named. The people in that location did not name it Lake Victoria. And this is what Shesmu was harping on when Shesmu copied and pasted the other indigenous names of the lake. Those will be endonymic hydronyms. Those will be endonymic hydronyms. All right, so I want everybody to understand that. And I think we're getting somewhere now that we're using that. So hopefully we're clear. Hopefully we're clear on what a toponym is, a hydronym, an eponym aspect of it, the endonymic side, meaning it's internally named, or exonymic, externally named. All right? So I just want everybody to understand that. And I'll give you, I'll throw in a bonus. Bilad el Sudan, when the medieval Arabs named sub-Saharan Africa Bilad el Sudan, that is an externally named phenomena. The people who dwelt in sub-Saharan Africa, they didn't call themselves Bilad el Sudan. They didn't call that area, that territory, that region, or anything Bilad el Sudan at all. So if people get offensive at saying Lake Victoria and say, nah, let's use the indigenous name for it, cool. But be consistent. Do that everywhere then.
But it's still toponym.
It's still a toponym, but I'm saying stop calling China China. Stop calling Japan Japan. And whatever. Stop calling Greece Greece. Because those are not endonymic. So research the endonymic naming of everything and then use those names only.
Man, we would struggle because I don't know. I just don't know.
I guarantee you, people would not know you. I guarantee you, try to buy a plane ticket to the endonymic name of Greece today. Yeah, take your money and run. Hey, you're not getting a ticket anywhere. But anyway, I see we have somebody else on the panel. Ra Sun is on the panel. So peace.
Peace, brother.
Peace.
Peace, brother.
All right, all right. I want to quickly address this, because this I was getting ready to share before. Kevin is quoting. He said, "Peppy Kim." On that point, I want to show people, anybody that brings up Peppy Kim real quick. I just want to share something. Let's see if I can get it on the screen here. This is something quick. A quick share. Move that comment. Now I want y'all to pay attention to this is speaking about Neon Peppy Kim, and I want y'all, everybody to understand this footnote. Without me going into detail, this should be sufficient enough just so you all can keep in mind that when it comes to Neon Peppy Kim and those people that are named, that have Kim in their epithets and their titles and our names, these good names and stuff like that, it's only for a short, very short period of time that a group of people that had the title Kim attached to their name or what have you. And this is coming from okay, on this slide I don't have the beginning of the book to tell you which book this is from. And I'll have to promise you that I will get that to you another time, because I'm trying to be quick and I only have this available right this second. But this is a footnote speaking about Neon Peppy Kim. And it says, there was another son called Neon Peppy with the good name of Hepi the Red. So we have Hepi the Share and we have Hepi Kim. So see how you see over here, you said Hepi Kim? And the usual translation of that, or the rendition, I should say, of that, because they don't translate it, because they don't translate Hepi. They just bring it straight over, because that's Hepi, literally, HPI, Hepi, and then Kim. So they leave Hepi untranslated, but then they translate the Kim as black. But they say Hepi the Black. But over here they have Hepi the Red. So in Egyptian text, you will see Hepi the Share, and you also see Hepi Kim. All right, but it goes on to say that the modern Egyptians employed similar attributes to distinguish two relatives or companions of the same name. And they say, thus, of the two Muhammads, one may be known as El Abyad, the white, and the other one will be El Azraq, the dark. Even though they're not literally white or black. They're not trying to describe skin color. Literally. So I just want to put that out there for those who are familiar with the name Peppy Kim being brought up in these conversations, wherever that may be. So I just wanted to share that. I'm going to go through the comments. I'm going to keep going through the comments, though. I'm going down, y'all. MK, any comments that I should pay attention to here?
Okay, yeah, somebody's asking, let me see, the latest one. So calling China would be a toponym and calling Chinese people will be eponym, correct?
No. China is a toponym, and to say Chinese will be a demonym. Chinese is a demonym, and China would be the toponym. Obi says, there are several clearly definable types of place names, the primary division being between the names of natural features and the name of human settlements. Yeah, I think that Obi, with that statement, Obi, you seem like you're catching on, because at all times it's a place. You just gotta, can we keep going down? Maybe you're saying. Sat 12 says, Jehudi, there is a term ethnotoponym. So Sat, maybe you posted the definition of ethnotoponym already, but if you didn't, can you provide that definition and I'll put it up. Let's see. Okay, Immortal Truth. Wujao, who was the people in that land before Egypt was formed? Okay, I'm not quite sure which land you're talking about, but if you're talking about the same geographical square mileage as what we were calling Egypt, if you're saying who was in that land before Egypt was formed, meaning, and I'm assuming by form you're talking about before the first dynasty, you have different groups that are archaeologically divided by their culture, the material culture. You have the Badarian culture, you have the Nakada culture, and so on and so forth. So you would have to kind of, I'm just throwing these out there so that you would have to kind of go into those cultures if that's what you're talking about. Prior, if you're talking about pre-Egypt, pre-dynasty, and all that kind of stuff in that same area. All right. But mind you, at the same time, prior to that, there's no writing system. So you're not going to find something in writing from those people where they recorded who they were in terms of what their name was and stuff like that. You're not going to find that. Like, you're not going to find in pre-writing era any artifact that's going to have writing on it. That's like an oxymoron. You can't find writing pre-writing, right? So what archaeologists do, based on the material culture or the material evidence that they dig up and examine, they start grouping it and they will name it. So they say Badarian culture, and so on and so forth. So just keep that in mind. Let's keep going. I think Rasan is on. That's nice. Says, I just don't think anybody ever walked around thinking that the ancient Egyptians were mostly jetpack black people. Yeah, I would hope not. I would definitely hope not. Let me see. I'm keep going down. I'm keep going. I see Babylon Dunn is definitely going to town in the comments there. Okay, Obi says toponyms are strictly place names derived for geographical features. Am I right or wrong about that? Says you. No. And Emicat already addressed this. Yep. See, you have to choose. Listen, Obi, you have to be very, very mindful of how you word it, because if you ever have to explain this to a next person or a friend of yours or whatever the case is, be very, very mindful of what you're saying and how you're saying it, because derived or refer to, and things like that, or what's inspired by, what's motivated by, whatever. The bulk of toponyms today are different. Toponyms cover a wide range of things today, but there's different types of toponyms, and the bulk of them are going to anchor into some kind of geographical feature, and it's a non-rocket science explanation, because you have to remember that the only reason why you would name something is to distinguish something from something else. And so if I'm gonna give you an example. If I'll give you a short example. If all of the United States had jet black dirt, and just follow me with this, I'm just creating this example. If all the United States had jet black dirt on it, and I use that as my inspiration to name the United States, and I call the United States the black dirt country. Right? Now, when I want to distinguish Georgia within the United States, and I want to establish Georgia as a place. I can't call Georgia the black place when the whole United States is called a black place, because that's not distinguishing enough. There's nothing that's going to distinguish one from the other. So I have to pick some other feature and come up with a different name so that people, when they arrive to Georgia, they'll say, "Oh, I am in Georgia now," as opposed to being anywhere else in America, in the United States. So toponyms by the bulk are usually refer to some kind of environmental, geographical, terrain, geological feature to let the people know that X marks the spot. I have arrived in this location, as opposed to another location. If I have to give you directions somewhere, today we call it landmarks. I have to give you a landmark. But like, all right, at this big tall red building with a big tree in the yard, make a left. I have to do that because I have to guide you on where you're going. So that's the purpose of toponyms. Toponyms serve as ancient or pre-GPS devices. It lets you know where you are. So the bulk of toponyms definitely deal with geography. All right,
Excuse me,
just so you know. Yes.
Um, while you're talking, while you were talking about the happy the black and happy the red, it kind of evoked a question in my mind regarding Usia. Often you will find Usia um, um, depicted as in black skin.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say is the reason for that?
Okay, the reason for that specific is because of the figurative associations that the ancient Egyptians conceived in their mind of what they categorized as the color black. And people have to understand that colors are among a different of a set of words that people around the world use to categorize things. And
Well,
so we
what I'm asking though is what would you say is the significance of them having done that? We're talking about a religious figure, uh, but if we were to assume that the religion itself was kind of naturalistic, based on some natural phenomenon, you know. Would you tie that to any kind of natural phenomenon that they were trying to associate him with?
but that's what I was getting at. I was saying that the ancient Egyptians used colors to categorize their entire world, be it natural phenomenon, be it material items or whatever the case is. And Usir, for the Egyptians, the color black represented a list of things. It represented fertility. It represented fructification. It represented engendering something. It represented ripeness. It represented completion in terms of old age, and things like that. And Usir being a fertility or fertile, a deity that's associated with fertility and things of that nature, then it would be appropriate that he would be painted both green and black at different times.
So green and black would be associating him with what natural phenomenon, or what do you think they were trying
Growth,
to?
growth, regeneration, rejuvenation, vegetation, fertility, etc.
Would you not associate that with the Happy River, and with the black soil that it brought down every year?
But that's associated with the fertility aspect of it. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's my point. Uh, and then when you look at the fact that if you take that, and put it with the fact that the land that bring this black earth that it brings down, you put it with the fact that his father was said to be Sheba or Sheba or Geb. You know, we're talking about the earth right there, right? So you're directly associating his lineage with the land itself. Would you not say that?
Um, no.
Really? Geb is his father in the so-called mythology, right?
Yeah.
And, and so if Geb represented the earth, right?
But Geb's father is Shu and Tefnut. But Geb don't represent air and or moisture, so it's not straightforward like that. So my answer remains: it's I don't so I understand. Geb and Nut are Geb and Nut are the children of Shu and Tefnut, correct?
Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily say that is the deepest interpretation of what they represent, but uh, I
No,
don't think I
I'm
don't think that takes away from the fact that he was very much associated with the land itself. Not only that, but Asar was his son. Not only that, but Asar was associated with the happy river at some point, even directly so. In some cases, and directly with the very concept of the fertile land and dirt. And I'm not
but what I'm
saying I'm not making an argument. The point that I'm making is that when you associate him if you associate him with the land itself, which you have to do that because he's said to be directly you know from the lineage of it, and that's actually one of the things that kind of makes him like the great father of all of the so-called Kemites. It would seem somewhat logical that at some point that they would associate the black land with their lineage, even if you take it from the perspective of it being a metaphor associating them with their principles or their idea about natural phenomena.
okay. So I want you to know that I heard you,
Okay,
but I don't. But that's not a sound logical flow
where does the logic
when
break
you
down?
say let me just finish. So because you're invoking the fact that Usir is the son of Geb into it, I'm saying you don't even need that, and that's not a the logic betrays that thought because Geb himself is the son of air. So if we say Geb is earth and Geb is the son of air, and you're using it as like a derivative, like from air comes the earth, and from earth comes Usir. So we got to associate
Yeah, but
Usir
I
with the
wouldn't have a
land.
problem. I
No,
wouldn't
no,
find that. I wouldn't have a
wait.
problem with that though, but because you're talking about human beings being viewed as being born from all of those, all these elements come together to make human beings.
Well, let me just get this out though. All I'm saying, because I hear what you're saying, but I'm being very very what do you call it, surgical in what I feel that you don't even need to use and what doesn't make sense. So Usir being the son of Geb does not require us to therefore associate Usir with the land. No different than Geb being the earth or a representation of the earth at times. Him being the son of air, air doesn't dictate us to then for invoke in our mind the earth. It doesn't work that way. So
That's,
so 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 to use the
have you ever
familial
have you
lineage.
ever seen plants grow without having some air in the soil? Without having actual life, which I mean, let's
No, I'm
be
talking about.
honest.
I'm talking about. No, I didn't say plants. You're adding plants. I'm saying the Earth itself, like the Earth. The planet that we're on, the Earth itself,
Yeah.
is not derived from air. You know, and so what I'm saying to you is that to try to use that lineage part of that is not sound. It doesn't that because Shu and Tefnut gave rise to Geb and Nut,
Yeah.
and then
Does
Geb
it make
and Nut. I'm saying Geb and Nut had several children. So is Osset to be associated with the land too because she's a daughter of Geb? Is
Yeah,
Satuk?
yeah. In fact, yes. The answer to that would be yes, because I mean, let's be honest. The very throne itself was often depicted as sitting on a mound, which was a representation of Geb, and she was supposed to be like associated with the egg itself. And let's be honest. They called Geb the Kekenua, or the basic, the great cackler, the protector of the great egg, so to speak. He was the egg in some cases. So yeah, I would associate Offset with Geb.
No, I'm
But
not
I
saying
think
associate Osset with Geb, obviously because she's the daughter. So that wasn't the issue. The point I'm making here is that
at the land
we
too
don't
is
have
what
to
I'm saying.
invoke that for the land. The better association to help to kind of help even narrow down. It's not even that deep. Is that Usir and Satuk? They are known in the mythos as rivals, and Satuk kills Usir, chops him up. In that particular story, that very famous story that everybody and their mother knows about,
Yeah.
Usir and Satuk would represent in geographical terms. Usir would represent Kemet, and Satuk would represent Desheret. So Usir would represent the part of the king's possession that was habitable and friendly to survival and life, and Satuk would represent the chaotic, dangerous, harmful areas of the king's possession that was unfriendly to survival and life, and they were rivals. So if we put it that way, which is very very simple, and it's in alignment with the mythos, then that's very very simple and straightforward. We don't
I
have to
mean,
get in. We
but
don't have to get. We don't have
it
to. We don't have
still
to
is
get into.
it still
We,
brings up the point that in the mythos that you just spoke of, Satuk
mhm.
or Set, was associated with the southern lands, and then at some point it was rejudged. It's like they didn't feel right about the decision about giving Set that area, because I think the argument was that we're basically giving Set something that belongs to Asar, and his son should have that too. So that's the very story about the whole two lands being united thing, is it not?
You kind of faded out, but I don't know if you disagree. Are you saying that because you disagree with what I said, or
Well, what I'm
are you
saying is
adding in?
that well, I guess one way to put it is that you know it goes that aligns with that the fact that is exactly what that story ends up concluding at, which is why Heru ended up with both of the areas, the upper and lower. You
Hmm.
put that with the fact that the dirt itself again comes from the south, into the northern area by way of the Happy River, which it was which Usir sometimes was depicted as a personification of, you know, um, associates him not just with you know, not just with land, but with water, but not just with those two things, but also with air, because of course the 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 two the crown of the South that you see most of the time was the double asp or the double serpent crown, which is became the crown of Kush. Whenever the Kushite kings ruled, or, even when they were in their little areas, you always saw the crown. You got even these things are depicted even as ancient, you know. I think that I've seen one depiction of at least from 25 something BC, Cushite on being depicted, a king being depicted on a rock somewhere, and he had the double serpents. Okay, something that you don't really see a lot of in later times, but he had that, you know, during that early time. My point is that the whole idea about the progression of people itself, I think they were aligning it with a philosophy that this that paralleled the development of humanity, at least in their area, with the progression of water and dirt and fertility from the south into the north, and that was associated with Geb, and that itself was also associated with Shu. In some of the stories that you kind of referred to, Shu was directly associated with those that crown I just described. So I guess what I'm saying is that you know um, you know I think sometimes we go too literal with it, or more literal than they were really doing during that time. I think that they were making some associations between themselves and a religious idea or philosophical idea, more accurately, that had been being developed from ancient times all the way through to to the time they left the face of the earth, so to speak. So I mean that's just my way of looking at it. I could be wrong, but I don't think it's illogical. But because I think when you put it with a lot of other things other than what you're talking about, it kind of falls in line.
Okay, because I don't. I mean, I'm listening to everything you said, and I don't think there's much that is in disagreement. I mean,
You
because
know,
I don't know the point. It's just like you giving commentary about something. And I don't really just like you brought up the myth. You brought up Usir, things that we know. Maybe it's good to share with everybody else that
but no,
Usir.
well, but my point is that there's an alignment being made. They're aligning themselves
Wait, but
with
are you talking about? Are we still talking about like what
Kemet.
like
We're talking about the Kemet. We're talking about
the place
one
name
being,
Kemet?
well, yeah, it might be, what I'm suggesting as a theory here or I'm forwarding a theory that the name itself was not necessarily just talking about their skin, but it had to do with the philosophy that they had to do with the happy river and the fertile land that it brought, and then the whole idea about their association with with all of that, and that could
Okay, so
like, go ahead.
so based on that, it sounds like the second part. I'm in alignment with that part. And it seems like you agree with what I'm saying. I'm saying, and I've been saying this for years and years, that the place name Kemet was not so named by the ancient Egyptians as an inspiration from their skin color. So that's my position. That the place name Kemet did not come from the Egyptians talking about their skin color. That's my stance. That's been my stance. I've never wavered from that stance ever since I've been talking about this, which has been a very long time now. So, and what you just said seems to align with that. I do not believe that the ancient Egyptians looked at their skin and decided to name their country after their skin color. I do not believe that. I am against that line of reasoning, that line of thought, those claims, and so on and so forth. Anybody claims that, I don't agree with it at all.
Yeah, I don't really, I don't, to be honest with you, I think this particular line of argument is kind of it's old argument stuff that we got more important, I mean more interesting stuff to talk about these days. It's like, at what point do we move from quibbling over this particular thing that really doesn't really move anything anywhere, to what are what is the philosophy of the area, what, I'm not trying to change anything, but I'm just saying, you know, there are philosophical concepts, that will help move us away from quibbling over that, because we don't need. Let's put it this way. I said earlier, if we look at old illumination or old book paintings or drawings of Ethiopia, we see pretty much the same color. Them painting themselves the same color. You have in some cases even painting themselves kind of pinkish, but um, but mostly what you see is the kind of reddish ochre. But that doesn't change anything. And then when you talk about the hair, and all that stuff, you know, when the stuff that you put up as far as the hair, I asked you earlier whether or not you thought that was the actual hair, or whether you not thought it was a wig. Because I've never, in my whole time studying this stuff, I've never really seen a wig. I was wondering if you've ever seen one, and that have you ever seen one?
Seeing repeat that. Seeing what?
Have you ever seen one of those wigs? They say that those were wigs that they were wearing. Have you ever seen that before? Have you ever seen one of the old wigs before? Because I've never seen it. It doesn't mean it's out. It's not out there, but I've never seen one in a museum. I've never seen these
A
wigs.
wig for which one? The Egyptians?
Yeah, yeah, the Egyptians. There's a reason I'm asking.
Oh, I mean, I've
Because
seen wigs. Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen them display the wigs. They a lot of times they're glued on the skulls. They're actually glued down.
they were glued. They were glued on the skull. They
Yeah,
were what now? Yeah.
glued. They
Oh,
were
okay.
glued, and even in ancient times, they were glued to the deceased.
Okay. That's kind of wild.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, but it's real. I've seen that. I mean, maybe later, maybe another time I could dig up image. I have a couple of images of the wigs, and they show. Matter of fact, if you, I don't have it ready to show, but if you the Book of the Dead I showed, Maiherperietc,
Yeah.
his that specific tomb, I forgot the tomb number, but if you look at the artifacts in the tomb, including the mummy, because they unwrapped the mummy, and he was a complete mummy.
Yeah.
His hair is a wig, and it was
Uh,
glued on. They say so. Yeah, you can look at that.
okay. So the question I was asking about that though is uh, uh, because the argument that Egyptologists have been making for years was that there was mostly Nubian hair they were shipping in, and Egyptians were wearing it. Do you agree with that, or do you think that they were actually just wearing Egyptian hair, or mostly the Egyptian hair, or some mixture of the two?
Yeah, I don't know if it's me or you would just repeat the first part of what you're saying. I'm sorry, cause
Do you think the wigs? Do you
uh huh.
think this was Egyptian hair that they were wearing, or do you think like they were like Egyptologists have said for quite some time that it was Ethiopian? I'm sorry, Kushite or Nubian hair that they were bringing shipping in.
Oh, you mean as far as what they made the wig out
Yeah,
of, like where they
yeah.
made it? I'm not I'm not too familiar enough to speak on it
Oh, okay.
to know if it was made from people from the south, or like how like today where women go to the beauty salon and they get hair that's made from India. People over in India shave their hair and sell their hair and
Yeah.
stuff. So yeah, I'm
So
not.
what about one last question now, and I'll leave it alone.
Mm.
What about do you think that, oh goodness, I lost my question. Do you, do you think, do you think it was mostly, I don't know what it was. I forgot. We
All
got to
right.
move. We got to move on from that. I forgot. But anyway, my point earlier was that I think that there are deeper reasons for the association. That actually can be associated to some extent to the skin, but it's more of a metaphor. I think we put too much conversation. I think ultimately, no, I've never seen much conversation about Egyptians being jet black. You know, I've never seen any arguments that the brown skin or the reddish brown skin that we see them depicting themselves as having, has, you know, you know, it's somehow an anomaly set against the black skin or anything. I think people pretty much generally accepted that they were kind of reddish brown, you know. But I think it's in the same context. Me and my children we call ourselves black, over here, and stuff like that. But the bottom line is that I still have, a couple of sons that are red, have red skin, you know.
Yeah.
And, if I were going to depict them, I would depict them as red. At the same time, I got another son that's tall and black. Black as night. Oh, in fact, darker than me. So I mean. So
But
will we say that they, neither one of them are black, or these over here are red, and these over here the black
see, I think that you and I, in hearing everything that you're saying, I think that you and I are, for the most part, in alignment. I think where I'm probably a little bit different from you is that I'm saying equivocally that the ancient Egyptian skin color had nothing to do with them naming their country. Like
I can't really speak on it right now. I don't really have, I have seen where they've actually spoken about their complexions in those terms. But again, I don't really think this particular conversation. I think is we spend too much time on it. But at the same time, I guess
I agree
So,
with you 1,000% on that because I don't know if you're aware, but I took over a year and a half, between a year and a half and 2 year hiatus, and now I'm here now, and people are still talking about it the same way, and I'm really disgusted at how the conversation has degenerated. It hasn't even. I'm expecting people to make progress, but I don't see any progress at all. In the scope of things, I don't see any progress. It's the same stuff, and I'm not, I'm catching the tail end of it, and I'm just pointing to people to our videos where we discuss different aspects, so people can hopefully learn or come across some ideas and stuff that they are not familiar with, and they can become familiar with it, and that's it. I'm moving forward. I'm all about progress. This whole black thing, it's because here's the thing. It should have never even grown to what it is in the first place, because the entire argument is really hinged on a modern concept of how we see groups of human beings today, and that has been taken over and hijacked by the modern social construct of race that is born out of racism itself and colonialism. From the time of the transatlantic slave trade, everything that culminated to bring that about, and then everything after. That's where this whole modern social construct of race is. Anybody that studies sociology or social constructs, you do any research by anybody from a undergrad degree, master's, PhD, get all the scholars you want. Everything that you're going to see is going to tell you that race as used today is a modern social construct that was created by imperialists, colonialists, and people who wanted to justify the mistreatment of other human beings based on a pseudoscientific whatever. And it just caught on, and people got influenced to buy into it, and it's still being used today. These ancient Egyptians never had such concepts in their mind ever and at all. Never. So the importance of skin color wasn't even a factor to ancient peoples. The language you spoke was way more important than the color of your skin. If you spoke the same language as me, then I would consider you of being of me. And some of that still trickles out to today. To this very day, you can go into African communities, and if you could speak the language very fluently, those people will accept you as one of them for the most part. And maybe a couple other things you got to prove and do or whatever, but they'll accept you as one of them, probably, and rename you, give you a name and everything. It's not even about what we think things are about. And Emiketa can attest to that, being from the Luo tribe of Kenya.
Yep. Yep.
So yeah,
Practice the culture and speak the language, but language is the first and foremost because that's what gets you into the culture. Anyway.
I can go over to Kenya well, not right now, but I could work. I could do what I need to do. Go over to Kenya right now, and I'll become Ujao the Luo.
I'm gonna give you an O name. you know.
They gonna rename me and everything.
Yeah, no, but seriously, even when I say like I'm Luo, Luo itself is like it's like is different tribes actually. It's like a composite of different tribes, which actually, even though it's under the Nilotic group, does include other smaller Bantu groups that are actually swallowed into the Luo communities per se. And the whole thing is, that you're speaking the language and you're practicing the culture. And that's why we have also other people that might be considered otherwise Bantu, but they are part of the Luo community. So language is it, and then you practice the culture.
Yes. So ethnicity and nationality based rooted in culture is really more of the prime requirements pre-slavery that you get into. After slavery, during slavery, after slavery is when you get into the modern social construct of race, where these imperialists and colonizers and racist ideologies created this classification system to put the people they were subjecting to the torture and everything else heinous at the bottom of the social level. And they happened to name that bottom level the color black because pseudoscientifically they that was their way of linking your physical features with the social class, and therefore justify them mistreating you, thinking that black people were barely human beings. Barely human beings. So for anybody to not realize that and then change it and to fully swallow it and accept it and to use it, to me that's insane. That's insanity. That's insanity. And then take it a step further. Okay, you use it fine, but don't try to retrofit it back onto ancient Egypt or any other ancient civilization. Don't do that. The ancient Egyptians would never, ever see themselves as a bottom class. Ever. The ancient Egyptians thought that their world was all that in a bag of chips. They saw themselves as the elite of everything. The Egyptians as a whole, they saw themselves as the elite of everything. And that Egypt itself, all that the sun shone on, as it says in the text, everything that the sun shines on, and everything like that was possessed by the king, that was owned by the king in their possession, they thought of that as being all that in a bag of chips. They would never ever bow down or agree to be called anything on the bottom. That's crazy. Nobody will ever be able to show that. The Egyptians would agree to be in the bottom of anything. They saw themselves as the tip top of everything. Hands down. And not Egyptians not the only ones that did that. Like pretty much every culture views themselves as great. As great. Pretty much every culture. I don't know any culture that walks around being like, we're trash. We're the trash of the world. We're the trash of the world. Nobody does that. But here we are arguing today in favor of Europeans placing a certain class of black people on the lowest class as the bottom. We're arguing in favor of keeping that going. And to me, that's insane. That's insane. Everybody should be proud of who they are, but that's an exonymic acceptance. That whole Negroid, black, That whole thing came out of and was birthed by racist, imperial, colonists, et cetera, et cetera. Every study will tell you that. There's nothing good about that. Nothing good. Now we flipped it as African Americans in America. We flipped it and we used terms. We tend to flip terms and use them as terms of endearment. But in doing that, we can't erase the historical facts of all that stuff and how it came about. And that's detrimental. We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do that. We should have agency enough to endonymically name ourselves and to grow our own unique identity. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I advocate for. So I'm saying at no time did the ancient Egyptians look at their skin. They didn't create no mirrors and look in their skin and said, hey, and got together at a round table and said, hey, based on our skin color, hey, well, guess what, guys? Let's rename our country Kemet after our skin color. They didn't do that. They did not do that because it wouldn't make no sense of that when artistically throughout the whole existence of ancient Egypt, they visually declared their skin color non-black. If it was all about black, then why wouldn't in the artwork they reflected instead? Now check this out. Instead, the Egyptians painted foreigners black or darker, whatever color they painted themselves. They always painted the foreigners darker than that. And I say it that way for those people who say, well, it's not all the way black. But the point is that ancient Egyptians' southern neighbors were always depicted black visually. So it's but backwards for the Egyptians to be all about black as inspiration for their the skin as inspiration for the name of their country. That's ridiculous. That's nobody else is arguing that. Nobody else is arguing that except for the few people you have in the conflict community that are just crazy about it and doing that. It's really a waste of time. It is truly and really a waste of time. But I want to keep going because it's almost 8 o'clock. I'm gonna go through some of these comments. I'm way behind. Babylon Dunn says, no, this is from Sat 12. It's talking to Babylon Dunn. Oh, so y'all having your own conversation. But he said the burden of proof is on the one that makes the claim. That's true. In case y'all don't know, the onus or the burden of proof is always on the claimant, the person who's making the claim. And Diop claimed that the Tamahu are Europeans, and that's just not true. So I thought that was a question to us, but I'm just going down, so forgive me. I'm behind. I'm just trying to see if any questions, anything that we can clarify at all. Okay, Mitch says, Wujao, you're bringing the info for sure. Cats are gonna miss the gems because they want 1 minute ramen noodles. Yep, and you're cooking 8-course meals. Okay, appreciate that. Hey, Mitch, that's what it's about. Can't microwave this. Immortal Truth says, so calling China would be a toponym and calling Chinese people. Oh, I already addressed that. No, China would be the toponym. Chinese, the Chinese as a people would be the demonym. The word Chinese would be the demonym. All right, and let's keep on going down. Oh, okay, Sat 12 says, can you show the picture again of Nefeteri Kim? All right, I actually have that on the screen. I didn't even know you were going to ask that. But that's the tomb of Nefeteri Kim right there. And that's the image of Nefeteri Kim. And so check this out. Just use very, very, very basic logic. And like I said, we have to have these adult conversations. Don't mix in the I don't know, the delusions, right? This is Nefeteri Kim. This is a tomb. This is one picture from the tomb of Nefeteri Kim. If you notice that the exposed body parts are painted desher, they're painted red. So the reason I'm pointing this out is because if the intent of the Egyptians was to focus and showcase black, like how blackologists today are implying, then it makes no sense for them not to paint Nefeteri Kim black. But instead, Nefeteri Kim, his whole family, and all the other Egyptian males for over 3,000 years have all been painted desher, red, a shade of red. Throughout all of Egypt's history, all of the men were painted red, a shade of red, desher. Now again, you will find in more rarer cases, in comparison, if we want to do statistics, much rare occasions where you'll see somebody painted black. And I gave the example of Nefeteri, but that her being painted black was not an emphasis on her skin color. That's only in modern minds that we think like that. Her being black because she's elsewhere painted gold, painted yellow like the other women. The women were predominantly painted yellow or gold, and the men were predominantly painted red, a reddish pigment. Every single scholar or Egyptologist will say exactly what I'm saying. And by the way, speaking of Egyptologists and scholars and experts, there is no Egyptian dictionary in existence that you will look up the word Kemet with the certain glyphs. I don't have it on the screen right now. That will ever define it as black people. None. So what's happening is people are cherry picking. So people will dictionary you to death. But when it comes to this word, this place name specifically, Kemet, they will abandon what the dictionary says and then tell you it's something different. And I don't know if people peep that. None of these dictionaries and books are agreeing with that at all. The only person that triggered this whole thing is Diop. And that's why everybody defers and goes back to him. And so when we dig into Diop's book and what he said and the claim he made, we already see that there are mistakes that are there. I pointed one out earlier that Diop made the statement that there's only one term that the Egyptians used to designate themselves, and he said Kemet, and that's just not true. Everybody and their mother who studies ancient Egypt knows the ancient Egyptians have several words that they use when they're referring to themselves. One prominent word is the Remech. The word Remech became generalized to mean a human being and people in general. But whenever the Egyptians wanted to compare or contradistinguish themselves against other groups of people, the Egyptians chose for themselves Remech, and they called the other people by other terms. So yes, Remech became a generic term for human being or humans, but it was used uniquely for Egyptians when they wanted to compare themselves to other people. The Remech. And case in point is, for example, that I always showed in the past is the Book of Gates, where the Egyptians are distinguishing themselves from three other groups. You have the Remech, you have the Amu, you have the Nehisiu, and you have the Chemehu. Now, all four of those groups are human beings. So if the Remech in that context meant human beings, then why wouldn't they just call them all human beings? No, they wanted to distinguish themselves from the others. So they called themselves the Remech and everybody else by these other names. So hopefully that's clear with everybody. But anyway, that's Maiherperietc Kim's tomb, and he's not painted black. In fact, let me blow this back up. The background, the canvas in which these figures are carved on or protruding out of, because this is a raised relief, right? Where they chiseled away the background, which raised the foreground, the figures in the fore, right? That was painted black, and you can see traces of it all right here. All right here. You see it's black. So this red figure is on a black background, but yet people are trying to tell you that this figure is black and that it was all about the blackness of their skin, which inspired the name of the country. All of that is just not true. Keep on going down. I'm definitely behind, boy. I'm definitely behind. Babylon Dunn says, Wujao finding random sources to refute Egyptian sources, not scholarly at all. How others use or mean words is not our way. Okay, I can't make sense of that. I'm behind. Emiket, anything that sticks out that you see? Because I'm trying to scroll a little bit more quickly through the comments. Because I see people having a conversation among themselves, but I'm trying to catch up. I see that I'm way behind.
Right. Yeah, no, because I was kind of in and out. There's just a whole lot of different talks here and there. So,
Okay. I don't want to skip anybody
but
because somebody may have asked make some good points. Okay, hold on. Let me pause here. It says, no, he's pointing out that Wujao isn't talking about what that means to be depicted as black or to be considered fertile, and y'all aren't paying attention to that. Okay, I'm not sure. That was a minute ago. Philitentis, other communities are talking about stuff deeper details than these communities are allowing for some reason. That is 100% true, and that's disgusting to me. PR and they had the whole of Africa to the south. So unless Egypt was the gateway to Africa and the whole of the continent unlikely to be about skin, right? If I could make sense of that, I think I'm agreeing with that.
yeah, it's pretty much saying.
If the point is, because here's the thing. See, people have to study onomastics in general. Like, what is the purpose of names? Period. And in a very, very, very broad sense, the reason why you name, and this is why in African communities to this very day, there are sayings among different communities where it says that if you don't have a name, you don't exist. So names and existence have always been seen to be associated with one another. So existence is named through ontology, onomastics. And so ontology is to categorize existence, the world. And you categorize things by distinguishing one thing from another. And you do that by defining it or naming it. Naming something and defining something is the same thing, because to define something, or the word definition, is to define something, and to define something is to place a limit around it. And you're putting a limit around it to separate it from something else. And that's the function of a name. So Emiket is Emiket's name. Wujao is my name to distinguish me from Emiket. And so if my name was also Emiket and Emiket's name was Emiket, it's hard to distinguish one from the other, and it serves no purpose. That's not effective. So I say that to say that when groups of people name themselves and when they name things, period, you keep that in mind. They did so to make a distinction from stuff, from other things. So here's the thing. If Africa consisted of black people like 6,000 years ago, before colonization and everything, Africa consisted of black people, what people like to call today black people, then how would, or what sense would it do for one set of black people to point out that they're black when everybody else is black as well? That betrays the whole point of naming things for distinctive purposes. You don't point out that one thing is wet when everything is wet. Like if you say, hey, this is wet, it's like, no, duh, everything is wet. Like, what's the point in that? If you got a pile of wet clothes, what's the point in pointing out that one thing is wet? You're not distinguishing anything enough. If everything was black, so what if what point would it be to point out one person being black? And now let's think about that for a minute, because people have been bamboozled to find anywhere in Egyptian text where a man or a woman is being described as being black. Now check out how daggering that is to another point. Check this out. If the Egyptians are black, according to blackologists, and they named their country after the blackness of their skin, then why would the Egyptians need to point out any individual Egyptian as being black if everybody's black? What would be that point? That's like me standing in a room full of men and somebody points out that I'm a man. That makes no sense. Everybody's black, but I'm going to write in a royal decree or somewhere in writing in Sesh Medew Netcher that this person is black. That's a knife in the whole other argument. So people are swallowing even contradictory arguments in these things. So I'm trying to keep on going, boy. I don't want to fast forward too fast, but I'm just going to the bottom because I don't know what anybody's saying right now. I'm trying to scroll down and in real time to see what people are saying. So I'm at the bottom, y'all. So remember the link is still there. We're still on. It's 8:04. Still got a little more time. American Dream, come on, Dream. That was a troll question. Oh, what was this question? Let me see if I can scroll back up. Let me see if that's a troll question for real. Let's see. Well, Joe, are the Egyptians not black like you're not black, or not black like Eminem not black? Let me read that again. Well, Joe, are the Egyptians not black like you're not black, or not black like Eminem is not black. The Egyptians would never see. People will call the Egyptians black. That's what a lot of people are doing right now. They're saying the Egyptians are black. So they're doing that. But I don't see those same people calling Eminem black. So in those people's minds, there's a distinction with how they're using that. They'll say the Egyptians are black, but I don't see anybody saying Eminem is black. Now, if you're asking me, I don't adhere to all that. I'm smart enough and I know enough about the modern social constructs of race to where I had chosen not to deal with that. But I understand what other people are using. The ancient Egyptians are African. And my question to you, American Dream, do you have, and I don't know one way or the other, so I'm asking you a genuine question. The ancient Egyptians being African, is that sufficient for you? And do you agree with it? The ancient Egyptians were African. And their country, kingdom, and civilization was an African civilization. Do you agree with it? And is that sufficient enough for you? Because that's where I'm at with it. And I find that everybody I speak to agrees with that, and we can move on. Let's see here. Let's keep going. American Dream. Oh, okay. Y'all having a conversation. So American Dream must have came in and blew the chat up then. Let's see. I'm catching up, y'all. So I never heard anyone say that there was such a thing as a dumb question. Okay. Y'all are having conversations. PR definition uses a description of what something is, often in contrast to what it is not. Names can be uniquely coined and or abbreviated, so quicker to utter. Yeah. Look up the definition of definition. To define something means to limit it. And what that means is you're placing a boundary around something. And when you it's like fencing something off. Like when you own property, it's like putting up a fence around your house. You're doing that to separate your land and your plot of land from somebody else's, and you're making sure that your borders are not violated, to identify what's yours versus what's not yours. And so a name is the same way. The ancient Egyptians felt and conceived of the same thing. This is why the word Ren in ancient Egypt was spelled with a limiter glyph, a glyph that encircled something, and it was a rope called a shin. But the word itself is Ren. But when you see the word spelled out, it's actually determined with a shin, which is a rope that encircles a person's name. So you see it with the king's name, the throne name, and the lineal name, which is the Sarah name. You have the Nisubidi name and the Sarah name. Both of those are encircled inside of a shinu from the word shini, which means to encircle. And they use the rope, it's an image of a rope that does this. And that is exactly what a definition is. All right. Robert Rand, come on, Joe. You already have done 3 shows recently. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm just skimming through because, like I said, I'm trying to catch up, and then I'm moving forward. Do we have to be so absolutist? Couldn't there have been many ways to refer to ancient Egypt by many people? Ancient Egypt had many names. Ancient Egypt was called Tawi. Ancient Egypt was called Idebwi. Ancient Egypt was called Kanu. Ancient Egypt was called Tameri. Ancient Egypt was called Kemet. And some other names that I probably can't think of right now off the top of my head. So it's not about being absolutist in that sense. If that's PR, if that's what you're referring to. If I misread your thing, I apologize. But Egypt was called by different names. All right, it was called by different names. Let's see. Going down, a black ruler could preside over a multicultural society. Okay, y'all definitely having a conversation on your own there. Um, Continents are also a modern construction labeling system. Okay, PR. I think I know what you mean, but I'm just gonna I'm a word. My comment on that is that continents themselves are not a modern construction. Continents have been around for as long as the Earth has been here. Continental drift, tectonic plates, and all that stuff will inform us of all of that stuff. So continents are continents. But if you mean the labeling of them and what we've named the continents being modern, yeah, a lot of continents names are modern, pretty recent, modern, relatively recent, recently labeled and stuff like that. So if that's what you mean, I understand what you're saying. But the continents themselves are definitely not a modern a modern thing. All right. Um, OB says, as were indigenous Africans, they didn't look too different from other indigenous Africans. Uh, OB, I'm not sure who you're addressing with that, but I do have a comment about that, and um, let's really think about that, right? Um, think about this. Now, this is like a stereotype joke, right? But when and it's like a jokey joke, it could be a little bit offensive too. You know how people say that all Chinese people look alike, and or all Japanese people look alike, and then in reverse, people say, all black people look alike, or whatever. You know, those are jokes, and they're kind of offensive sometimes to people and whatnot. But think about this: if you honestly look at a large group, a large array of pictures of Asian people, because we're not part and parcel of the Asian influence. We don't live there. We're not around. Whatever, whatever, whatever. We would look at a whole bunch of pictures of Asians, and we would look at it and be like, "Wow, y'all, all these pictures look alike." To whatever degree that is, right? But now to a specific Asian who born, raised, influenced by, and everything Asia. We just take one country, China. They'll look at the same set of pictures, and their degree of perceived sameness will be a whole lot less than mine or yours. Now I know this for a fact because studies have been done on this in psychology.
Yep. Actually, I even just coming from when I was a kid, on a continent, I can actually attest to this that I could not tell the difference between Indians and just, I thought Indians were white people. I remember stages where I learned, kind of got to know that Indians were different from white people. And then even with white people, at some point, I kind of, when I actually got to know the difference between like Turkish people and just, other European people in that sense. And that kind of takes, time and you actually being around those kind of people. But yeah, to say that they would almost be, they didn't look too different from other indigenous Africans would be not correct because first of all, Africa contains the most, diverse genetic and phenotypes. When you compare with all human beings. So, and I could tell, like, because I'm from the continent and I've been around a lot of different Africans. I could tell who's from country to country, literally, and even within countries, like because I've been in Kenya, I can actually tell different tribes per se. But I could tell who's East African, I can tell who's Kenyan, who's Tanzanian just by looks, who's South African, who's Nigerian, even Ghanaian. I could tell most of the difference between Ghanaians and Nigerians and so forth.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Now, I'm going to give an extreme example of that on the extreme end. Twins. Now, me growing up, and I'm sure a lot of you all, as I say this, you're gonna feel what I'm saying. Me growing up, I had a lot of friends that were twins, and every set of twins that I know, I could tell them apart. And because they're my friends and I'm around them, I could tell them visually now. I'm not saying, like, I'm not even talking about their behavior or anything. I'm talking about looks. I could tell all the sets of twins that I've ever known in my life, I can tell them apart. But I can only tell them apart after a certain time of getting used to them, their looks. But when I first meet them, or let's say in my as an adult, if I run into a fresh set of twins that I don't know for the first time, I'm just meeting for the first time, they will look alike. They will look a whole lot alike to me. But then over time, as they become my friends and I get to know them and stuff like that, and I'm still speaking strictly of looks, I can tell them apart without a doubt. Like every set of twins I've ever known in my life, there's a clear distinction between the twins. But when I first meet them, or when I first met them at the time or whatever, I couldn't do that. And now, why am I saying that? The reason why I'm saying it is because the degree of differentiation that people have is subjective and is relative. So statements like, so we just got to be careful of making statements of just because people are domiciled on the same continent, they're not the same people and they're not alike. No matter how much we try to force that, it's just not the case. People get offended when you do that. Like, see, we in America as African Americans, we are the pioneers of treating Africa like it's a country, when it's not. It's a continent with 54 countries. And even within those 54 countries, they got multitudes of different, distinct people. But the way we talk about Africa is as if it's just this one country type thing going on. African. We say African spirituality. There's no such thing as African spirituality outside of the sense that whatever spiritual practice that a particular group practice is located on the continent. But there's no one homogeneous African anything. It never was. There never was. And I think we disrespect people on the continent by doing that. But it's prominent here in the United States among African Americans. See, we do that. We do that. And we got to be careful about that. I'm sorry, I'm keep going. American Dream. Yes, but not sure. Answer. Yeah, see, I'm not sure what questions are being asked right there. Why could one of them be the land of the black people then, if there are many ways, the land of the black people? No. PR, no. That betrays the facts on the ground, because the what's now called Sudan, or North Sudan and South Sudan, would also be black people. So why would you say a portion of the land of black people is the land of black people, as opposed to the land of black people being the land of black people? You see what I'm saying? That it goes back to my example. It doesn't make sense. That's not the purpose of naming it. It just doesn't fit with anything. I mean, at the end of the day, listen, the blackologists are going to have to give it up and just retire the blackology and their blackologist position and just move on to something else. It's just going to have to do that. C note says you can be white and African at the same time, i.e. South Africans. Yes. Now let's break that down. When you say you could be white, that part of that statement is through through the lens of a modern social construct. So that's their class. Their racial classification is white. That means they're at that level of social class. Then African is speaking to their place of residency or where they're domiciled at, which is on the continent of Africa. So yes, you can be racially white and African at the same time in 2024. That is correct. You could be classified as white, and you could live on you could be born and raised on the continent of Africa and be called both white and African. PR says, but black skin is a more simple difference to refer to than slanty-eyed. No difference. My Chinese friends say the same. And I think blacks are unique in the way they're referred to by. Okay, I'm not quite understanding that. Zoo 221. I think Zoo 221 is definitely having a conversation with somebody in another language. OB says we can tell who's African and who's not indigenous was my point. Okay, I'm not. Oh, he's speaking about who's African and who's not indigenous is my point. Okay. But yeah, that goes into a separate topic, because indigenous, when we invoke the word indigenous, most of the time people are going outside of nativity, like a birthplace. Because and I'm just gonna give a quick example, what I said before. If somebody who is socially classified as white, but they're born on the continent, they're born in. I think American Dream should try to come in. So if you're coming in, come on in, American Dream. He's having difficulty, but yeah, a person who is classified racially as white can be born and raised on the continent of Africa and never leave the continent. Just stay there all their life. They can stay there all their life, and people will say that person's not indigenous, because indigenousness goes beyond places of birth in the minds of people. So that's why I say that's a different conversation when you invoke indigenous. What does it mean to be indigenous to something? So it goes beyond being born and all that kind of stuff, even how the word is used. So y'all, American Dream is having some serious connection problems. I don't think he can get in here. American Dream, if you can hear me, you're gonna have to switch up however you coming in. Is it on the phone or a computer? Oh, you there? Can you hear me? American Dream, you there?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. All right, before you cut out, because I know you're having difficulty, but go ahead, and I'll give you the mic.
Yeah, I'm having tons of difficulties right now. Yeah, so I guess my question is, given that you don't believe.
Dag, he So y'all, I'm not kicking him out or anything. It's just that his connection is bad. It's probably on the phone. I don't think this platform. Go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
Yeah, I was just wondering, given that you don't believe the Egyptians are black, what is it that motivates you to go as hard as you do to learn about the Egyptians, and because you go harder than, and I don't mean harder in a bad way, but you're more in depth with your study of Egypt in terms of language. Like, you're very well rounded with your studies of Egypt. But if you're like, what is it? What connection do you have that you go so hard with learning Egypt, where, because you are in an African American space with the conscious community. You were a part of the Amin-Ra squad, which, you can correct me if I'm wrong, which was, mainly black folks who were trying to support the quote unquote Black community. So what is it that encourages you to want to learn about Egypt so much? Like, what's the connection that you have that you think everyone should have? Why is Egypt so important to learn in your respect outside of the Black connection?
Okay. That's a good question. And just in case you get disconnected, hopefully you'll still be able to hear me as I answer your question. So one thing, yeah, he just got cut out. But hopefully I'm gonna answer your American Dream if you stick around. I know you're having difficulty, but everybody can hear me. So hopefully you on the YouTube side too and can hear my response. American Dream, if you getting cut out, right? If you get cut out again, you can hear me on YouTube, right? So just listen in on the YouTube side in case you get,
absolutely. That's what I plan on doing.
Okay, all right. So to answer your question, the way I study anything, I study everything that I ever study. I put a lot of effort in it, and I pride myself on proper research methodology. I come from a scientific background. My forte has always been math and science, and professionally a computer programmer, network administrator, and things of that nature, pretty much all my life. Okay, so my background is in science and math, and all of the principles and tools that come along with that. So whatever it is that I study, I bring all of that, those skills and things to the table. So when it comes to ancient Egypt, that answers why I approach it the way I approach it, because I do it with anything. And it's not just ancient Egypt that I study the way I study for. That's my point I'm making. I do this with any and everything. Now, the reason why I've chosen to study ancient Egypt has nothing to do with the belief that they're Black or not Black or anything of that nature. Ancient Egypt is an interest of mine because of the merit of the culture itself, the laundry list of things that the ancient Egyptian civilization has contributed to the world in ancient times, and even spilling on over to modern times. And so what interests me is my overarching question that I've always had was, being that the ancient Egyptians did so many great things and their civilization itself was so great, I was curious to know what made the ancient Egyptians mindset the way it was. Like what made their genius what it was? Where's the genius? Where'd that come from? How did the ancient Egyptians come up with whatever they came up with? So I'm interested in the genius of the culture. And it never had anything to do with whether they being Black or white or purple, brown, and all that other kind of stuff. It was never that for me. So, once I had that big curiosity at a young age, then me understanding proper research methodology, I understand that anytime that anybody wants to study a foreign culture outside of my native mother culture and language, that I have to approach that foreign culture through its language. That's the only way that anybody's going to ever understand a foreign culture, any culture that's foreign to them, is through the language. So my first task was to learn the ancient Egyptian language. And by learning the ancient Egyptian language, I mean actually learning the language, which involves the writing system and its morphology and syntax, which is its grammar. Once I put that under my belt, now I have a window or doorway to the culture, which is the documentation of the psyche of the people. So that's what I'm focused on. I'm focusing on the genius, the psychology, the psyche of the ancient Egyptian people. And that's what is part of my studies and everything. So that's hopefully that kind of answer your question.
I mean, it kind of does. I do think you're kind of being a little bit humble with, when you say that you go as hard with everything that you do. I don't know if you have a YouTube channel with anything else that you do. I don't know if you have, the Seshu seems to be a really organized group. I
Well,
know that you give classes.
let me let you know then. Um, this YouTube channel, the Seshu Mighty Metal Netcher channel, which is what we're on right now. I have my personal Wujao channel, and if you go to that channel right now, you'll see older videos where I'm going in on politics, on the political aspect of race, the issue of race and reparations that I've done. I've done a series on reparations on last election cycle when presidential election and stuff like that. And I go hard. I went into the HR 40, read that, the whole congressional process of how everything doing. So whenever I deal with something and I share it with the public or with outside of myself, I put the same efforts in that I do with anything else. So I know you and I don't know each other, but I talk about a lot of things. I even gave presentations on the immune system in a full-fledged A to Z when the pandemic first hit, so that people could understand how the human body immune system works. It's two branches of the immune system, all the cells. I have a whole presentation that I went hard on that. I even got certified as a nutrition coach to be able to talk about the things dealing with nutrition and health and stuff as a result of the pandemic. That's what motivated me to kind of dibble and dabble in that. And so I go the proper route to educate myself to be able to share things on anything I deal with. And like I said, my profession, as far as my profession, it's always been in computer science and stuff like that. So with that, that's a given. Like I could talk about that any day, all day.
Indeed, and we
So
don't
so
really have to.
so so no, I just want to thoroughly answer in case anybody else was wondering the same thing you're wondering
Sure.
about it. Because see, I'm gonna assume, because this is something that I do see, to your credit, based on my assumption, right, that a lot of people that I have met that study Egypt, they study it because of the black thing. And so I'm going to assume that in you questioning me about that you want to make sure, you want to see if I'm in that same boat or not. And I can definitely tell you that I'm not in that boat, because I know a lot of people who are, that I deal with on a frequent basis. I know people who deal with Egypt only because they think that the Egyptians are really their ancestors and stuff like that. But I'm not one of those people, just so you know.
Indeed, sure. So let me just ask you. You speak about the genius of the Egyptians and like that. That's really what motivates you. But let me just ask, what do you think the Egyptians contributed to humanity, if you will, that was just unique to them, that no one else contributed this thing? I can't really think of anything that I would say that this is unique to just this is, and that I would say this is, an example of just their genius, where, whether it's, writing or their religion or their style of governing, you can see it you can see it elsewhere. It's not unique to Egypt. So I'm wondering, what is it that's unique to them that that kind of make them stand out to you and say, yeah, you want to celebrate their genius compared to everyone else?
Okay, that's another good question. I don't have the belief that the Egyptians are unique in that sense. So the uniqueness doesn't have anything to do with it at all. like you correctly said, there's a lot of things that the ancient Egyptians are known for that we can see in other cultures. For example, the Sumerian culture, the entire Mesopotamian cultures. You can see things, similar things in everything. So that's not an issue at all when it comes to me. Now with Egypt, what sticks out about Egypt though is in this sense is that Egypt has attracted a lot of attention, so much so that an entire scientific discipline or academic discipline was born in the late 1700s, early 1800s called Egyptology. And people excavated and studied the Egyptian culture to the point to preserve it very, 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 very well. And so there's a lot that we know about ancient Egypt and have access to. Number two, ancient Egyptian culture, unlike many other ancient cultures, they are a literate or literary culture, meaning that they're post the invention of writing and they documented a whole lot of things. So the Egyptian culture gives us the ability to examine itself, unlike some of these other cultures, even on the continent of Africa. There are a lot of other African cultures that didn't do those things in that respect, to where we can't study it like that. We're only limited to the material culture of what's found in the ground. Whereas Egypt, we can find what's in the ground and we can probe the minds of the Egyptians because they left tons and tons and tons of written material. So that's more appealing to me as a student, as a person that's studying ancient cultures or whatever the case is. It's not so much that I feel the Egyptians, did something on the planet Earth that nobody else did or was capable of doing. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I guess I've always kind of chalked up Egypt's popularity more, not necessarily with their genius, but more so just with the whole mystery around Egypt, just with the Medew Netcher and just how mysterious it all is. Their religion is also very mysterious. So I think it's really the mystery around, and I think once more things were discovered and once the Medew Netcher was deciphered, I think some of that mystery kind of dissipated. And at this point, I personally look at them as just a super religious society.
Let me ask you a question. Do you, on that last point, do you think the ancient Egyptians are or were more religious than, let's say, Muslims of Islam today?
I don't know if I would say they are less religious. I would say they may not be as. I think that they were really, I think their religion was very polytheistic. They worshipped many gods. Where so just the dynamic of the monotheism in Islam, I think makes that different from the way Egyptians experienced their religion. I think so. No, I don't think they were as. I just think it was a different dynamic. However, they were still very religious in the sense of just very superstitious. They had because I think their religion was tied around magic, and rituals, and going to the temple and just a lot of those things, which today we wouldn't necessarily be impressed with. Like it would kind of resemble what the religion of Haiti would look like. And that's kind of how I would imagine that. I think that's probably the most modern society that if we were to kind of get an example of what religion looks like in ancient Egypt. I think it would be more of like, the Asian type of religion with magic and a lot of different
But
gods and a lot of different amulets
what
and
I only asked you that way because when you just made your last point about you say you see Egypt as a super religious. I think you used the word super. So I was just trying to gauge it, put a thermometer to it, and see if you view Islam and practicing Muslims today as super religious, even if I could say even Christians or Jews. Like, do you see them as? Would you describe them as being super religious?
it depends on, there are different Muslims. Like if you go into the Middle East, the
I mean, I
Muslims
guess in
there.
general, instead of like dividing them into sects, like getting that. I don't want to get that detailed, but I'm saying, just in general, the religion that we call Islam, and the general adherent, the general Orthodox Muslim to Islam, the general Orthodox
Yeah, absolutely. I
Jew.
would say they too are super religious.
Oh,
Their
okay.
their rituals of praying 5 times a day. It's really strict. Can you find Muslims that aren't as strict? Yes,
Yeah,
but there
yeah,
are
yeah.
those that are, and I would say yes, they are also super religious. But I just think that the
Now
pyramid itself.
in Egypt, the reason I'm saying is because the dynamic in ancient Egypt, it was the same. You may have some zealots, some nutcases, and you had some more people who wasn't buying into certain things and were more scientific and stuff. Like, you know, I'm saying what I'm saying because ancient Egypt, like I try to encourage people not to blanket ancient Egypt because Egypt, we talk about it as if it's just this quick one thing, but it was a complete society. Like it had a whole population of people from different layers of life, different educational backgrounds and stuff. Like Egypt was not just this one thing. Everybody in Egypt was not one thing. Like you had Johnny on the corner asking for some change out the pocket. You got the same way you pull up on the highway here, you get off the ramp, the what do you call them, bottle boys selling water. In Egypt, you got people up there to sign up. No different. I mean, in that respect, the everyday life of an ancient Egyptian is not too much different than everyday life today, outside of the technological advances we have and gadgetry. But so I don't want to
So, well, let me
I
kind
don't want to ever advocate. I try to make sure I point that out to people because in conversations, I notice a lot of conversations I have, people will kind of blanket Egypt. Egypt is the longest continuous civilization known to man. Over 3,000 year continuous civilization. The United States in its present
what do
form,
you attribute that to?
what the
The
longstanding
fact that the fact that they lasted so long.
I attribute it to their genius attention to tools of unification. I'm telling you, ancient Egypt, outside of the material
Are
aspects,
those
the
tools separate
technology.
from? I'm sorry. Are those tools separate from the religion, or when you say they're tools of unification, are you talking about their religion?
Well, if you want to call it religion, because the ancient Egyptians didn't perceive religion like how we do. Like the ancient Egyptian lifestyle is part and parcel of what we would like to call religion. So I'm saying their way of life. Now you and many people call the Egyptian way of life a religion. So I'm gonna concede to that term for the sake of the conversation. So I attribute the Egyptians' ability to unify and stay unified based on their genius, the what they put into all the unification mechanisms that allowed them to do that, and it was genius. I mean, I could do a whole show on that one. I give you one example is just something as simple as the way they created their timekeeping system, aka calendar, that was a unifying tool because they didn't have communication. Like I don't know how many miles it is from the northernmost part of Egypt to its southern tip, but however many miles that is, there's no way you can communicate in that large distance to get any message across in any effective way because it takes like months to get a message down there and back and forth and stuff like that. So for them to unify without having modern postal service and this and that, they had to invent and create different ways of keeping everybody in sync. And that
Sure,
stuff
but
was
again, you
that
wouldn't.
stuff was genius.
Right, but it
Genius.
wasn't unique to them. Like that genius wasn't unique to them.
It
And
absolutely
most,
was. It absolutely was. That's why Egypt is
you mean having a zodiac
let me
and stuff
let
like
me
that,
no, not the zodiac. I
and
didn't mention the
and
zodiac.
time, and well,
I
what did
didn't.
you mention? You mentioned
No, the
the
perception. No, listen. Let me be clear. Then
their method of keeping time.
the perception of time is not unique to the Egyptians. The looking up at the sky and seeing constellations and whatnot is not unique to the Egyptians. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about their intentional creation of a timekeeping system. Their system is unique in that sense. And listen,
And by
the
unique,
ancient
you just mean
Egyptian.
different. By unique, you mean different, but it's not unique as in the only one.
Yeah, right. I'm not saying that the Egyptians are the only people on the planet that had a timekeeping system. So I'm definitely not
And you're
saying
not
that.
saying that the Egyptians are the only ones with that type of genius to
I'm
create
I'm
that type of system.
I'm saying that the Egyptian, because going to your original thing, you said what attributed to the long-standing unification, and I'm giving you one example is their method of timekeeping. So go back to my original statement. I said the ancient Egyptian civilization is the longest continuous standing civilization known to man. And you asked me why, what do I think, how that came about, or why do I think that's so? And I gave you one example, the calendar, the timekeeping system. Timekeeping is not unique to the Egyptians, but the way that they did it, the way that they executed it and applied it in their culture was definitely genius. It's not the only one on the planet. I'm not saying that. The Mayans had a calendar. The Sumerians had a calendar. Anybody you want to name in the ancient world or whatever the case is, or whatever, they're not unique in that sense. But what they did and how they executed was so well that allowed them to last the longest known to man.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you're putting. I don't know if that their process of timekeeping is what allowed them to last so long. I don't know if I agree that you
No, I
know.
said one. Now, notice I said I'm only using timekeeping,
I
and
don't even know if
I
I
was
would say
clear.
it's one of them. I'm not seeing the
Oh, I
connection of
don't
why having a certain time
I don't
system would
expect,
make you last a long time. I just don't see why that's
but
necessarily true.
let me check this out. Let's check this out. I'm not expecting you to see it because, as far as I know, and you can correct me, you don't study Egypt. So why would you see it? You see what I'm saying? Like you don't know enough about ancient Egypt to know or not know. So I'm only telling you this because you asked, and I'm giving you one example. So what I would recommend you do is take what I'm saying and look further into it. But I don't expect you to see it. Certainly without taking up a study yourself. So I don't expect that. And dang, he cut out. But hopefully he can still hear me. I think his connection is dropping again. But I just want everybody to understand that I'll just repeat. I'm not. Oh, I think you're back. So yeah, dang, he dropped out again. Yeah, I'm not expecting. So American Dream, if you can still hear me, I'm not saying that I even expect you to see it because I know from previous conversations I know you don't study Egypt, so I don't expect you to see it. So you telling me you don't see it, it doesn't really matter to me.
I mean, whether I think it would be if you were saying that I don't see their way of keeping time, I would say, okay, I maybe I don't see that because I don't study Egypt, but to say that I don't see how their method of keeping time could make them last longer than everybody else because I don't study Egypt. Again, I don't see that connection either. I don't necessarily think that,
Okay, no,
um
no, 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 no. That's that. Okay, so let's no, no. Let me deal with that real quick, because I understand what you're saying, but and you confirm what I'm saying, that I know you don't study Egypt to see the specifics of it, but let's do it this way. Um, I'm gonna ask you a question. Um, in what ways could a calendar, just period, just in general, just forget Egypt, just in general, in what ways could a calendar unite people? If any, can you think of any ways that a calendar can unite people and keep people united?
um a calendar could be the heart of the unification of the people because it dictates time, it dictates your weeks, months, years, and that's the central part of your society, if you will.
Okay, so so now your name is American Dream. So let's stick with America right now for a second. All right. Now, in recent American history, you know that America basically started with 13 colonies. And during those 13 colonies, every state or colony, they had their own way of keeping time, and they had their own monetary system, and it did not work. So what these early Americans had to do, these early colonists had to do, they had to devise a timekeeping system and a monetary system where everyone can synchronize and be compatible with one another. So they had to invent and come up with this synchronizing tool to sync everybody up. Because if they didn't do it, it was chaos. Because prior to them doing it, it was chaos among the colonists from one to the other, not within, but from one to another. It was pretty chaotic. Now this is basic
Sure,
American history.
absolutely.
This is basic American history. Okay, so now I'm
But I
I'm
would
I'm
imagine
bring.
that all societies and all civilizations have done that. The Mayans, the Greeks, they all got centered around one timekeeping method. I'm sure that's, I don't see how that's unique to Egypt, where
I never.
that's
That's
why.
what I'm saying. I don't know if your connection cut out, that you didn't hear me, but I clearly said at all times that a calendar system and timekeeping system is not unique to the Egyptians. So I want you to confirm that you heard that now before you may cut out. So
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
just heard me say that.
I heard that.
You just
What
heard
I
me say that.
meant to yeah, yeah, what I meant to say was that
Okay.
I don't see how that by itself is so unique to Egypt, where it would allow Egypt to last longer than everyone else who was
Okay. You see,
centralized in the same way,
I know,
because
but you
all
keep
those
you keep
societies
saying
were centralized like that.
but you keep saying by itself. So remember, at the beginning of this part of this conversation, I said the timekeeping system example that I'm giving to you and I'm talking about right now is but one reason. Did you not hear me say that? When I first said that the Egyptian civilization is the longest continual civilization known to man, your original question from that point forward was, what makes me think how that happened? And I first said, from the first, I said, I'm gonna give you one example. So I don't know why right now your position is as if I did not say that that's but one. I'm not saying that the timekeeping system is the only system or the end all be all that's so unique among Egyptians that nobody else did it, and so on and so forth. So I
No,
don't want
no,
to I
I
don't
guess
want to give that I don't want to give that impression on that side or the other thing that you're saying. So because I'm trying to
sure.
keep the conversation moving forward, and hopefully you're hearing me.
Yeah, absolutely. And in my estimation, what I'm looking for is something that the Egyptians did differently from everyone else that allowed them to last longer than everyone else. You know what I mean? The fact that they're doing something that everyone else is doing, in my head, isn't the reason why they ended up with results different from other people.
Wait, okay, so based on that logic of that last statement, are you saying that two people can't do the same thing, but person A and person B are doing the same thing? Are you telling me that person A or B can't do it better than the other one and have better results? Is that what you're telling me?
No, so you're suggesting that the Egyptians had a better calendar than everyone else?
No, that's not what I'm saying. A better execution. No, listen to what I'm saying.
So what do you mean they executed their calendar better? What does that even mean?
Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. So first I want you to understand that I'm trying to, sort out your logic that he cut out again. This is gonna be difficult. But anyway, so I'm just gonna keep explaining this. So the ancient Egyptians is one of many civilizations that had, for the purpose of this part of this conversation, a timekeeping system, i.e. calendar, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The ancient Egyptians are not unique in having a calendar. Other civilizations had a calendar. Other civilizations had farming. Other civilizations did a lot of things that other civilizations did. In fact, even today in 2024, there are a lot of countries around the world that do the exact same thing the United States does, but yet the United States is on top of those other countries, although they do the same thing. So the fact that two people can do the same thing doesn't mean that they're doing it as well as one another or getting the same out of whatever it is. So that's just a fundamental principle that everybody should understand. Now, as far as the ancient Egyptian, so you're back. When you asking about not seeing it or whatever, now we're at the junction that I would encourage you that if you want to know more, that you would definitely have to take up at least a basic study of ancient Egyptian culture. So that's what I would recommend for you to do, if you're still there. So
I'm still here.
I would recommend that, because it's only but so much I can tell you on a live stream with no, I don't have, like, none of this is pre-planned. So what I would recommend is that you begin a journey of studying Egyptian culture, at least at a basic level. I mean, I'm not saying you got to do any formal studying, like take a class or get a degree, but you should, if you want to know, I would encourage you to take up a little study. And then,
I guess, I'm just not sold on their genius the way you're sold on their genius, and
I don't expect you.
I'm just not motivated to do it the way you do it. And my motivation is just to kind of figure out why people like you, who believe the way you believe, and Smash, who, like, why people have this fascination with Egypt, and just that is because I don't necessarily see it, and I'm trying to figure out where it's coming from.
Okay, but now check this out. Based on what you just said, I get it, but here's what I compare your statement to. I'm in a car, and I test drove the car. You have not test drove the car, so I don't expect you to understand how well the car performs like I would, because I've actually experienced test driving the car, whereas you haven't. So when it comes to Egypt, just in my little analogy, when it comes to Egypt, I don't expect you to see the ancient Egyptians' genius like me, and I think it's unfair for that you even say anything like that. So what I'm saying is that the solution to that is for you to kick it around a bit, take up a study on ancient Egypt, and then round back to me. But I honestly don't have a problem with you not seeing it the way I see it at all. Like I won't argue. Like, it's not something to argue over. but I'm telling you, I understand it. You don't know enough about ancient Egypt to see it the way I do.
So let me
That's
ask
just the
you:
bottom line.
was their calendar also a part of their religious thinking as well?
I thought I answered that before. Their calendar was definitely embedded in all aspects of their way of life, and their way of life is being considered a religion. Religion. So the short answer is yes. Their calendar.
Right. I guess in fairness,
Matter of fact, scholars have called one of their calendars. They had two. There are more than two, but two main ones. And one of the two main ones is actually called the religious calendar. The other one is called the civil calendar. So to answer your question, yes, that's how it's described. Their calendar, they have a religious calendar. They have a religious calendar. They have two calendars. And in that sense, it's kind of unique to the Egyptians to have two simultaneous calendars running at the same time. That's a little rare in the world. But I don't know if you're still there, but I'm trying to keep up with the chat. Anybody else want to come on the panel? Hit the link. Hit the link. Hit the link. There was some comments that I wanted to highlight, boy, and I refreshed and I lost them. I refreshed and I lost them. So forgive me, man. I lost comments I wanted to kind of highlight. Y'all can still hear me, right? You can still hear me? Okay. American Dream dropped out.
Yeah, but we can hear.
Okay, PR says it may have been commonplace or it may have been the first collapse of a large empire and recorded. Okay, I'm not sure what that. I'm just trying to pick up. Sean P. Peace to the brother Sean. Race as a categorizing term referring to human beings was first used in the English language in the late 16th century. Yeah, the whole modern social construct of race is modern. That's why they call it that, modern. It's it says until the 18th century it had a generalized meaning similar to classifying terms such as type, sort, kind. Yeah, that's the word race itself. The word race started off like a word simply to distinguish like saying kind or a type, and that's what Sean has on the screen. So that's the very word race itself, but the social concept of categorizing things, which is what race attempts to do, is that's a modern social construct that emerged out of racist, imperialist, colonists of the 16th and so century. Okay, culminating in the slave trade and so on and so forth. And for the life of me, I don't see why people are embracing it with love and affection like they're doing. All right, I think American Dream is back. I'm gonna keep going down the list here. You're just not comprehending what I'm saying, Imiket, because you haven't disagreed, but you are acting as if. Okay, I'm not sure. Y'all having your own conversation there. Imiket is saying, I fully disagree. To be able to tell indigenous feature apart from one that is not, it has to be unique to that place alone. Okay, I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. Obi, if you can come on the panel, it would just be a whole lot better. Sean is saying, so I guess the people in Papua New Guinea are indigenous Africans. Yeah, y'all are definitely having a conversation of your own. A bit there. Not my logic. You're confused. I'm just going down the list. I'm trying to see
Yeah,
where I could fit in.
we're discussing phenotypes, but you know what? When it comes to phenotypes, I do know this is something that you definitely see in the early European literature. Phenotype is such a big thing when it comes to identification and whatnot. But yeah, it's actually really pretty much off topic at this point.
Okay, yeah, yeah. I listen. One thing that I want to bring to everybody's attention. First of all, I appreciate everybody still hanging out because we've been on for a long time, 4 hours, about to go on 5 hours now. But I want to bring to everybody's attention that the methods of categorizing and differentiating people that we use today is definitely something that a is born out of European thought, out of European communities, and there's books on this. There's lectures on this. There's books on this, and you really have to get in sociology a bit, and even psychology, but narrow it down to social constructs. If you start to look up social constructs, what they are, and so on and so forth, you're gonna see that the idea, like human beings, ever since we've been human beings, Homo sapiens sapien, we've always categorized things. That's part of ontology, where you categorize your existence. That's the only way you can function in the world, right? But the thing is, the ways in which these categorizations take place is differs from region to region and time to time. And the modern social constructs of categorizations is a European influence. So I just want to put that on everybody's mind.
Yeah, and I think actually, Obi, I didn't get your question correctly. I think you said, would white-skinned humans have a phenotype conducive for any African environment to develop viable offspring? I mean, are you trying to ask if white people can produce offsprings while living on a continent? Because I think that's what I answered. If it's not, then you can rephrase that.
Well,
Because
I'll
that's
just answer.
because listen, why folks are still on the continent, like, and they've been on the continent for the longest, for hundreds of years, like, so, and producing offspring. So, and uh, the skin with viability of producing offspring, I don't get, because even I'm as dark as I could get, and I've been living in the most whitest place on the planet, the Nordic countries, Scandinavia, and we are there and we are producing offsprings, and I've lived there for like decades, so I don't know. I don't know how skin has anything to do with reproduction at this point.
Yeah. See that kind of question. Listening to you repeat that question, Obi, it would be good if you could come on the panel. But yeah, that see asking stuff. See the world is like these older textbooks and these older ideas when it comes to human categorizations. There, a lot of that is outdated, especially since 2003, when the human genome was mapped, and a lot of things. It's an old way of thinking. As a matter of fact, ever since I believe 2019, the scientific world and even the medical world, they dispense with racial classifications, even when it comes to medicine. Race-based medicine has been discarded now, very recently, because of what we know now, right? So white people, people that are considered white, can have children while living on the continent of Africa. It happens all the time. Now, here's what could be confusing or strange. The northern African countries of Morocco, Mauritania, Libya, and even Egypt today, those people identify with the social class of white. And they're having children all day, every day. Children being born right now as we speak. Now, if you're talking biologically and what a person's skin, the amount of melanin that a person has in their skin, when you say white person or whatever, because nobody's literally white, So I'm definitely not thinking that you're saying that. But even people who have less melanin, if they're in a tropical environment and whatnot, those people are having viable offsprings. Now, if you're talking about over a long period of time and things like that, their difficulties can happen. Just like a highly melanated person that has a high concentration of melanin, and let's say a lineage of people that have a high concentration of melanin, if they were to move into a Arctic environment where they don't get enough of the penetrating UV rays and so on and so forth from the sun, then they could start over time, they could start developing complications in their health and things like that. So, but these are basic things that are known. And that, to me, that's a totally different conversation. Like, I don't even know why that has come up in our conversation right now. Really.
Yeah, that's why I said it was a little off topic, but I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a totally different conversation right there. Because I'm gonna let me make something clear. Race has no biological reality at all. You can't, like, what I see people do in the conflict community. I see people mix a racial conversation with a biological conversation, and people should just stop doing that, because it doesn't work that way. There's no biological reality for race at all. And I could quote scholar after scholar, textbook after textbook that will tell you that. You could probably Google it right now as I'm speaking, or if people be using Chat GPT and AI, just pop it open and ask the question. It's gonna just spit it out for you. But let me answer this question. Sat 12, the Sesh, why we study Egypt. It came before our modern westernized civilization, is close in location to Abrahamic religions, and has a lot more writing and art to see than other old civilizations that old. Yeah, I think that contributes to why some people study Egypt. Definitely, there's many reasons why people study Egypt, and I do think that that's included. The earlier answer I gave was my personal reasons, and I don't think it's unique to me, but I was answering for myself. But yeah, that's those some other reasons too. But there are other people that I know that study Egypt because they really think that the ancient Egyptians are their ancestors. And they study it because they want to become Egyptians as best as they can. They feel like they want to worship the Egyptian deities. They want to wear the Egyptian symbols. They want to build pyramids in their backyards and things like that. It sounds funny, but I really do know a few people that are like that. And to each his own. I respect people's choices regardless. What people do in their backyards and stuff like that is perfectly fine. Who knows? They may put solar panels on the pyramid in the backyard and power their house, save money. That's excellent. Ramza says black can survive everywhere. That's not true. If you're talking about people biologically, that's not true. It's a person with high concentrations of melanin over time. If you're in an Arctic environment with little sunlight and things like that, you'll develop health complications. Especially in bones, it'll be vitamin D deficiency, calcium deficiencies, magnesium, and things like that. You'll develop rickets and so on and so forth over time. Now, definitely over time. So I don't know if you were talking about that, but I'm just making that comment.
No, but that is true, and it's always suggested. Even I know when we were growing up in Copenhagen, one of the things even the doctors used to tell us, if you're black, you gotta take more. You're gonna take more vitamin D. So that's just a given. But we're
I'm
talking
just
about
laughing at this comment I highlighted. Sesh, is Drake ever going to dominate the charts like he once did? Oh boy, I don't even know. I'm not a fan of Drake, so I'm just telling you, I'm not a fan of Drake.
well, since we know everything, we can.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Drake. I'm just not a fan of Drake. Probably one or two songs, about two songs of Drake that I like that I could, I can get with. PR. In the case of species of birds with two distinct colors, sudden mass wipes out can occur. Okay, yeah, you all talking about. See, I don't. Yeah, we're kind of getting way out there. We're kind of getting way out there. All right, so let me review because I'm trying to bring the conversation back home a little bit. Let me land these planes, boy. Y'all are flying Jamaican Air. Y'all are flying British Airlines. Y'all, everybody's flying in the air. Let me land these planes down a bit. Let me land here again. So, just a quick review. Okay, so what we just did earlier as an exercise, way earlier now, as an exercise. Where is my? Oh, I done switched. The whole. Pardon me. Let me reshare my screen. Come off here and share my screen here. Wait a minute. Is that? I think I'm right. Hold on 1 second. Trying to find where are the pictures that we just did. The pictures that we just did. Nope, that's not it. Wow, where is it at? Nope. I just had the pictures of the cows and stuff. I just had up. Why can't I find them? I'm gonna blame American Dream. Wow, I can't even find the pictures I just had up. Is this it? No. Nope. Boy, what have y'all done to my MK? You can feel free to talk. I don't like the blank, the dead space.
Oh, okay. Nah, I think we've covered everything under the sun. So, I don't know. Yeah. So, yeah. Everybody,
Oh,
what
there
would
we
y'all
go.
look?
All right, I
Okay,
found it.
good, good. But yeah, I was about to, bring them back for you. So I was gonna be your assistant. But you could take over.
Okay, there we go. So this was our picture for today's exercise, right? And it's kind of showing the methods and steps to transliterate and translate. So just a quick review. The first step, you want to identify the direction in which to read the glyphs, and it's two possible answers to that. It's the direction and then orientation. The direction being that it's either right to left or left to right. Orientation means that they are to be read in rows or in columns. It's just that simple. Second step is to identify every glyph, and of course, if you practice this, if you practice this continuously, then obviously the more glyphs you're gonna memorize and commit to memory and be familiar with. So, as a beginner, it will take some time, but as you do it, it will get a whole lot better exponentially fast. All right, that's step two. But in identifying the glyph, what that means is you have to identify what it is a pictorial representation of. You have to know how it's transliterated, and you have to know how it could possibly function in different words. And that sounds like a lot, but it's not. Okay, trust me on that. It's not a lie. It could be intimidating, but it's not. Third step is to learn how to, or actually group the glyphs together into the group word groupings that they are. And the importance of that is because in the ancient Egyptian writing system, they have no punctuation marks and no spaces. to separate words or sentences or whatever. There's no periods, there's no commas, nothing. So if you don't know how to group the glyphs together to form words, you're just going to read all the glyphs as a run-on blur. And so step 3 is to execute that skill of parsing the words, parsing the glyphs into words, and then taking those words and gaining understanding of the meaning, or ascertaining the meaning from the appropriate resources, the main one being dictionaries or whatever the case is. Knowing that all that is tentative, because words on their own don't really help in conveying meaning. You just have an idea of what it could mean. The real meanings are when you bring the context back into play. So this is a building process. So if you're translating a text, you don't know the context yet. So you're doing it piece by piece, and all of that is tentative. Then you do several passes and you're trying to ascertain the meaning of the entire piece. But it's a multi-layered process. Okay? And then step 4, the final step, is to do just that. What I said is to ascertain the overall meaning and come up with a meaningful translation by applying the grammar and the overall semantics and pragmatics of the whole piece that you're dealing with. So we went over this one, and I chose this because a lot of conversations as of late that I've seen, at least, are talking about cows and bulls and the black divine herd and things like that. So I wanted to point out this particular cow, but we translated 2 of them, at least 3 of them. We translated this cow, and then the bull over here. And this particular cow we focused in on because this particular cow is described physically as the one with a red fur or red hide. And I went from here and noted that this particular cow and the visual appearance of its color is explicitly described by the Egyptians as being Deseret, red. And the point that I made, with that, is that this is the same color that the Egyptians used to visually represent themselves all throughout Egypt's history for over 3,000 years. That's 3,000 long years that the Egyptians used this particular pigment to visually represent themselves to the rest of the world. And I gave the example here where you see this Egyptian is artistically displayed by the Egyptians themselves, not anybody else. When it comes to the parts of this man's body that's exposed, it's painted Deseret red, the same way with this set of cows right here. And he's not painted Kim like this particular cow here. So that alone, just that simple logic and its premise and the logic flow that flows out from it cannot be denied at all. Only people, and it actually happened in the chat earlier, only people who disregard all of that and just make up anything will just say anything. I think somebody said that, hey, this person, the color of his skin is both and then some. People just refuse to actually, deal with what's going on. So I guess in conclusion with this point, the ancient Egyptians painted themselves Deseret. That's the bottom line. The ancient Egyptians painted themselves Deseret. There are ancient Egyptians who are painted black as the top cow, but in those instances, one, it's very rare relative to the rest of the corpus of artwork in Egypt. It's rare in that sense, And then when it's done, like I gave the example of Ahmose Nefeteri, even when you do see it, most of those occurrences are done for reasons other than trying to emphasize or imply that the skin color is black. There was no emphasis on the skin color being black. Even when you see him like Ahmose Nefeteri here painted black, it takes on a totally different purpose and meaning. She's been deified as Usir, and what's unique about Ahmose Nefeteri, in case you don't know, is Ahmose Nefeteri is, I believe she is the only ancient Egyptian woman to be found or exist in tombs other than her own. In other words, you don't find ancient Egyptians who have burial tombs where they show up in other people's tombs on the walls. But for Ahmose Nefeteri, that's not the case. She's actually appears in other people's tombs outside of her own tomb, and that's very rare, if not unique to her. Now you see gods, you see the different Netcheru or Netcher and Netcheret, the different gods and goddesses of ancient Egypt, all throughout different tombs. You'll see Amen, the deity Amen, the deity Usir in many people's tombs, but you don't see Egyptians themselves in other tombs other than their own. You see Egyptian people in general, but not like named people. So so again, Ahmose Nefeteri is unique in that sense, or special in that sense, and there's reasons for all of that good stuff. So that's one of the reasons why it's contributed that she is painted black, for those reasons, for other reasons other than what people think of. They're not trying to say that there's an emphasis on the fact that her skin color is black, other than some of the things I was just saying, because this is Ahmose Nefeteri right here, and she's not black. She's painted high yellow. People call her yellow bone. If it was literally all about skin color, and then her husband being red, the sheer. Okay, so don't be fooled about anything else. I mean, if you choose to, that's on you. So what else? That's pretty much it. That's pretty much the whole point. We kind of got on different subjects and topics and things like that. I am going to help you all out with something else too. The hymn to Senwesoret. Let me ask anybody in the chat. I want to know from anybody in the chat, any of the students of Egypt in the chat, anybody who's actually putting in some research and everything. My question to you all is, what is the purpose of ancient Egyptian hymns, like that genre of text? What are the purpose of hymns? Like how are scholars allowed to determine what's a hymn or not? Because we have different genres of text, right? And so there's a genre of text called hymns. So somebody can educate us on that. What is the purpose of ancient Egyptian hymns? While somebody's providing us with that answer, we identified this first cow up here as the cow who represents the palace or the temple of provisions, which is what this word is. You have Hut Kau, Netcher, and so she's the lady to the limit, as well as the cow that represents the palace of provisions. And just to give you a summary of this entire scene, this scene is coming from the tomb of Ahmos. The tomb of Nefeteri, or is it Nefertiti? Neferet et, Moret Nimut. So Nefertiti. So we identified this particular cow, but the overall scene, what this scene is talking about, is that these cows, including the bull, they're here to provide Nefertiti her provisions and sustenance in the afterlife. The oars at the bottom, they're 4 in number. They represent the 4 cardinal points in the sky. So this first oar is the northern sky. You see it says Pet Meh or Mehet. The second oar is Pet Iabetet, which is the eastern sky. The next oar is Pet Resit, which is the southern sky. Then the fourth oar has Pet Amenetet or Amenetit or Amentit, western sky. Northern sky, eastern sky, southern sky, western sky. Those are the 4 oars of those. So they represent the 4 cardinal points. All right, that's what they're referring to. And then the text goes on. And then Nefertiti, you can see her over here on the right-hand side. If I move the picture over, you can see her a bit there. I keep saying Nefertiti and Nefeteri. People get those names mixed up. I'd look at her cartouche actually, because her name here, as far as I can see, right over here in the corner, you have Neferet and then Iri. So Nefeteri, Moret Nimut is her full name there. Just so we could all be on the same page with that. So did anybody answer my question? The purpose of hymns. Let me see. Did anybody answer the question here? So we got Sister Mika's in the building. Tony, okay, Emmy Cat, y'all having a conversation. Sat the Seshu. Okay, let's see what this question says. There is a painting of Queen Tai and Amenhotep III in the tomb of Amenemhet. Okay. That's good. Appreciate that. Maybe you could pull it up. If you could pull it up for us. Sat, that's right. If you can get on the panel, that'd be great. And share that image. Let's see. What else do we have here? PR, my bulls. People have jokes. Okay, here we are. I think somebody's answering my question. Though the hymns they use their figurative aspects to explain subjects that sometimes are complex. Well, that's true for most of the writings. Figurative expressions are definitely prolific in indigenous cultures, oral transmissions and written ones. All right. Yep, Chris, you missed the freestyle.
I think, and you probably missed Asa's video too, because I saw a question up there, something to do with the N36, N33, and N36, I believe, glyphs. Because I know the N36. Let me see, is it what? Because I can't find your question, but let me see. It was the N36 you talked about, and or maybe N23 and the N33. No,
You mean the N20, N23, and you talking about the land conversation?
Yeah, Chris asked a question up there for, I can find it again, but I think it was something to do with the N33 glyph and the N36 glyph.
Okay, Chris, if you could ask that again, then that would be good. Cause just pop it in there again. But Donnie is addressing my question as far as the purpose of hymns. Yeah, so that's correct. So hymns were meant to be sung or spoken to honor gods, kings, cities, remembrance offerings, and so forth. Yeah, that's definitely part of it. And hymns are made to survive outside of the immediate scope that they're used for. So the reason why I asked you all that question is when people are discussing the Cahun papyrus, you have to understand that a lot of Egyptian materials are named after their prominence, which is where and when they're found and by whom they're found by. So, for example, you have a papyrus called the Bremner's Rhine papyrus, and that's named after a man who either owned it, bought it, or discovered it, or wherever the case is. And so the Cahun or Ilahun papyri cache that was found in a certain location in Egypt, people just saying the Cahun papyrus or whatever the case is. So just be mindful that when you hear stuff like that, that's what it's talking about. It's just naming, whatever museum it's in or the person who bought it, like I said. But go further than that. So the Cahun papyrus that have been coming up in conversations lately that we've covered years ago is really a papyrus that's a hymn to Senwesoret III. It's a set of hymns to Senwesoret III. And Donnie on the screen, as you see what the purpose of hymns are for, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's the particular hymn, and it's in that hymn, in the hymn, where you're gonna find the only two occurrences of the word Kemet spelled out with the glyphs of the seated man and woman and the three-stroke determinative and so on and so forth. All right. And so what you should do is read the entire hymn and understand this, and this is where semantics and pragmatics come into play. Never take a single word and go look it up and think that you're finished. That's not how meaning is done. That's not how the meaning of something is ascertained. Don't do that. I don't recommend it. Don't do it. If you do it, I hope you take my advice. You have to read the entire context. Context is everything. Context is everything. And get a broader context of the hymn itself, what it's for, what's happening, what's going on, and things like that. And you'll find that the hymn to Senwesoret is a hymn that is acknowledging the king's responsibilities as Egypt's protector, provider, sustainer, and then it also gives praises to the king and so on and so forth. That's what the whole hymn is about. And it breaks it up into 6 different sections. And the one where you find this whole controversy about Kemet is in one of them. I believe it's in the 4th one, where it talks about the king's ascension to the throne, where the king has come to the people. And it's just going over the king's responsibilities. And in there, if you know the context of it, it's talking about the king's rulership and protection and everything like that over the 2 lands. And they're expressing these 2 lands in different ways. You have Tashema. You have, well, basically it's upper. They speak of upper and lower Egypt. It speaks about Kemet and Desheret, the 2 different types of lands. and et cetera, and et cetera. But people are taking, when you see Kemet mentioned, that it's talking about black people. But at all times, it's talking about the king's rulership over the way that the ancient Egyptians described the lands that the king possessed. And they always have sets of two. They always have sets of two pairs. Tashamau, Tamehu. They have the Sesh and the B. Kemet, Nefeteri. You'll see this all throughout Egypt's history, where they always kind of refer to their land in sets of twos, two pairs. It's not talking about people's skin color at all. That doesn't even fit in the hymn. When you read it, it doesn't even fit in. You literally have to stick a triangle into a circle. People are forcing that. Okay. What is your opinion about the 4 cattle types corresponding to the direction? Wait, who was asking that? Oh, Sat 12. No, okay, y'all, you are not talking about this picture, because the directions in this particular picture that I'm showing is dealing with the ors. So y'all must be talking about something different. Okay, Emicat, was it N33 and N36? The Jen Joey is asking. Okay, here's Chris's question right here.
Yeah, it was yeah. Thank
He
you.
says, could you speak on the use of N33 and N33 and N33 with Kemet? There seems to be some confusion on their uses with this toponym. Yeah, Chris, if you could jump on the panel, that would be better. Because if I talk about it, I want to show it. I want to show it, if that is possible. If you have it, to show it, or if you can't get on right now, if you can inbox me the image of whatever you're talking about. So Chris, if you could do that, that would be good. Did the Kemet people draw raw cow blood like they do in the regions today? That's a good question. I know they did definitely slaughtered. They definitely had house of slaughterhouses and things. Okay, Chris says N36. Okay, yeah, because Jen Joey brought that up. N33 and N36. Emicat, I don't know if you have your tools up. If you could bring it up in some kind of way, because Chris, I'm assuming that you're not able to jump on right now. Let me get this big image out the way. All right.
Okay, I'm trying to. So if we're looking for where the 3 grains are being used with the word Kemet, is that it?
No, I mean they're saying N36.
Oh, the N36. What was it? Show the glyphs where Kemet with the.
All right, there's Chris right there.
Okay,
Peace,
good.
Chris.
Yo, peace.
Yeah, I don't know if you could share if you have something to share, or if you could share your screen or anything like that, then that'd be great.
Yeah, no, I'm on my iPad. I don't have it here with me, but there was some conversation about you. One of the representations you had for the toponym Kemet, where you had the N33 or N36 glyph written along with it.
Okay, let me see if I go. Oh, I already showed it. You something that I already showed.
Yeah, something you showed already.
Oh, okay, all right. So let me get back to that. Give me a second.
Yeah, I'm familiar with both with one of the sources where you got it from, but I think one of the dictionaries is did it come out of a French dictionary? A French I think.
Well, let me pull it up and make sure that we are on the same page with what you are talking about. Because if I showed it already, then you have to be talking about my famous picture that I always show for years. Where is it at? Here we go. You got to be talking about this right here. Talking about that?
Not that one, but the other one. So the short answer is yes, but you have another version where instead of having N33, you have N36.
Oh, you talking about the water canal?
Yep, the water canal. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Are you
Yeah.
saying N20? Oh boy, you kept saying N20. It's N23. I was like N33.
No,
I'm trying to figure out where the
N33,
grains are.
N36.
N23.
Oh
No, he's asking N36.
Right, N36.
Okay.
The one for water canal.
Yeah,
Yes,
the canal.
The bigger one.
Okay.
The big one. Yeah.
Yeah, I did. That was Asar showing that.
Okay.
But what about it though? What?
No, like what reference? I mean, I know. I mean, it's meant. I've seen it before, but I can't remember what the reference was. I know Budge has it. It's in Budge, but it's also it was in another dictionary that I think you showed some years ago. But I can't remember the name. I think it was a French dictionary.
Yeah. It's either in the German or French because what Asar did in his book. I don't know if you have his book. His Appendix C. He has every single iteration of the word kemet.
Yep.
From all the dictionaries. So in his Appendix C, matter of fact, let me find the one you're talking about, and then I could tell you where. So you want to know?
No. I know where it's. I've seen it, but just for the record, though, there was some brothers asking me about it today, and I wasn't able to present.
Okay.
I was only able to present one source that had the glyph in it written out that way.
Okay. Give me a second. Let me because I think the point that we were making when it was shown was because people have been hard on the fact that people have been asking where is the word kemet with a land glyph. And so we were telling people that that the glyphs that we've all already been looking at are land glyphs, but they're looking for a specific land glyph because they are looking at the Gardner sign list and they're looking at land and then they're seeing the tongue of land.
Right.
So they're looking for the specific tongue of land glyph, and so let me just show that. Again, but I'm gonna find. I'm looking through the book because I'm not sure if I have it on this set of slides that I'm sharing with the on the screen and whatnot. But that was Asar was sharing that before, and I don't have it on this set of slides that I have on my screen. But I can make the point, the same, the actual point that is being made about this whole land glyph thing. I can go over that real quick. But so here it is. I see it. But it's in the book, right? I don't have it on my slide right now to share on the screen. So let me do this. Let me go. What do I have open? Give me a second, y'all. Second here, where we at? We have that.
I mean, if you want to do it on another show, that's cool. I know it came in extremely late.
No, that's fine.
And like I said, I took care of half of it already, but I wanted to get the other. I was trying to explain to them that text is not something you probably only think it's online. I don't think it is. I think when you showed it to us that one time, I think it was. I do remember you showing it. That's why I was telling them I know I saw it before, and it looked like it was out of a dictionary, and I think it was French.
Yeah, I mean, I have it, but I probably have it on a different slide, so I could pull that for you. But can y'all see my screen right now?
Yeah.
Okay, here. Now I don't know if this will satisfy what you need, like give you what you need, but this is something that needs to be known. Hopefully people can share this information, right? Is that the order in which these determinatives. So So one thing that people have to understand, that in the ancient Egyptian writing system, there are multiple ways to spell the exact same word. Okay, the spelling of any given word was open to a couple of factors. One was the amount of space that the scribe had to write such words, and then it was the era of time and location that the scribes, the scribal schools or institutions that the scribes came out of. And there wasn't too many deviations from a national standard, but there were deviations and there were variations to different spellings of words. So sometimes you'll see a word spelled all the way out, like for example the word unk. You may see the word unk spelled all the way out with the water ripple and what they call in the placenta. And sometimes you don't see the water ripple in the placenta at all, and you'll just see the triliteral glyph of the famous looking unk that everybody gets tattooed and everything like that. So there are variations in the spelling of Egyptian words. So once that sinks into people's heads, then it will eliminate the need to be strict and look for only one way to spell a word, because that's not going to help you out. All right. Now, here we know that Kemet, there's a spelling of Kemet that is spelled with the irrigation channel glyph, which is N23. These numbers over here are the number code that Gardner gave to these glyphs, and it's a category of N. So all of these are N. So N23. N23 is an irrigation channel or canal, as he has here. Now I'm just going to read what Gardner has. This is coming from Gardner's, Sir Alan Gardner's Egyptian grammar. All right. And it says irrigation channel, dynasty 11 through dynasty 18, early identical with, and number 1. So he has a footnote here, 1, and you see the note here. And clearly a more differentiation of N36. So right now, keep in mind that N23 and N36 are interchangeable. Okay, I want everybody to notice that. This is what Gardner is saying. People want to invoke the experts and the scholars and whatnot. This is out of Gardner's material. N23 and N36 are interchangeable. All right. Now, let's keep reading. This glyph N23 is a determinative for irrigated what? Land. Irrigated land. So when people see Kemet spelled with the final determinative of N23, it is talking about land. I mean, when people say, I need to see land glyph, you're already looking at it. They don't know that. For whatever reasons, they don't know. But now, hopefully, after us repeating this, you all will share this information and spread the word. Let it be known that N23 is a land determinative. It's a toponymic determinative talking about place. But here he says irrigated land. Examples: Ta, which is land. And look what it's determined with. Can y'all see? Did I need to make it bigger? Is that big enough? Because I need to make sure y'all can see that. Is that better?
To
Okay. So Ta is spelled land. I mean, it's being translated as land, but it's spelled with the flat strip of land and then the irrigated channel itself and a single stroke, logographic stroke. All right. Next one is Tash, which means is being defined as or being translated as boundary and is determined with an irrigated land in 23. In Dynasty 18, this same N23 guess what? It tends to be replaced by N21. So let's look at the sequences here. So already in the same time period, N23 is interchangeable with N36. Then he says in Dynasty 18, the N23 tends to be replaced by N21. What is N21? I'm going to pause. I'm going to stop here at this period. And I'm just going to go to N21. N21 is right here, a tongue of land. What does it say? A tongue of land. Now I'm going to go back down. I just want y'all to see what it's being identified as, a tongue of land. So this N23, but in Dynasty 18, it tended to be replaced by N21, a tongue of land. In Dynasty 11 through 12, he gave the example of the circle with the dot in it, the N23 spelled in both of these fashions, is found as determinatives for time, probably corrupted from, and then he gives this set of glyphs, as used in words for tomorrow and yesterday. Then he has examples of ter, which is the word for season, and then rek, which is the word for time. All right. So, just want everybody to see that. So now let's go back up to this. It's N21, and we're gonna read that one. N21 is a tongue of land. It's a determinative of what? Land. Especially in. Then he gives examples. He gives the examples. Edeb, abbreviated with this. So you see it in both variations. Edeb. One with the tongue of land, N21. The other one with N23. And the tongue of land. The tongue of land, Edeb, is bank. The glyph itself is the word Edeb. I repeat, the glyph itself is Edeb. It means what? A bank, a region. The dual of it is Edeb we. The two banks, i.e. means that is to say Egypt. Edeb we, the two banks, that is to say Egypt. He has a superscripted 1 that points to this footnote or whatever, which is the Water Book, Volume 1, page 153. So if those who want to look that up, that's your reference source to do so. Now to continue, it says more widely used in Dynasty 18 than often taking the place of the earlier N23. That's backing up what he said right down here. Tends to be replaced. And then he gives examples. Ta, earth, which he gave before. Another one, ahat, which is the word for fields. And then demi, which is the word for town. All right. And he gives the references where you can find these used in sentences in the footnotes, in his notes here. Okay. So anybody on the screen now, if you want to take a screenshot, if you don't, if you want to look further into this, be my guest. But these are things that people are not doing, but it's right here in front of us. It's available to us. It's not hidden. It's not kept secret. We're not trying to hide this stuff from anybody, and it's not hidden at all. And it's not anything special that you shouldn't know about or anything. So just keep that in mind. So hopefully, Chris, I don't know if that deals with what you were talking about, but it includes N36 as well, as you see down here. If you're still there.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, so remember, I want everybody to see what Gardner is saying. And Gardner's not the only one that says this, but this is a handy thing I could show right now. Gardner is saying that the N23, let me switch my screen now so I can show you all back to this here. So the N23 glyph that y'all see here, Kemet. is also replaced with the N36 that Chris you asked about, and it's also replaced by the a glyph that's called Edeb, which means land or bank. Bank. So people wonder why and how we come up with this whole riparian concept, but it's staring you right in the face. But I'm gonna tell you, the reason why people are having a problem with all of this is because of the long-standing assumption and the delusion that a lot of people have had for a long time of this whole notion of black skin being the inspiration for ancient people to do X, Y, and Z. The ancient Egyptians did not use their skin color as inspiration for the name of their country. Period, period, period. The ancient Egyptians were not inspired by the color of their skin to name their country what they named it in the 11th dynasty. Because even if that were true, then the ancient Egyptians would have named their country Nefeteri. Because the Egyptian skin color that they visually represented artistically is the color Nesher, red. And I gave all these examples right here, example after example. I did this earlier. Look at that. All these are colors of Nesher. These are ancient Egyptians, y'all, of different time periods, 5th dynasty, and so on and so on and so on. I have a whole presentation of how the Egyptians saw themselves. Now we know that this color right here is called Deseret in the ancient Egyptian language because they have explicitly named the color, that the same exact color that they used to paint the cows of the same color. So if it was all about the black cows or the black bulls, then why wouldn't they paint their skin color in the artistic fashion to match that of the black cows, the black bulls? They did not do that. They painted their skin the same color as they painted the explicitly described red cows. So that just throws that throws that whole thing out the box, and people just gotta let it go, because I'm telling you, what's this, May 19th, May 18th, this is not gonna occupy our channel because we, the topic of our discussions anymore. We've dealt with it. We got tons of videos and things like that. So anyway, hopefully that will help out. But Chris, I don't know, did that help out anything? Or you wanna also know where you can find the actual spelling with that glyph? Is that what you need? I think Chris.
I'm here. Yeah, no.
Oh.
That helped. It's just that. Oh well, you said you didn't have it. Have it available right now anyway. That's wanted to see if you could show a picture of the dictionary page where Kim is spelled with the N36.
All right, maybe if you and Imicat can strike up a conversation. Let me see if I dig it up real quick while we're still live.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll probably go ahead. I don't know. Sat12 promised to share an image, which he's asked me to share. I don't know what the question was and why we are sharing it, but I'll just go ahead and share it while Rajal does what he does. I'm going to share my screen if that's okay.
Oh no, she I don't know if Sat12. Excuse me if I'm not sure if you you probably told me before. I don't know if you're a male or female, so forgive me because Sat 12. I don't know why I'm thinking female, so I was just gonna call it by your name. But what Sat 12 is talking about probably because earlier Sat 12 said that two individuals are located in another individual's tomb,
Okay.
And I was saying that if they could come on the panel and share that would be great. But they probably gave you a reference to where you can find it and pull it
Yes.
up.
Yeah, so I'm sharing let me see. Maybe if uh that's an outside window. I don't know if let me make sure I share again
Oh no,
because
no, I have to I have to bring it in.
okay. But let me
Or
search
give me
net.
the link and I'll just bring it in.
Okay, good.
Send me the link real quick. Whatever link that you were looking at
Okay.
or getting it from. But I want to find what Chris was talking about. So let me quickly share this. Do you put the link?
I put it in the chat here.
Oh, okay, let me pull that up. And they were saying that two other people are
Yeah,
in
so
the
if you
tomb
go
of somebody else.
yeah, so if you scroll down to wall F, I believe it's a wall F left hand portion. I think that's the part.
Okay, wall F.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so can I share this? Will it allow me to share this? Y'all bear with me for a second. Oh, I have to stop sharing that one. All right. Here we come. We coming, Sat 12. Here we coming. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Right here. That right there. So, Sat 12, is that what you're talking about? Emika, thanks. On page 3, you can see the context text. Then clicking on the picture to enlarge. In the text, we see it's made after Amenhotep and Te had died and were deified in that noble tomb. Okay, so Emika, you there?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So
Yeah, I'm not sure yeah, if that's the so we have to confirm from SAT 12 'cause-
no, that's it. I'm saying that's the picture.
okay. So, but I don't know what the question was, but I think they wanted us to share it based on a question or something you were discussing with them.
No. I think the whole point was to show people in the other tombs. So let me just
Oh,
clarify.
okay. Okay.
Let me clarify because this goes along with what I was saying about Athmos Nefetari and what makes her special. And so one of the things I said that made her special was that she appears in other people's tombs with a certain job and things like that. She's deified. And
Okay.
I was saying that that's one of the things that made her special and why she's painted black and so on and so forth. But there are tombs where other people exist in other people's tombs. So I'll just clarify what I was saying about that. There are many instances where the deceased person's tomb, you'll find the reigning king that particular person served under as well, and so on and so forth. So I didn't mean that every tomb only contains images of the dead person within that tomb. So if that is what people thought I was saying, then I apologize because that's just not the case. All right. I want everybody to understand that in many tombs you'll find the reigning king that a person served under or what have you and whatnot. But when you look at Athmos Nefertari, you'll see that she has a completely different function and she kind of traverses different tombs for different reasons, almost as if she's like a worker for the deities doing X, Y, and Z. Okay, so just to kind of clarify all of that good stuff. All right, but yeah, so you if you and Chris have anything to continue with, let me see if I can find what Chris was talking about.
Okay. Oh yeah, St. Chris, I was gonna say when you're asking about the glyphs also, I guess you're just looking for the primary itself where it has with the other glyphs beside it. But Asa's show today was actually, really good. It actually went over that, like the variants that were used through different times by the scribes, or between those kind of glyphs and so forth. So that I thought that was like really neat and very informative. So you might want to check that out.
Yeah,
If
if I
if
had
you
his slide, because I think I saw actually showed that, and he had the actual reference, but where I have to find it real quick is I had to look through all my um s- slides I've shown kind of blindly right here right now to quickly do it. But if y'all give me a moment, I will do just that.
okay, good.
But y'all keep the conversation going. Anybody else's questions and things,
I
go
think
for it.
I think it's pretty clear. We've definitely been very, very clear. I think if anybody else at this point wants to discuss skin color, is just know that you're discussing something different that you have to research differently and outside of this kind of discussion, but you can research on it differently. And I think we've kind of given some good tips of what kind of thought, logic steps to take while doing that kind of stuff. But just to be clear, this is about a place name. You're trying to figure out of um, all the different out of the different chems that you have, what this particular chem that points to a place name, what it actually means. And it's a different kind of research, because I remember when we started out as the Seshu, one thing that Asao did actually tell us was like, because we use these words in the dictionaries, different dictionaries, and obviously they are what they are, and they are updated or changed even through time. But all these words, it's not like people went and researched and really did the work on all these words to ascertain their meanings. That's why you see words that were being used like 40 years ago all of a sudden are changed and things like that. But he did suggest that, which also Wujao have talked about, is to focus on a single word and just research on that word really. And this is what is they've been doing with this word chem, the toponym chem. But it is actually a good idea to
Kimmit.
do Kemet, sorry, Kemet, the place name Kemet. It is a good idea to slow things down and even just focus on just one specific word and just find out what that is about and things like that, because it's not like this work has been done by people where we just just digesting all this and consuming all this information as the standard, as the facts as it is, and they stay that way. So yeah, that's a good tip. So when you see people do that, don't don't get fussy. That's all I can say.
Chris, I'm still looking, but are you familiar? And anybody in the chat, are any of you guys familiar with the place name Kemet being spelled with three O4 determinatives? Has anybody ever seen that before?
I think I've seen it. Well, that was in the new can. I think I've seen it spelled with two mute.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. You said two, but it's three.
Yeah.
And then Deseret same way. There's a Deseret that exists with three of the triple hill glyphs, and then there's a Kemet that represented by three Newt or O49 glyphs. And the fact that exists also puts a monkey wrench in the idea that Kemet refers to the skin of people, because it doesn't make sense at all why that would be plural or to show many. Is it many different lands of black people with black skin color and many different lands of red people with red skin color or whatever, what have you. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask Asar if I'm gonna be quick, because I am not. I'm actually looking through my
It's cool.
slides.
I mean, I kind of figured you probably were going to have it readily available. I was trying to explain to them that some things just aren't going to be either on the TLA or in Vigus. There's some more other dictionaries out here that you can't just pull up. Sometimes always on the
Yeah, but
computer.
I have it on a slide. I have it on a slide though. I have tons of slides. I have one file with over 600 slides on it, and I'm just looking, because Asar shared that earlier, and I didn't have to use mine. Yeah, so
So
what I'll do is, for anybody listening and is curious about the same thing, I will commit the next time we go live, no matter what we're doing, I'll make sure I share that. I'll share that. That's the only thing I could say at this point.
now, Sam Chris, I know you've been you've been very involved with this kind of conversation.
Mhm.
What is your take when you and when you obviously when you see the argument that some people lay forward and things like that pretty much diverted from from the main research question. Did you how was it you trying to let people know what argument is about and what steps they can take and all that kind of stuff? What's your experience?
Yeah, so I can use an example like from doing geometry proofs, right? What I find out is that sometimes the proof itself, people forget about what the actual proof is. And then what'll happen is, once you tell them what we're trying to prove and that we're using these axioms or we're using these theorems, you have to stick to those axioms and to those theorems to do the proof. While doing the proof, you really don't have time to question the axiom, right? You really don't have time to question the theorem or the corollary, right? So what I'm finding is that the question gets lost. It's still getting lost. For example, Kemet, the toponym, right? Kim by itself is not a toponym. Kimu is not a toponym. Kemet, the toponym. So it's getting, things are getting lost and mixed up in the whole, is Kemet a riparian country? Is the premise is getting lost. It's still not, it still hasn't, in my opinion, generally hasn't sunken in yet. The toponym Kemet, not someone's name, right? Not a Kimi, not a Kimu, but Kemet, the toponym. And I find you have to always go back and keep restating that over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, that's very frustrating. That's why I when I was explaining myself to people when I first we had our first live in a long time, I was telling people I don't think people feel my pain when I hear things like that. But at this point, I'm of the opinion that it's done purposely. Like I really think that these things are done intentional, because we had a conversation earlier on Asar's channel with and the brother Asar Amkar came on the channel, and in real time, he totally misrepresented what the argument was, or one of the arguments was. And I noticed that in our conversation, shout out to him, in our conversation, there's a huge reluctancy to admit that Diop was wrong on this point. And the reason why is because everybody is relying on Diop's statement, which nobody in scholarship agrees with. Like there's nobody else that agrees with that. So this in and of itself is very, very out, on the outskirts to begin with. And see, the only way you're going to be able to be an outlier in scholarship, you have to come with some bona fide premise to logic statement proof. Like you have to come with everything, and it has to line up. And a lot of people are not equipped or understand how that's actually done. Like, what are logic tables? Like, what is required to actually say that you have actually proven something? And that's not it. Looking up in the dictionary. Okay, I think I have it here. Hold up. I think I probably ran across it. Give me a second here. I think I have.
Yeah, and while you find that, I can honestly say some of the people who are still battling with it, I think they are being honest. They just don't know or able to follow the logic going down insofar as, the root Kim, the toponym Kemet, Kemetu, the Nisbe, Kimi, Kimu, the participle, the passive participle. In their minds, I think all this stuff is just jumbled all up together. So you're constantly fighting, no, I'm not saying Kim don't mean black. That's not what I'm saying. No.
Yeah, well, that I run into that problem a lot. Is that even today, somebody said that you're saying that Kim doesn't mean black now. Like, all of a sudden Kim doesn't mean black. Nobody ever said that. In fact, we disclaim that at the onset that there's an adjective Kim. I go through a whole exercise between Kim, Kemet, the feminized form of the adjective Kim, why you have to feminize it, even the word Desher versus Desheret, all of that kind of stuff. I've done that in many of our videos and so on. But yeah, that was a false alarm. I thought I found the slide, so I don't see it. Because you're looking for a slide, because I have the slide with just the glyphs, but I have a picture of it in the book, though, in the dictionary.
Right. And the last time I saw it was when you and Smash were on, I forgot what dictionary it was, but you all were looking up something about Kim Ware. And I remember you showed it. It was in the pages were kind of faded, a yellowish, they were kind of stained yellow, and it was in French. Yeah.
Yeah, or I have to dig that up. You just saying that kind of definitely helped me to narrow it down. I'll see if I can find it, how fast I can find it. But I thought I had the slide, though. I don't think at that point I don't think I was sharing a slide. I think I was sharing the actual PDF of the dictionary.
Yep.
All right, so I'm gonna have to pull that up again. But yeah, I'm just trying to talk while I'm trying to do two things at one time and talk. But yeah, that's where people got to understand the pain of that. They got to understand toponyms, and see, that's why I say it's done intentionally, because everyone personally knows their strengths and weaknesses, their shortcomings and everything. And I don't think people are being honest with their own strengths and weaknesses and acknowledging the next man's strengths and weaknesses. I think people are portraying themselves to have a skill set that they really haven't cultivated. Because, like, for example, me, if, like, I'm going to give you a perfect example. Asar Imhotep has a very, very focused concentration on diachronic historical comparative linguistics. I don't have a concentrated focus in that area. I know enough about it to follow along with explanations and all of the techniques and terminology, but I don't have a focus on that, and I don't exercise and do those things on a regular basis. So now, me knowing that, if I'm ever in need, if I'm trying to share or share information or teach something that requires that kind of work, I'm smart enough to know, and you have to have character enough to admit and say, well, wait a minute, let me bring a SAR on board to handle that. You see? So
yeah,
I don't think other people are built in their character to do stuff like that. So what people do, in my same example, this is what happens in the conflict community, knowing that that's still a shortcoming, people will still try to portray themselves as they know, and then they're gonna share to their audience or whatever, especially in a YouTube setting. They're gonna still share and act like they are doing something that they're really not. And see, that's detrimental, because you're more prone to make mistakes. If you don't know the techniques and stuff, then you're passing yourself off as if you do. What they call that online when you pass yourself off as something that you're not? What is it, ghost lighting or something?
No, I think you mean cosplaying.
No. Like if you people meet each other, but you fake, like you send them a fake picture of yourself.
Catfishing.
Gaslighting. Catfishing. Or
Catfishing.
Gaslighting. Whatever. Catfishing. What I said ghostlighting. Dang, I'm way out of tune.
That's crazy.
Catfishing and yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So catfishing. So a lot of people are really catfishing. They act like that's an actual seasoned skill set that they have when it's not. And here's the thing, to the onlooker, they don't know any better. And that's why I say it's done intentionally, because the onlooker doesn't know any better. And so if you do it enough, and since I've been on my hiatus, I know it's been done a lot of times, then people tend to think that person really knows what they're doing. And it's not the case. That's why we have to come back and explain things over and over and over again. We have to clean up. Like, I feel like a janitor. I gotta sweep up. Hey, listen.
Yeah.
Like Chris, you got children, right? You got children?
Two.
Okay. Have you ever been in a situation where you're cleaning the living room, the bathroom, or the kitchen, or whatever, and at the same time that you cleaning up, your children running around in dirt and messing things up?
Yeah.
Now you see how that makes you feel?
Absolutely.
That's exactly how I feel.
Like, damn, man, did you see me?
Right. That's exactly how I feel in this conflict community, where I'm trying to clarify things, and at the same time I'm clarifying, or in at least just explain things and show people, expose people to techniques and stuff. You got people out there that are just throwing dirt back on the floor, and here I am sweeping, and they still throwing dirt on the floor. It's like, man, we're talking about topping them. Now people are bringing up, like earlier, the brother Asaram Khan said that synonyms and homonyms are the same. I'm like, where you get that from?
He didn't say that, brother.
No, listen, I'm gonna go back to Asar's channel, and I'm gonna find where he said that, because it got real muddy and blurry in that conversation, and that's what I don't like. I don't like those kind of conversations. But yes, we were talking about homonyms and stuff like that. He was talking about they, there, and there, and there. He was talking about the there with the THEY apostrophe AR, which is totally different than the two I was using. I mean, it was crazy. But yeah, that's what's happening in this conflict community. And there's a point, even to you as a parent, in a real life situation, there's a certain point where you put your foot down. Either you're gonna put your children on punishment, or be like, listen, you're gonna have to scream on them, or you just gonna stop cleaning up. And then you're gonna be like, all right, y'all could dirty up all y'all want to, but guess what? Who gonna clean up? You gonna clean up, or I'm gonna take your phone from you. I'm gonna take your PlayStation 5 from you until you clean up this room. I'm gonna put a padlock on the refrigerator.
We got 4 plates now in the house, so y'all can get it right.
Exactly. So the point, like you see your plate, you got your name on the back, it's still in the sink dirty. So if you want to eat, you got to clean your own plate. You got to pull out stuff like that. But see, with grown adults, you can't do that. Yeah. So it's real frustrating to come on the scene and people are still talking nonsense. And we're talking about a toponym, a place name. People don't know what a place name is. They don't know how place names function, how they develop. They're getting confused between place names, toponyms, ethnonyms, demonyms. People didn't even know what a demonym was. Some people didn't even know what a toponym was. But yet they step foot into the argument. Then you got people who are distracting the entire argument, talking about black divine herd called the divine herd people. You know, saying the Egyptians are the divine herd people, the black divine herd people. That makes no sense because visually, ancient Egypt is known for its entire existence of painting their representation of their people. If you're going to associate them with cattle, it would be the red cattle, because that's what color they painted themselves. With the exceptions of Maiherperietc that people keep showing, Nefeteri people keep showing, or they show instances of Khemset, which is a person that people like to go to. And then you got the names of Neunk Pepi Kim, Hepi Kim, and stuff like that. Nobody's disputing that those words or those instances exist.
Right. That's what I was getting ready to ask you. Right. Yeah.
Yep. See, they're very, very sneaky with it because the thing is, everybody knows already, because you said, like, you know what your focus is, and you know that if it's needed, if somebody needs something that it has to do with diachronic comparative linguistics, then the smart thing to do is to call on Asa Imhotep, right? So to me, why I actually agree with you that this is actually done on purpose is because you notice that these people already know that they don't have the capability or the skills to argue the topic itself. So what they do is they fork arguments from it. You know how you would fork Bitcoin or Ethereum. So they pretty much create like a hard fork where it's incompatible with the original argument. And then they take that and then they put it on the road for as a content. But then the only bad side of it is that they're using you guys and your names to lure people and make them believe that they're actually arguing your argument, while they have literally just created their own argument out of this this particular arguments that your guys got, just so they can have content and to produce something for themselves and actually bring and what they produce or what they fork out of the original argument is actually a low standard content. So they obviously, instead of everybody just having, if the standard is set high where everybody moves high, then they try to bring it lower to their level so they can be part of it.
Is y'all there? I think we lost him.
Yeah. No, I'm here. I'm here. Y'all keep it up. I'm trying to find this thing for you because yeah, I'm looking for something. So y'all keep it up. Y'all talk about how they messing it up. Go ahead, keep on.
They already messed it up and left it alone. They're messing up their own created arguments. So it's crazy.
Yeah, but there are still a lot of newer comers to the subject though, who are, I think, on some level they are honest, that like the newer guys who are around, and they're kind of listening to us, and kind of trying to follow along, and then they're hearing conflicted sides, and they're jumping into a subject that requires a lot of meat and a lot of extra information to kind of carry an argument along.
Yeah, and those people don't know because those people, probably a lot of people who are, like you said, newer to this stuff, their introduction is through those people. So all they know is that part, and also how to argue. The only way they know how to argue those points is what are being shown. Because when we came around with this week, people are like, they already started tearing us to death. Like everybody's like, there's a chem that means black. Don't you guys? So why don't you guys say the chem means black? And it's like, listen, there is a chem that means black. Nobody's arguing that, but they don't even know that because they already got bamboozled over there because everybody's trying to, wow them with like, see, there's a chem there that means black. And it's like, so they look like they're doing something. And the poor audience actually think that that people are actually arguing that there is no chem that means black. And there they are showing those chem that means black. So what the hell is going on?
Or that people are fighting against, when all along no one is fighting that. One of the meanings is black. That's no one's arguing that.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and that's a shame for the audience part. Is a shame, and we've had to deal with a large stream of that audience like all of a sudden. But I'm very happy and and stay positive that at least we've done enough to in this few the 3 shows that we did this week to kind of just let people know that nope, that's not what's going on, and nope, we understand there's a chem that means black. And nope, nobody's arguing out or trying to figure out the skin color of the ancient Egyptians. you know, you can leave it at Africans, but the project here is we're trying to ascertain the meaning of the toponym Kemet. That's all. Nobody's done that work. No, Diop didn't do that work. Whatever you were told on that other side, he didn't do it. You know, the Egyptologists haven't done that work. It was just Egypt at first, and then it changed to Black Land or Fertile Land. But there is no work done to actually prove to actually show how everybody arrived at that. Exclude how did they exclude all the other chems, the root chems that are available, and
Right.
and decided that it is chem. So that is the question. So since nobody has done that work, that is the work that people are doing now. So the only best thing to do is to either wait or to contribute to it, in whether you're in agreement or in disagreement. But even if you're in disagreement, you still have to read the current work available, which is the book by the Shemsueru team, and then the latest book by Arsa Imhotep. Those are the only books or the documentations that you're going to find in this particular research question.
Okay, Chris, you there?
It's you.
All right, so I found it. So I told you I come through with my promises.
I was no. I knew you had it. I mean, I wasn't trying to rush. I saw it. It's been years ago. I remember seeing it clearly, but I guess for the record, though, it'd be good if we could pull it up again so that other people can see it.
All right, yeah. So I'm gonna share it on the screen. So while I'm pulling it up, why don't you preference it so that people know what they're looking at? Like what
Yes.
what do you what did you ask me for?
So I was asking to show the version of Kim written out with either the N23 or the N36 glyph for the water canal, and for the the shortened water canal and the elongated water canal. Because there was some people questioning whether or not Kim actually exists in that form.
Right. Okay. All right. So let me see if. All right. Give me a second. I'm gonna share my screen. There we are. All right. So because this is the fastest way I could find it. So what I did was I mentioned earlier on Asar's channel. We had went over and I told you it was one of Asar's slides that he shared because he was actually talking about that today. And so this is a screenshot from the earlier conversation. And so hopefully everybody can see and make this out. Give me a second. I'm going to share it right here. And if not, I'll go to his video and pull it up clearer because I have the timestamp of the video, of that section of the video. So can you guys see that? Can you see that?
Yep.
Okay, so Kemet with the N36 glyph. This is hopefully everybody else can see that. Kemet with the N36 glyph as a determinative is located in the phrase Emir Kemet Neb Desheret Neb, and is located in the Water Book Dictionary, Volume 5, page 126. In that form.
And when we say water bush here, you mean the actual physical copies of the water bush, or you mean the new? Okay, see, that needs to be okay. This is
the physical copy. See,
yep.
and we explained this earlier that the TLA is a digitized project of digitizing the Water Book Dictionary and the corpus of text.
Right.
So the source of the TLA. Much of the source of the TLA when it comes to lexical entries is coming from the German, the Erman and Grappa Waterbuck or Waterbuch. I don't know how the Germans pronounce that, but that's where it's come from. So when you see, and I actually explained this on the SAR show. When you see the open bracket WB, like for example, can y'all see my cursor? Let me
Yeah.
see if y'all can see my cursor. Okay. So when people are ever looking at these references, this is like a citation reference, right? So when you see the open square bracket, WB stands for the Waterbuch. The number is this number 5, which is the volume, because the Waterbuch comes in several volumes. And people have to understand, just Google the Waterbuch, even in Wikipedia, it will tell you that the Waterbuch is a German dictionary, but it took roughly 15 years to complete. And it's a handwritten dictionary by the German School of Egyptology. They took a long time to compile that dictionary. And it's in several volumes. So this is volume 5, and this is page 126. Now, some people also include the actual entry with a colon after the page number. So you count down from the top down. They'll like let's say if this says 126:2, that means it's the second entry on page 126 in volume 5. So that's one example. And here's the glyph in question. Okay. So we have the next one is the interchangeable, which is the exact same statement being made, but notice that Kemet is spelled differently with the N23 glyph, which confirms what Sir Alan Gardner stated, what I shared earlier, when Gardner said that the N23 and the N36 are interchangeable. Okay, so this is how you demonstrate, which always beat conversation. Demonstration beats conversation. Is when you show. We showed it already and showed enough already, but this is just to kind of reinforce it. So we have the water canal glyph here. Then we have the irrigation glyph here. Okay, they're interchangeable. And so both of them says Emira Kemet Neb and Desheret Neb. And it means the king, it means the king of all the cultivatable and desert lands. Cultivatable and desert lands. All right. So people will see it and understand that. All right.
Perfect.
So now in the water book, so while y'all keep talking, I will pull up the water book itself and maybe I'll show that. Be able to show that. So let me stop sharing.
Okay. Okay, so while we're talking, I would just like to address Sheffrin. First of all, I'm not scamming people. I don't know what you mean by scamming people. I know that, things can get emotional, especially with this kind of subject. For me personally, I don't get emotional because I actually studied this thing and I've studied it for 8 years. If I was going to get emotional, I would be in a psychiatric ward right now. So instead of calling me a scammer, because I actually say that the research on the place name Kemet hasn't been done before. If it has been done before, all I asked you was, you can produce the work and I will gladly stand corrected, because this is not a personal thing for me like that. We are all learning. So if there's something, if I'm wrong, then I don't mind standing corrected. So, and just as a note, just because there is an agreement within the field doesn't mean that research has been done on this kind of stuff. And this is, I don't know if you were here before, this is why I was actually talking about when we first started about 8 years ago on SSU. One of the things that Assad did actually suggest for us, which all Egyptologists actually do this for the most part, those people who specialize in that, is focusing on a single word out of the Sesh Netcher, out of the language, and really researching on that particular single word. So I can tell you that even though we have all these words in these dictionaries and databases, doesn't mean that all those words have been fully ascertained. Egyptologists at this point, there are people who are focusing on single words, arguing about these single words just to find their right meaning, the content and the realities behind them, so that they can actually point not the form of the word to the right concept or the meaning of it. So I can give you as an example, even the words that we say car. You will notice on this channel when people say car, some people say spirit, some people say soul. Even among Egyptologists, they're really still trying to figure out what does this word mean. Of course, you're going to find it in the dictionary as spirit, as soul, but that doesn't mean that that is the final resolution of of the word. That it is the current working meaning. But there are actually people who are focusing on that single word to find the right meaning, just like Asa and Nema are actually focusing on the word Kemet or the toponym Kemet to find the right meaning, even though we still have definitions in the dictionaries that Egyptologists have agreed as working meanings. So that is what I'm saying, because I know you do not focus on this particular topic, so you or this particular study of the ancient Egyptian language and culture, so you don't know this kind of stuff that is going on. So I could even tell you, like one of the Egyptologists that Wujao mentioned, the Danish one, Hunenor, we actually went through some of his work when he was actually trying to figure out what ka really means. So this is what I'm talking about, because you don't know. You are assuming that because Egyptologists give explanations, valid explanations of why they would use the word Kemet and translate it to black land, or some translate it to fertile land, which makes sense, then that is it. That doesn't mean that that is it. Because nobody has done done that work to actually ascertain and actually exclude the other chems and say we arrived at the black land or we arrived at the fertile land from this word kemet, from the root of chem, because the other chems this and that, and nobody says that on a video, because that's not how things work in academia. There are things will not be hidden. You would be able to produce that research work that was done on that specific word in the ancient Egyptian language, which there is none at this point. And that is what I was saying. If you think that is coming, that is up to you. But yeah, you might as well define what you mean by I am scamming people, because I'm actually saying what has been done and what hasn't been done. Because actually, I really don't appreciate somebody saying I'm scamming people, especially on something that I focus on fully that you don't.
Yeah, that's I've heard that word. Sometimes people say it in a playful manner, and I get it. And see, that's the difference. The issue I take up issue with too much gaming. Too much giggles and fun. Like there's a place and time for it. Like I'm all down for having fun. Like I'm definitely a person that I like to have fun. I like to relax. I like to not take things serious to point where it stresses people out and everything like that. But there's a time and place for it, and I think that people need to learn how to juggle the two and not commingle them. Like there's a time to get serious and get down to business, and then there's a time to have fun. And sometimes you can get down to business while having fun, as long as it doesn't interfere with getting down to business. And I don't think people have really mastered that skill. And so, a lot of things are kind of jokingly said or done and whatnot. And it's kind of mismatched. It's almost like trying to dance with somebody. You ask somebody to dance, some music is playing, and you're trying to dance with somebody, and you got to be in sync with them dancing, but then you end up stepping on each other's feet. That's what happens. While one person is playing, the other person is serious, or vice versa. The other person is playing, and the first person is serious, or whatever. So people got to learn how to read the temperature of the situation and act accordingly. So that people just need to really understand that, because I've seen, even since we've been here again, and I'm trying to play catch up. I seen a couple of videos I saw where my name was mentioned, at least in the chat. I think I'm watching the video, and you can see the chat rolling as the video playing in the archives of, I forget whose channel it was, but somebody said accused me of scamming, or somebody, I don't know who it was. I'm gonna probably go back to it, because I didn't see it was serious enough for me to address it, but said that I was scamming. I'm like, huh? Like,
Yeah.
since when I'm scamming? Like I'm the
like,
anti I'm the most anti-scammingest person. Like I don't even like I be teaching people for free.
We're scamming people for $0.
Yeah, like I'm scamming people in terms of money. Like I'm the upside down of a scammer. And then if they say if they mean that I'm fooling people, then that's just that's just talk. I mean, somebody say I'm fooling somebody, you gotta show me like I'm fooling somebody. Like that's just crazy.
Yeah,
Anyway,
but real quick before
yeah,
you just
126.
finish, Chefrin, just to answer your question, because yeah, you are right. Like it's time for y'all to take this argument to the University of Chicago Egyptology department because y'all bluffing. So I think you understand that if somebody has done some research work, what definitely is not going to happen is nobody's going to take videos to those departments. So Asar has done his part and is continuing to do his part. So he has written and documented all his findings and probably will do some more. So those are part of that process. So that is being done. If so you saying bluffing, I don't think that's even appropriate because somebody actually took it seriously and has documented their findings and their work. And like Wujao said yesterday, and I think Assam mentioned it today, it's not an overnight process. So yeah, so that is being done. So we do take things seriously, and I hope that everybody continues to take this stuff seriously, like Asa has.
Can I?
All right, yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, let me add something real quick. I don't talk about this much, but being an alum of the University of Chicago, to answer Chef's question, and being very familiar with the Egyptology department in OI, I've actually went to some colloquia and sat down and spoke with it kind of indirectly about Kemet having to do with water and riparian, and they didn't sound like it was that big of a deal. Like they didn't shoot it down. It didn't seem like an emergency, and it's not something that they really wanted to just delve off into. But they were kind of open to it. Yeah,
Yeah,
they were open to it.
I could say the same thing. I have rubbed elbows with scholars on this issue, and they have absolutely no problem. In fact, one actually said it's brilliant and said that it's a good idea, but at the same time, they acknowledge that it's going to be hard to change the way that's being looked at. So they were saying it's brilliant because I was explaining to them that by invoking the word riparian for any meaning centered around a place named Kemet is better off, and I convinced them. They were saying it's brilliant. They're sold because they were saying, yeah, because the black is too shallow, and it is calling it the black land, and he was saying that he wished that they would have kept it at fertile country or fertile land and not say black, because black allowed. Now he didn't say this part, but he was saying it in a different way. He said that the black has allowed the controversy to take place about race. And I said, yeah, but the way I would say it is that the blackologists hijacked that whole meaning and then started to apply it to the skin color of people when that was never. No expert in Egyptology, degreed or just simply an expert in it, ever agrees with that. Nobody. The only people that are on that tip are YouTubers in the conflict community, and they're using Diop's claim as their base. That's it. Outside of that, it does not exist. Nobody's arguing over it. Nobody's fighting over it. Nobody's even talking about that. People are too busy translating obscure texts and everything. I told people the frontier of Egyptology now is to ascertain the realities, to have a better understanding of the text themselves. Like people are going back to retranslate things that have been translated, but with a better understanding and commentary on the realities behind what is being discussed in these various different texts. That's where the frontier of Egyptology is at, outside of the material cultural part. But while I have on the screen though, I want to show this. This is the actual water book itself. Okay, and I know it's small, I got to blow this up. But I want to show where it was referenced. Remember the reference? Did you copy that down?
Yeah, it's right there.
WB.
It's on the left page.
No.
What?
I'm saying the way Asar had the reference that I when I shared my screen before.
Waterbush. I don't remember which volume. Volume 5.
Yep, it was WB 5,
5,
comma 126.
126. Got it.
So everybody remember that it was WB 5 126. So I have opened up volume 5 of the water book. I'm on page 126 if y'all can see my cursor. And now I'm going to blow it up. So we're on page 126 and I'm going to show you all. It starts off with Kim Ware,
Kim Ware
as the first entry. Then it's the explanation of whatever they're saying is in German. And they show these variants. They show another version of Kim Ware with the water canal glyph. Over here it does not have it. Down here it does have it. And some variations that are being explained. Then we have Kemet with just the I6 bread loaf or X1 and O49. Variation with just those two without the determinative. Over here. And look, they're saying this determinative, and this determinative interchange. That is the N23, N36, and the O49. All right. That's there. So much so they even show a late Egyptian entry where the I6 is inside the O49 glyph. How about them apples? Then down here they show another version of it, which is what Asar showed on the slide. So we have Emi Ra, Kemet Neb, Desheret Neb. You see Kemet spelled with the water channel glyph. And remember, I asked earlier, does anybody remember seeing Kemet with 3 O49 glyphs and then the word Desheret with 3 triple hills? Well, here you have it. You have Kemet. Yeah, say it again.
No, I said yes, you did, and actually, this is my first time saying it though. But yeah,
this is Kemet with 3 O49 glyphs, and here's Desheret with 3 triple hill glyphs. All right, so I just want everybody to understand what they are looking at.
And you know the location is because it says in the midst or in the middle of, right? Her Ib.
Yes.
Kemet.
And Her Ib only means who is in. Mm-hmm. Her Ib, who is in, who is upon the middle of something. So who is in here.
Yeah. Kemet.
All right. And those are three things there. So people have to understand. So this is the Water Book dictionary for those entries. All right. So hopefully everybody got that. Let me shrink this back down. And
then there's one that calls it the land. Pa ta ni Kemet.
Yeah.
Yep, the land of Kemet.
All right, so I just want everybody to see that. We have commit to you. We have commit to you over here. I probably got to blow that back up so everybody can see that. We have the word commit to you here. If y'all can see that, commit to you. And then an alternative, commit to you over here. Commit right here. And then even in the page before, you have the famous or infamous Kemet with the 2 people and the 3 strokes there, as you can see here. And the water book says Egyptians. They don't say nothing about black people. You're not going to find a dictionary where they translate this rare form. Because remember, this is in a Calhoun papyrus. And you're not going to find a dictionary that translate that as black people. That's made up by the blackologists in the conflict community. And you have Rani Kemet, which is the Egyptian language. You have Remechni Kemet, which is the people. Now check this out. If Kemet means black people, then why would you say people of the black people?
That's crazy.
Yeah, I was gonna say that about the one where right here where it says Medet Remechni Kemet right down right below where you're at. Yeah.
Yeah, this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all three of these are forms of expressing the name of the language. This is expressing the name of the people. Remechni Kemet. Remechni Kemet. So when Diop says that the ancient Egyptians only had one term to designate themselves, Diop is simply wrong. Right here in the water book, and he's referencing the water book at that. And to his credit, he didn't do that work. It was somebody else. But he put it in his book. And so
that you go again. He ain't do that work.
Yeah, he didn't. But he says this. He says so himself.
Yeah.
But on the same page, it says Remechni Kemet. Like, how can you miss that? Remechni Kemet, which means the people belonging to Kemet. This says Rani Kemet, literally the mouth belonging to Kemet, but the mouth here is figuratively as speech. So the speech that belongs to Kemet, and that's like saying the Egyptian language. Then you have Medew Kemet, the words or the speech of Kemet, which is another way of saying the language. And then you have the words of the people of Kemet. It has Medew Remechni Kemet, all the way out. The language of the people of Kemet. It's like, come on. The language of the people of the black people. Like, who in their right mind would still think like that? Anyway, that's enough. So let me bring this back down. So I didn't even plan to do that. I'm gonna blame Chris on that. People gonna get mad.
But it's you did it again. It's here, so they can always refer back to, you know.
And plus, this video is too long. Ain't nobody going. We've been on 6 hours. Nobody gonna watch this video
I'm gonna timestamp it anyway. So
yeah, timestamp it.
I know, because I know this part is gonna come up later, and somebody's gonna say like, "Yo, and you didn't show it or whatever." So I'll put it on the timestamp.
He said, there you go. So Sosa said, there you go with that Rodney Kemet. Nah, it's. So you know what? To help you out, I may say Ro Ni Kemet, or break it down, but it's Ra Ni Kemet. He said Rodney.
We see we on the corner we'll say Rodney. So you probably switching too.
But listen, here's the thing, right? The one thing I don't like, I think. Listen, and I know Sheffer, and hopefully you still listening. I know Sosa's in the building, Sean is in the building, Donnie, Afro Ninja, Mika, everybody's in the building. In all seriousness, I know you all know this conversation has been going on too long, and not only too long, because we don't want to limit conversations as far as time, but it's been going on too long with the same BS though. Like, it's the same stuff being repeated over and over again. Nobody's showing anything different. All people are doing is taking advantage of the audience's ignorance or the audience's lack of knowing any better. Like, I can sit in front of a group of people right now and amaze them at anything about Egypt and be completely wrong. And they won't know enough to fact check me, but they'll accept what I'm saying. I know I could do that if I wanted to. I could sound heavy and sound deep and everything. And people could do that about many subjects. And I don't think it's fair, but it's happening. And it's been going on too long. So here's the thing. What needs to happen now, if people need to acknowledge what they agree with and what they disagree with, because I think, like, out of the people I'm seeing in the chat right now, I think Sheffrin actually agrees with me. I think Sosa agrees with me in my stance. I think that most people in the chat agree with me in my stance in what you feel that I've been expressing about this issue. I think right now that there's an agreement. And if by chance there's not, then isolate those things and then we can have a discussion about it. That's what needs to happen. Because I think people are not anybody here, but I think there's a lot of ghost arguments going on, straw man arguments going on, make believe arguments, whatever you want to call them. I really think that that's what's happening. People have spent 2 years trying to find any Egyptian that's described as black. That's never the argument. I could have showed, I not could have, but I showed that years ago, where objects and people are described as black. Matter of fact, I did a whole class on the primal colors of Egypt. When I talked about Kim, Desher, Waj, and Hedge, which correspond to Kim is black, Waj is green, Desher is red, Hedge being white. And then how you get blue and yellow coming later and stuff. All of those different things. We had a whole live stream about that. And some of the live streams I did was in the Amara Squad group, and unfortunately that got taken over. See, that's some childish stuff too. And I really, I don't see how people tolerate it. I just don't. So, yeah, this conversation is gonna fade big time. So I see Sat 12. Let me see anything that I'm missing. Seshu, would y'all, if that version with the two people is a transliteration of, she's asking, is that version with the two people a transliteration? Yes, it is.
Oh yeah, okay, you got it. It was something you were showing.
Yes, it is. It's hieratic, and it's in the hieratic. We did a whole thing on it years ago where we broke it down. Look, I'm gonna show y'all a grammatical issue with that papyrus real quick. Let's see, do I have it handy? I think I do. I should. So yeah, here we are. Okay, so I want to share this with y'all on the screen. Can y'all see that?
Two.
Okay. I'm sorry. I need to make it bigger and remove that. Okay. First and foremost, I want y'all to notice the date on this slide. It says November 26th, 2018. We're in 2024 now. So that was 6 years ago. Okay, let the record reflect and let the record show that this slide, I created this slide and presented it 6 years ago. Now, this is just that one line. I highlighted this one line to share a grammatical lesson when I presented this. And this is coming from the Hymn to Senwesoret the Third, plate number 3, line 5. Okay, and this has what's been controversial, for the past 2 years, which is this set of glyphs here. Now, in this sentence, we have ENF, Sa'unk NF, Kemet, Keser NF, Shenenu S. And so what is that saying? ENF means he came, past tense. He came. Sa'unk is a causative on the word unk, which means to cause to live, but we say in living, to invigorate or to in living something. And you got the third person masculine pronoun he, so he past tense enlivened what? Kemet. He enlivened Kemet. He came, enlivened Kemet, or caused the nation of Kemet, as I have here, to live. Then what else? Keser NF. This means to dispel. And past tense. And then you have he. So he dispelled what? Shenenu S. Now I have a red arrow here to highlight this pronominal suffix pronoun. This is a third person feminine singular pronoun. And I'm just going to read what I have here on the screen. The S pronominal suffix on the word shenenu is a third person feminine singular pronoun. It anaphorically, and I bold these words because I want y'all to screenshot and look them up if you don't know what it means. It anaphorically refers back to its antecedent, which is the word kemet, and it agrees with it in gender and number, which is feminine singular. The word kemet in this text is not a feminine plural word and would not be rendered kimwet or the made up kim2. Now, I presented this 6 years ago because there was a claim, and it's been so long ago I forgot who made the claim, but there was a claim that the word kemet in this text is feminine plural and it's supposed to be transliterated as kim2, like down here. Right. And that was completely false.
In that case, then that suffix pronoun would have been sin, right? It would have been senenu sin.
Exactly. It would have been a third person plural pronoun. As Chris rightfully said, sin. It would be shenenu sin. Shenenu. Which means their afflictions and not its in the singular. It. And the it is talking about is the nation of Kemet. The state. And if you look throughout the text, it's always contrasting, talking about the two lands, Nefeteri and Kemet, the Sesh and the B. The Sesh represents upper Kemet, the B represents lower Kemet. All right, so
or 10, yeah, it could have been 10 too, but yeah, they didn't put either sin or 10 here, sin or 10. Yeah.
Oh, you mean but yeah, right. But the point is singular, right? It's not singular. It's not plural at all.
Not plural.
So that's what people have to understand. All right. So, but yeah. So I just wanted to share that real quick. Let me go back to where we were. All right. Stop blasting that on the screen. Okay. So yeah, Sat. The hymn to Senwesoret the third is in Hieroglyphic, and those glyphs actually do exist. They exist there twice, possibly 3 times. And I say possibly 3 times because in the beginning of the text, the actual primary papyrus itself is damaged. So scholars have inferred or assumed that the word in that damaged section is Kemet, and I don't doubt that. When you read the context and everything, I believe that they're definitely correct on that. All right, where it has the same glyphs. All right, so hopefully that answers your question. Garfield said reconstructed. Oh, and that first part. Yeah, scholars will reconstruct, but scholars are transparent about that. See, scholars put a bracket on there though. They put a bracket around what they reconstruct. And I wish I had Emiket or Chris, do you happen to have the hymn to Senwesoret, the glyphs for it anywhere? Because we could just read that part. Yeah, let's go out with a bang. Let's go out with a bang. I mean, so many people share it. I'm surprised I don't have it readily available. Dang, I wish let me see if I can find it real quick. You talk about freestyle. We might as well just go out with a bang. Let's just go ahead and show folks what time it really is. Start with a freestyle, end with a freestyle. Yeah, but this freestyle gonna be a little different though. This freestyle, I'm trying to show people what, like, who's who in these YouTube streets. Man, it's not in this file right here, so man, it's gonna be another long thing. I'm not trying to spend a lot of time trying to look for it. I'm looking for the actual glyphs. If any of you all in the chat have the actual glyphs that you could point me to it real quick for time's sake, because I definitely have it. It's just I'm trying to do this fast because it's after 11 o'clock and it's crazy. I done spent all this time
unless we do
online.
Freestyle Sunday.
Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna have time tomorrow. I can't do 2 days of like this. You know, I'm willing to give a day to what I'm doing, but hold up. Well, anyway, MEK, you and Chris, y'all strike up, y'all handle, y'all talk. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I would say if you can't find it, I think me and MEK can work our way through it if you can't find it tonight on another day.
Yeah.
Nah, we need. I need this. I need that right there. I need.
You guys second win. You know.
No, because too much is it's just real frustrating.
Yeah.
It's people don't feel the pain involved, man. I don't, like I'm all for having fun, but this has gone too long. Like I'm thinking I'm on a hiatus. I'm coming back. I'm thinking that people gonna be past this, but good gracious, it's worse.
Yeah. But you know what? What I was saying on the chat is actually true. Because we can all agree that everybody is like tired, tired of hearing this kind of stuff. But I'm just gonna let y'all know that I know when this discussion first started on social media, on the different Facebook groups and whatever, when Asa and them were, giving their talking points on this issue, and then had the book, the book for the debate going and all that kind of stuff. I do not, I can safely assume, and I can say that I do not think that they intended for this to happen. I know that they intended to do what they do, and Asar did say that he was going to write a book after which he has, published and is available right now. And that was the whole point, write the book and then give it to the community, and then also to, hope, because you write a book and you do your research, which he has done for over 19 years, obviously because you want to contribute to something. So but I know that it was never the intention that people were supposed to jump on it and argue them down like that. Like obviously, if anybody they wanted to argue them down, it would be like the people they intended, to have that conversation with. But all this mess is because a certain Reggie and a certain Netcher decided to hijack this conversation, and then after some point, everybody else was called into this conversation. So it's only because of that you hear all this stuff, but I don't think that was their intention. And if everybody just keeps the I just understand that somebody has produced the research question, and I've done the documentation and supplied it, and then just leave it at that and see what happens, because it's not up to us to decide. Literally, it's not up to us to decide whether riparian is correct or it should stay as fertile land or things like that. That's not for us, but we are the most loudest with it, so we are the ones, when I say we, I say people who continue to, argue these things down on videos, thinking that they're actually doing something or rebutting a book. Those are the kind of people that y'all need to get mad at, not people who have produced the work as they should have and written their documentations down.
Chris, you got something to say on it?
No, she putting it down. Uh-oh.
All right, so I think I have it. Let me see if I can share this. Pull it up.
You're saying Reggie proved this point and everybody's mad. Reggie is actually having his the Black Bull stuff. I don't know what that has to do with the toponym Kemet, or is the synchronism stuff that has nothing to do with the toponym Kemet. Plus, at the end of the day, you're not going to rebut books with YouTube videos. At the end of the day, those are actually content for y'all guys to consume and have fun with. So nothing has been rebutted.
Now, but you got, come on, see, that's what I'm saying. Sheffrin's playing at this point. That's what I'm saying. See, Sheffrin, you got, don't you got somebody's hair to cut? Are you in between appointments right now? All right, so I have the text on the screen. I have the text on the screen. Hopefully it's big enough. Maybe I think it's being blocked by some of the stuff on YouTube. Let's see. Is it?
Yeah, some of it is still at the bottom, the very, very
At the
bottom.
bottom? Okay, I'll scroll up. That's fine. I'll scroll up. Okay, but as long as everybody can see it. So, all right. So now remember this. Remember what I said about hymns. This entire hymn is a hymn to Senwesoret III, and this hymn, the function of this hymn, is to express and acknowledge the responsibilities that a king has. And this particular one is suspected that this one was performed and done while the king was alive. And sometimes the hymns are done after the king is deceased. But there's evidence to show that this was actually done while the king was alive and when he took ascension to his throne. And that's what these type of hymns are about. And so when the king takes the throne, they're basically in a hymn way discussing what the king's responsibilities are. So this first part, so Chris, you still there, right? Can you see it? You can see the screen?
Do.
All right, so between you and Emiket and myself, let's just run through this. And,
Cool.
and Chris, it's not like you at a supermarket or something.
Yeah, I'm in a hospital. Let me get them to quiet this machine down right quick.
Oh, well, hope it don't affect nobody. Don't turn nobody's life support off.
No.
Don't turn no oxygen tank off or something.
Hold on a sec.
Boy, don't do that. Next thing you know, it'll be on Channel 11 News. All right. Well, Emiket, all right, let's start it off. Chris, you gonna chime in. Now, the way that this is written, this first section, if y'all can see my cursor, this first section here, okay, number one, you're gonna read it from right to left. Okay, you're gonna read it from right to left, and it's in rows. So I'm just making it simple for y'all. This first section here that sticks out and is not lined up with the rest of it underneath it is because the way that the hymn was written was this first section is to be repeated for each one, but they only write it once. Okay, it's to repeat it, but you only writing it once. Okay, so remember that. And so this first section is E in F, and that simply means he came to us. All right, he has come. Excuse me, he has come. It's past tense. He has come to us. All right, he has come to us. And so that will be repeated for each one of these things, even though it's not written. All right, so hopefully that's clear, because it actually was also included, but it's not quite lined up. Is you have E and F, and then we have sin here. All right, but let's keep going. What's from here going all the way across? Do you all want to attack that, or we volley back and forth, or whatever the case is?
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll start off. We have this one technically is chit F. It's ichet F. And this is the word. Well, I'm gonna do the first line. Let me just do the first line like that, and I'll break it up. So we have ichet F, ta shema. Then we have chenem in. Then we have sekemti, which is the double crown. Then we have her dep F, her tep F. Excuse me. And so I just went through the transliteration, but I'm doing it in what we call Egyptology speak for that. And altogether, this first one, like I said, is he has come to us. And then it goes on to say he has taken possession, and then it talks about the Tashamau, which is Upper Egypt, or as what we would say, the Nile Valley, as opposed to the Nile's Delta. So we could say it that way, the Nile Valley part, which is Upper Egypt. And then it goes on to say that the double crown here has been united. This is the word chimnen, which is the same word, by the way, in Hatshepsut's name, where it says Kamin Amun, where she's united or joined with Amun. That's her name. I'm not sure if everybody was aware of that, but this is the same word. So the double crown, the double crown has been united. And then it says head upon Dep-F, his head. Tep-F, his head. So that should be pretty straightforward. He has come to us. He has taken possession of the Nile's valley, or Upper Egypt, and the double crown has been united upon his head. All right. So nothing about blackness, black people, or anything like that would even make sense. All right, but let's keep going. Next line. Now, obviously, the next line you would say E and F, which he has come, but then, and continue.
So you want me to go in, Miket, or you want to rock out? Which one? We have, okay, I'll go. So we have,
Yeah.
so we have E and F, and we have Sama and F, Tawi. Then we have Abech and F, Nasut or Sut, or Nasut ni Biti, or Bit, Nasut ni Bit, or Sut ni Bit.
Mm-hmm. Excellent, good. And so so what does that mean? So we have E and F, Nin, which is come to us, we include that. So, and then continue on. So
he has come, and he has united the two lands, or brought together the two lands. And then Abech, something like united, joined together. He has joined together the north of the Nasut, the king, of the B. Nasut ni Biti. I know Biti is the north, and Sut is the south, but he united the king. How can I say this? This is a genitive. Wait. No, it didn't. It's not genitive. Oh, he united from the north to the south, or from south.
Now
to
you
north?
Now you close. That's acceptable. But yeah, that's acceptable. And full stop. I would just render it. So we have Sama and F, which is, as you said, he has joined or united. Now remember, people should be familiar with this term, Sama Tawi. Yeah. That's what you're looking at, Sama Tawi, but except this is in the verbal form, Sama and F, which means that he joined the two lands. Now, what I want people to pay attention to here is that these two flatland glyphs are determined, which means the determinative or the classifiers for this is the irrigation glyph. So when people say, show me the word Kemet where it has land in the glyphs. When we we went over this earlier, but even Ta for land it has the determinative of the irrigation. You see what I'm saying? Oh boy, it's crazy. But anyway, he has united the two lands, as you said, and then this word here, abek is nf is to mix together, mingle something together. So he has mingled or mixed or merged together the sedge to the bee. So remember, the sedge plant itself is emblematic of Upper Kemet, and the bee is emblematic of Lower Kemet. So the message here is saying that the king has come. united the two lands, and then they're just elaborating. They're saying he united the two lands already, but then it's saying he mingled or merged the sedge and the bee. That's a beautiful way of poetically expressing the same thing. Again, it's talking about land, territories, and what the king possesses. It had nothing to do with people's skin color or none of that stuff. All right, so now let's go to the next line.
Okay. So we're gonna start the same way again with E and F, and then you have Heka and F, and then Kemet, Ready and F. Then you have Desheret, M, Ab F. Yeah.
Okay. So excellent. So E and F, Nin, which means he's came to us. And then
okay.
Okay, go ahead. Now go ahead, break it down.
Oh, okay. And then so you have Heka and F. So Heka, we know that's to rule. So he has ruled. And then you have the riparian nation.
Well, I tell you.
You know. And then Ready and F. So Ready can be like give or to place. So he has also placed. And then you have Desheret. And this one is going to be obviously the red land. And then M, which is usually within. So within, and then you have Ab F. So will be like, I guess the right one would be like his mist.
Okay.
Within
Good.
his vicinity or mist.
Okay, excellent. So I hope people see the picture being painted here based on the context of this thing. So this whole thing so far is basically just confirming and reaffirming the king's possession. He came to rule. What did the king rule? What is the king's dominion of rulership? And at all times, these are just different ways of saying the same thing. It's about the two lands, about the two distinct territories that the Egyptians conceived of being united. And so you have the Upper Egypt, Lower Egypt. Now it's talking about the two different types of land, of territories. You have the Kemet portion and then the Desheret portion being placed, because Ready and F means he placed. He placed the Desheret portion within his possession or collection or in his midst, as Emiket said. There's nothing here that would indicate skin color. It doesn't even make sense with the rest of it. It makes no sense at all. And remember what I said, when you look at the map of Kemet, the ancient Egyptians saw their country as the center of everything, the center of their world. And within their world, within their possession, in the middle of it was Kemet, and the outlayer of it was Desheret. So the king's dominion always started in Kemet, but it expands to the Desheret. And one of the king's jobs, every king's job, was to protect, basically provide to the people, protect the nation and its borders, and then expand it. Expand it. And the way that they looked at it was that the desert was the protective outskirts of the principal area in which everybody lived. Because remember, the desert served as a buffer zone of protection from foreigners. Because you have to traverse through the desert and the hills to get to the meat and potatoes of the nation, which was the riparian zone part of it near the Nile. And so the desert served as a natural border or protector buffer zone. And so when he say that Desheret was placed in his midst because of the dominion, it's saying it's inclusive of that extra buffering territory of the desert areas and things like that. That's what people have to understand. All right, let's keep going. E and F nin is would be the first part. Then we have this word mech here. And I'm just gonna go, you have mech in F, then we have tawi again. Y'all see that? Tawi. Then we have seger or segre, as it should be pronounced, segre. Then we have NF. And when you see this NF, these are verbs, right? And you notice that this is a hymn. So there's like, when this is sung, if we were pronouncing this accurately, like historically accurate, this would sound like a an RB. It would sound like a song. Like it would have some rhythm and rhyme to it, or some kind of cadence to it. I'm not sure about rhyme, like what we call in rhyming, but it would definitely have some cadence and some rhythm to it, because you'll notice how we have Sama in F, Heka in F, then we have Mech in F at the beginning, Sa'unk in F, Sa'unk in F. At all these beginning portions, y'all see that. And then even in the middle. So anyway, to continue, Mech in F, Tawi, Segre in F, and then we have again Idebwi. Idebwi right here. So what does that mean? It means, again, we have E and F nin, which is he has come to us. And then mech and F, the word mech means to protect, to defend. And so he has protected, or he has come to protect, or has protect. In the past tense, he protected what? Not one land, but two. Tawi, the two lands, or the two regions. All right, just keep that in mind. Now, mind you, it's always talking about these regions. So even so what I'm saying is that when you try to force this Kemet part right here to mean black people, it doesn't make sense, because everything is always pointing to the regions, the territory. Coming from the top, coming down. So anyway, he protected the two regions, or the two lands. And then it goes on, the S, we have gere, but a causal in front of it, in F. And gere means to subdue, or like to silence, in the sense of calming down. So it's saying that he is caused to calm down in the past tense. What? Idebwi, the two riverbanks. That's another name of Egypt. The two banks. The riparian. All right. So there you have it. Let's keep going real quick. Let's go to the next one. We can stop at the next one, because I see the Kemet again. We can stop at that one. So who want to do the next one?
MEK, can you go? Because this alarm is going off again.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want nobody's life support, boy.
Okay, where was that? I start with the Sa'unk and F. With the E and F, and then Sa'unk and F right there.
Yeah, right here.
Okay.
This one.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, E and F, and then Sa'unk and F, and then you have Kemet, and then how do you say that? Keser. Keser. Okay, yeah, that's difficult. Okay, Keser and F. And then you have what do we have in there? Oh yeah, that's Shenu S.
Exactly. Yeah. This is the line. If everybody was paying attention, this is the line that I showed earlier, that I broke out to explain that those grammatical points about how the third person feminine singular pronoun anaphorically refers back to its antecedent, which is Kemet here. And it cannot be talking about the skin color of people or anything like that. It's talking about the nation. So when you read it properly, ENF Nin, he has come to us, and then go ahead, Mika. What does Sa'unkenef mean?
Sa'ank and F is he has caused to live, something like that.
Yes. Yep.
So he has caused to live the riparian nation.
Okay.
And then that Heser and F, the word is so difficult. Okay.
Yep.
That is like when you ward, he has warded off, you can say.
Yep. Yep.
And
Dispelled,
then
ward off,
yeah,
repel, dispel, ward off. Yep.
and then the last word of Shenu S. What was Shenu again? That's what I need help with.
Shenenu is hardships or troubles.
Okay. Okay, so he has warded off his
It's yep.
troubles.
Exactly. So there y'all have it. We're gonna stop here, but there you have it. All right. So when you read in the context of everything, nothing in here is indicating the skin color of anybody. It's a hymn to the speaking about the king and his responsibilities to provide and to protect the nation. And the nation is always seen as a pair of regions that have been united. It's just that simple. If anybody want to soundbite me, soundbite that. That Egypt at all times, the ancient Egyptians at all times, saw that their possessed land, the land that they owned that was under the ownership and dominion of the king, as a pair of regions united as one. Ta Shema'u, Ta Mehu, Kemet versus Desheret, etc. You have the two riverbanks, as in the form of Idebwi. And even the emblematic emblems are always associated in pairs. You have the Sesh and the B, or Sut and Beat, which is put together in the king's title, his throne name title, in the form of Nisut BT, Nisut BT, Nisut BT, Nisut BT. Everybody's familiar with that. Nisut BT.
Even the next line, yeah, he called it the next breed or something like that. The citizen, yeah, it's all about citizens and.
Yeah, then it gets right, and there's no indication of skin color or whatever. So it starts off with the nation as a whole, describing it in its multitude of ways. Idebwi, the Sesh, the B, upper, lower Kemet, Tawi is even in there, and then Kemet and Desheret. Those first 5 lines is doing all of that.
He's like walking it down, yeah.
Right.
Dum. Yep.
Walking it down. And then even when you see these people here, this word pot. Now listen, look at the pairing contrast again. Now remember how I said this. This thing is written with a cadence that we know it's a cadence. We just don't know the exact cadence. But we have Sa'unk NF, and then we have this here again, NF. Seker NF again. But what I want y'all to notice is that you have this group of people and this group of I say group of people. These male and female glyphs with the 3-stroke determinative, male female glyphs, 3-stroke determinative. But look at what's being contrasted. You have the pot, then you have the rakit. The pot and the rakit. These are 2 different types of people, but yet they are Egyptians.
Right.
The pot are your bougie people in Egypt, the elite, the elite, the nobles.
The 2% or whatever it is, the 1% or 2%.
This is your wealthy class. This is your bougie folks. All right, people that wear they shop at the Gap. even though they got a lot of money. No, but no, seriously. But this is the pot people. These are your elite. And over here, the Rakit are, it's a word that means like the untutored people, which is like the subjects of the king.
Citizens, like regular citizens.
The regular citizens, but they kind of more describe it as the untutored. We had somebody else on here. We got Brother Garfield in the building.
So it's like a juxtaposition or something.
Right. There's a comparison.
Peace, brother. I have a quick question. Sorry to interrupt, right?
Nah, go ahead.
On the sixth line, right?
Uh-huh.
All the way to the end. What is that word with the 3 strokes? What's that?
Right here, where I'm at right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was just now explaining, just now as you were coming in. This is the word Rakit. And it starts with the R, and you have the what they call a placenta, the braised bread loaf, and then the determinative, and determinative. So it's the Rakit, and this word designates a class of Egyptian citizenship. So these are the people who were untutored, like your regular citizens, as opposed to the pot people. You got the PAT, pot people, or class of people, which were your elite people. So that's what it is.
Can you show me where the word Desheret is?
Yeah, Desheret is right here.
Desheret. Okay.
Right here. Matter of fact, let me get my cursor. I'll get my cursor here so everybody can see it. It's right here. So this whole word right here, it stops right there.
So I'm trying to figure out if so the standard translation, they do say black land, right? And it's in conjunction with the red land.
Yes.
So he's talking about Tawi and upper, lower, whatever. So he's talking about the two land spaces.
Yep.
All right. It makes sense. I don't see, I'm trying to see where black people would make logical sense. And that's what I was saying 2 weeks ago when I looked at it. It don't make sense. And then the assumptions is not bad, because obviously I think on the website, I think it's a student that's doing the translation. It's not perfect, but at least the person is, almost close to the fact that you're talking about the red land and the black land, which makes sense. I think
the standard, the Orthodox standard translation of this is that he ruled the black land, and then he placed the red land in his possession. That's the standard translation of that. They juxtapose, or they compare the black land and the red land, and that by itself is not something to argue against, because all it's doing is describing how the Egyptians divided their land into 2 different types of land. One that was habitable, that everybody lived at, and then the one that was inhabitable, that was dangerous to people, which was the desert. Mm-hmm. So, but your first point, but you're right. There's no indication of skin color or anything like that. There's no intended meaning to point out anybody's skin color. It doesn't. That's not it. The ancient Egyptians painted their citizens in all of their artwork for over 3,000 years the color red. Desher. I showed that today. Wow. That's it. They can't get around that. Nobody can get around that. The Egyptians, whenever you pull up an Egyptian male painted in that reddish color, that's the color Desher. Desher is red.
Did you go over the kettle earlier?
Yeah, I did.
One of the kettles got his spot, is that a complexion, like spotty?
Right now, the cat the ones that I showed was the six cows and the bull, and I was using that to show that the cow is even described as the red-haired one or the red-hide one, and it's the same color that they paint all Egyptian male skin colors.
Yeah, that's a dagger.
Yeah, nobody can get around that, and anybody that attempts to get around that is just further proof that this whole subject has really got people hooked on drugs or something. Like I really can't call it after that point.
Yeah, they want the object is I want to be those people, and they're black people like me, and I'm and I'm considered a black person, so that's what it is. That's all it is. Emotional connection.
Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. Even down here, you see this this word here is the word chasset.
Accept.
But in the plural, like if you look at the entire word here, it's kasut, which is the plural for and people know it in the, we say hika kaset or hyksos, hika kasut, say the rulers of the foreign lands and whatnot. But see, if you read this as it flows down, it's praising the king for him coming and doing all this protection and keeping the nation united, the two regions united. But then it starts talking about what he's doing to foreigners now.
But
It gets down to what he's doing to foreigners. Oh, what'd you say, Chris?
that's now he about to put hands and feet on them.
Exactly. And if you see this word here, petinef or pet, which look, what does that sound like? Pet.
Stomping on you.
Yeah. No, seriously. That word means to trample.
Yeah.
Are you doing some Emphadesia translation, man?
You know,
Yeah, I'm
what was
doing
it
I'm
called
doing I'm
again?
doing that. Yeah.
The artist I don't know what it was called.
No, but serious, you got that pet like that pat. No, but seriously, you have the pet. The pet in Nef means to trample. He has trampled what? The foreign countries.
Foreign countries. Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you a question. When Senwesoret the third ruled, this was what after which intermediate period? Because
I would have to look up on that because that's
the 12th. He's in the 12th dynasty, right?
I believe so. Senwesoret.
Cool. Because I would think that the talk of the two lands would look at the climate of what's going on also, in the region before this first or the second or the third was ruling.
Right.
And in ancient Egypt at the time, that's important.
Oh, we might as well keep going. So we got the king trampling over the foreign countries. Then we have Huinef. Now I'll just keep going. We have Huinef. Then we have another place. We have Iun. And this is a foreign toponym. Iun, folks or place. All right, that particular territory. Then we keep going. We have Khemu, and then we have Senej F. The word Senej means to fear, to be scared, or whatever, something along that. So when you have F here after a verb, it would be like fear him. So this whole thing is we have pet in F, which would be trample the foreign countries, and then who is really to strike, like to hit, punch something. And then Iyun as a place, this place is in the Nehisiu area, Ta Nehisiu area, or what people call Nubia. So he's putting hands on Nubia or the Nubians.
Okay, that's why you see the throw stick as well.
Yeah. And then you have Kamu, and this determinative here is showing it's a word for ignorance, to not know, when you don't know something. So he's putting hands on the Nubians of those who do not fear him. Do y'all see the praises that the Egyptians are giving to Senwesoret? This is a hymn. This is a hymn. There's no intention to point out that anybody's black.
Yeah, I think a key thing to note is because people, I don't know if people write stuff and understand like what you have in a paragraph and how a paragraph is formed, and the whole context and the flow of things, because you can see that it actually it starts by describe, the top part kind of gives you like a good nice summary, and then and then it starts to describe all the things that the good things that have occurred because of that in both Kemet and Deshret. And then where we are right now, then it actually expands it further. Obviously, these good things that are happening, it comes at an expense of them trampling the foreigners and everybody like that. So it's like a whole flow of ideas that is going, and there's no way in that kind of context where skin color applies. It would just stick out like a sore thumb.
It makes no sense. That's why no scholar has ever accepted that. No scholar is going to accept that, and you won't find that in any scholarly writings at all whatsoever. Only people on YouTube Street in the conflict community are advocating that and wasting 2 years' time. Just keep saying the same thing over and over again. And in 2 years, people could have learned and studied the language enough to know like how we're going through this. Because I'm not even breaking down the grammatical points or anything like that confirms. I did a few of them, like this shenenu s. It cannot be talking about a plural here because it's a third person feminine singular, and it would be translated in English as its afflictions. So it can't be talking about a plural here. It's talking about the nation. Then down here to continue, we have sesa.
Sa, yeah.
Or sa or sisa, nf. And remember, all these things start off with nf. Then we have tash, f, which would be sisa would mean
it could mean to guard or he protects.
Yeah,
hey, I'm gonna jump off, guys, so you can continue.
Okay,
all right.
okay.
Peace and love.
No
Peace.
problem. All right, peace. So say that again, Chris. Make sure everybody.
Yeah, it can mean to
you.
guard or protect. Sa. His boundary or his borders or something. His boundary. Dash.
I think you cut off. Just say it one more time.
Oh, I say he guards or he protects or he guards.
Okay. So sasa nf past tense, he guarded or protected, right? Then we have tash, which is a word for borders. Now notice that we switch from the inside of Egypt and how it's described. Now we're talking about the borders and foreigners now. Yeah. You see how it's flowing? Then
Yep.
So is he has guarded, so he has come to us, ENF nen, he has come to us and has guarded or protected Tash F, his borders. So you see that, Tash F. Now, what's next?
Nehem NF.
Nehem NF, which
Awa.
means what?
Taken away, carried away, something like that.
Okay, all right. And then we have what? Awa.
Awa. Yeah, I don't know what this is. Awa.
Awa is like what is the best way to I don't know what the dictionary literally says, but awa, somebody could look it up, but awa is like what do you call it? Vulnerable. Like
Taken away.
like to be vulnerable, or I don't know, taken advantage of. So in the context we have Nehem NF, which means really to like salvation, to save. So it's to save the vulnerable. Something to that effect.
Yeah.
Sasa NF, Tash F, Nehem NF, and then we have Awa. So that's what that is. But the point here is that when you read from top down as it flows, we started talking about him coming, all the things about Egypt. Now we're getting into, foreign, from the borders into foreign. And then obviously these two sections, I think I gotta lift this up. Yeah. This section here was not reproducible for the scholars, so they kind of left that out there, so we won't know what that is, but we know that is an N here.
Yeah. So his hands did something, right?
Yeah, arms, because we showing it too. His arms, yeah, did something. And then we have imak, or honor, etc. But the fact that this is broken off would be difficult. And I would be interested in looking at the hieratic again. I just don't have it to share on the screen. But is at the bottom? Man, we did the whole thing pretty much. Did the whole thing.
To us. And he brought to
but
us
this,
a source.
yeah, this is a kind of blanked out. But we have N, then we have what would this be? This would be F, so his arms. And like I said, Imak. And Inin. Then we have Nin. Then we have Chepesh F. And then just to keep going, so this part is in a bracket, so this part was damaged, but at least they saw enough to reproduce it. This one was not, just so y'all know why that's there like that. This one they did, so we have Sekeper in, and then we have Kieredu. Kieredu in. What else?
Geres.
Is that Jesus Christ? Caress? Is that caress? Is that caress?
Children of Jesus.
I'm surprised people not claiming Jesus is found in the Kahun papyrus. You got caress, you got Christ. Christ is found in there. But this is
Christ came to redeem the black people.
So we have caress in, and then we have Iau. And then we have Hair Jew.
And then what's that?
Iau in. Yep, Iau in, which would be possessive, and then Hair Jew. All right, so hopefully people, hopefully it makes sense to everybody. So like this first part, it's not known, but we know that it's two arms doing something. And then Imaku is like noble, honored one, a noble. And then this one here is to bring. Inen is the word to bring, like in other texts you'll see this word inen in tributary texts when people pay tribute and they bring goods and items. This will be the same. This will be the same word. So it's like to bring or to tribute or to get something for somebody. All right.
Us.
And this would be to us. And then we have Kepesh F here.
His might or his strong arm or something like that, right? His might or
right. But the way the grammar is that his strong arm brings to us. All right, so the people are clear. So the first part is missing, and then if we continue going down, he has come to us, E and F Nin, which he has come to us. Then we have Sekeper in. Then we have Kiardu, which are children. And so Keper, everybody knows Keper means to transform or to come into existence or to create, to become, etc., like this, or even to make. So he has come to us to cause to make, and then Kieredu in, which means our children, and then Kares to tomb, it's a tomb, to entomb or to cause to be placed in a tomb. And then it talks about Au, which is Au in, which is what's Au?
the elders.
Yes, but now we have in possession. So our elders. Hair, which is upon what? Upon what?
The mountain.
on a mountain or hill.
Yep, upon the mountain where everybody is buried. Remember, the graves are in the mountain or the hill.
On the hillside, yeah.
Remember, Tepi Juef, which is an epithet of Enpu, which is he who is upon his hill, which is a grave site. He's the guardian of the graves. So all this makes sense. And notice that none of this. Now we finished it. So all of this, none of this will imply black people or black skin. It just doesn't make sense. And boy, we've been rolling, so I'm definitely gonna stop sharing this, man. And so hopefully people can see that and hopefully that help people along. How to isolate this word here and this word here and try to imply that this says black people is insane. No dictionary is going to support that. No translation of this text is going to support that. There's none existing. None exist. All you're going to see people do is pull up these glyphs like this and just tell you that it means black people.
But would y'all watch this in isolation? If we just saw that by itself, if we wanted to write black people, would that be a way to write black people? If you wanted to do that?
No, that's not even a way that you would write black people. And I saw a show that earlier. If you wanted to say black people, you can't even find black people as a phrase in any dictionary.
Yeah. And I was gonna say that even the inscription that we used on the freestyle actually even showed what Asa kind of went over, because anytime it was mentioning like a skin color or fur or whatever,
Let's show it.
Yeah,
Let's show
you
it.
notice the glyphs that are used.
Demonstration beats conversation. Let's show it. Let me see if I oh, give me a second. Let me switch over. 1 second. Got to switch back over. We're gonna show. We're gonna show it. We're gonna show it. You know, and I see some people in the chat, not now, but I see some people sometimes in the chat will expect us to do what they see other people do. And by that I mean they want us to TLA them to death, like how other people TLA people to death and just share screen and just pull up things in the TLA and things like that. Like I hope people don't have that expectations, because that's really like what we call that kind of faking the funk when you do that, because you can't look at things in isolation. And remember what I said the other night, 90% or even more of any Egyptian phenomena is never in isolation. You can always find something in Egypt somewhere else. You could connect something to something else. Let me just share my screen again so y'all can see. All right, so I have these this back up, so hopefully y'all can see that. You talking about this, Semikit?
To you.
Yeah. So here we have Waret Meret, and then we have Desheret Shin, and it's talking about the red of hair. This is in a Nefeteri hair construction. Chris, I know you are familiar with this. It's red of hair, or whose hair is red. If the adjective is in a predicative construction, whose hair is red. Now we don't say cows have hair, even though this is translated as hair a lot of times. But cows, we would say hide or fur. You know, animals have fur. So red of fur or red of hair, as they would say. And so this particular cow is being described. All right, it's actually being described.
Yeah, and even the other one, the polka dotted one.
This one here, I think. Yeah, I think Garfield was asking about
Right.
this one.
Right. So the yeah, Winwit unit, I think.
Yeah.
Yep, unit. So that would mean something like, I guess, dotted or polka dotted. I don't know. So, but you see that the classifiers that are used when it's coming to like the outward appearance or skin appearance. So
Yep, exactly.
And that's what I saw also had it on his slides. Like if Kemet was going to denote something that the appearance, the look of the appearance of even the soil and things like that, there's some glyphs that you expect to see because you already see them in all the instances where that is done in the script.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So if that's what you're talking about, Chris, yeah. Anything else? Anything else? Anybody? Anything going on in the chat? Because I've been sharing this that screen and stuff. I wasn't able to see the chat the whole time.
I think we're good. I think everybody on the chat I think is good now. So if anybody else is not, they're gonna be like brand new folks, and we can take care of that.
Okay.
You know, so
So for those on my cursor here, I think last time I showed this a long time ago, Iyun for this particular cow. This particular cow and this cow, they're being described by their physical characteristics, and the whole thing is their identity. And Iyun wheat is a word that this means the actual complexion. So the intent here is to actually describe the complexion or the looks of this particular cow, and it's talking about how this cow is spotted. All right, Iyun. So just want everybody to understand that.
I think the word means skin too, doesn't it? I'm not sure. I gotta look it up. I thought the word meant skin.
Yeah, well, it means complexion, down to the appearance, and then non-physical attributes of it would be a character, like it's used to talk about the character of something or the nature of something as well. But this one's spotted, and it actually is spotted. You can see that it's spotted. And this one is Desher. This one is Desher. Now this one is also Desher, but it's not describing any physical characteristics about it. All right. So people have to understand that. Okay. And then, as I said, the ancient Egyptians matched themselves color-wise. Everybody want to talk about color. Everybody got an issue with color. The ancient Egyptians aligned themselves with the Desher color of cattle, not the Kim color of cattle. So all these folks talking about the ancient Egyptians named themselves after the black divine herd or whatever the case is, don't drink the Kool-Aid. The ancient Egyptians visually expressed to you and I that they wanted us to see their visual representation, their Iyun, their physical appearance and character, to be that of Desheret or Deshir, red, a shade of red. They did not want us to think that their Iyun, which is their physical appearance, their physical characteristics, as being Kim. Case in point is this picture I have on the screen. I can show you many, many pictures, but should be enough. This one Egyptian represents all of the artistic representations of Egyptians, with the exception of a few. Like I said, there are rare occasions where there are some Egyptians, like for example, this person here, Maiherperietc. Maiherperietc is dark as I don't know what.
1,000 midnights. What?
He's dark. And that's why people like this papyrus and show it all the time. They keep showing this because they want to emphasize, the blackologists love this. And my hair, you can see his name, Maiherperietc. That's his name. So you see his name next to him. And so he could claim to be Kim. So my man right here could claim to be Kim because the same ink that they used to paint this bull looks like the same ink that they dapped in to paint him. But guess what? he does not represent the visual representation of the Egyptians, the standard, the canon. That's why you hear me say in very rare, in very isolated cases, in rare cases, will you see an Egyptian painted dark like this. 99% of all the other pictures of ancient Egyptian adult men are red. They match this one right here. And Chris, can you see that?
Yep.
What does that say?
Deseret.
Yep.
Deseret where meretes.
Yep, exactly. So the greatly beloved,
the
red-haired one.
The red-haired
and
one.
And guess what this one says? It says the greatly beloved.
Oh, it's the same thing.
Exactly. Yeah. It's the same. This is the same text. This Maiherperietc, let me shrink it back down. Hold up. Let me shrink it so y'all can see the fuller picture of it.
And per one of our studying instruction years ago, you said complete a papyrus.
Right.
I actually did this one, and it doesn't mention anywhere in there about him being extra chocolate. It's like, it's just he's Egyptian. They treat him as an Egyptian.
Yes. Now check this out. Now in this Maiherperietc and Medew, which is the Book of the Dead of Maiherperietc, you see 6 cows and 1 bull. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, sorry, I said 6. Excuse me, 7 cows. I don't know why I keep saying 6. 7 cows and 1 bull. 7 cows and 1 bull. What else do you see? You see 4 oars. 1, 2, 3, 4 oars. And in this image, you see the exact same thing. You see 7 cows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 1 bull and 4 oars. Well, guess what? This one is from the tomb of Nefeteri. This one is from the papyrus Book of the Dead attributed to Maiherperietc. And it's the same text. It's the exact same text. This is one of the utterances from the Book of the Dead. And all it is talking about is a whole utterance that's speaking about the cow with their foremost bull husband is supposed to provide provisions to the deceased. Sustenance and provisions to the deceased person. That's why you have these offering tables in front of the cow and the bull in both instances. See the offering tables? That's what their purpose is. There's nothing in here that's talking about skin color or anything like that whatsoever. It's not meant to be taken from that or whatever. People need to really start digging into the text, find out what is being said. Like, what does it mean provisions? Why does a dead person need provisions in the first place? What is it going about? Which utterance is this? Is it at the beginning of the Book of the Dead, the middle, the end? What what's going on?
Hey, Joe.
Yes.
Answer Sat 12's question. That's a good question.
Okay, I need to be able to see
I know this is going on a long time, but
yeah, let me just see if I can find it. This one, it says the Sesh on a Kemet glyph with cattle. Why is the cattle there? And does the Kem indicate that the cattle are black? And how do we know that? So if I understand the question right, you're talking about the word Kemet, where are you talking about the word Kemet when it shows a cattle as a determinative? Just clarify that for me real quick.
Yeah, he probably is, because there is a version of Kemet with the cattle.
Yeah, they have to.
Oh, I think I kind of. Yeah, I think I know what they mean, because
yeah,
like where it shows with the Kemet glyphs, but then the classifier is a cattle, right?
Okay, yeah.
It's like yeah. So you're saying why is that there? So that to classify and to show what is, what is talking about. But then also is asking, in those instances, are all the cattle that are named that Kemet, are they black?
The answer to that is no, and it's a word that simply means cattle itself. The assumption is that it's black, but there's some scholars, and Asar, we went over this on Asar's channel earlier. He actually showed, and he read from the page where it discussed this this very point. It was saying that the cattle, even though the cattle, and you see the word Kemet there, it's actually talking about, in some instances, actually talking about white cattle. And you would have to go to Asar's latest live stream. We did it earlier today. So Sat 12, you can go look at that right there.
Yeah,
All
I'll
right.
put the link on the chat because that was
Yeah, I
discussed.
wish I knew the timestamp on that, because I know that
Yeah.
the video was like 2 hours long. So, and then we up here 8 hours long. Good gracious, boy, we've been here all day and night. So I'm
Yeah.
definitely gonna start to wind down. Oh, we got Chief X. Let me say something to Chief X real quick,
Yeah,
because
cool.
Chief
But
X.
real
Oh, go ahead.
quick, I was
Go ahead. Go
just
ahead.
saying that because you mentioned that it's actually very important that not all those cattle that had that came, they were black. So that's something that, people need to like marinate on for a while, you
Yeah.
know, because that is one of the arguments that is used as well.
But I hope everybody get this one point that I made earlier. We did the freestyle, but we've been on 8 hours, and we kind of go all over different things, right? But the one point I want people to understand, this is very basic. You don't need a PhD, you don't need a master's, you don't even need a degree at all to get to understand this, right? I want y'all to understand this, that according to the Egyptians explicitly, without shucking and jiving, without sneaking or innuendoing anything, the Egyptians explicitly described this pigmentation that the artists use to paint this cow. They describe it as red. Okay? I showed it in 2 instances right now. I can show more, but this should be sufficient for a live stream, and I didn't even plan to do this. We did this as a freestyle. But this cow is described as the greatly beloved one, who is red of color, whose hide or hair or fur is red in color. That's this cow right here. Okay? You see the word desher, specifically desheret. And then we have the word shin, which is the word for hair or fur. In this case, a cow will have fur or hide. Okay? The point here is that the Egyptians tell you what this color is. All right? It's red. It's not Kim. So when we understand that, and then we go back and look at all the Egyptian artwork, 99% of all Egyptian artwork through 3,000 year history of Egyptians' existence, they painted the adult men with this exact same color or a slightly variation of it, because like I said, the people in the first dynasty, the artists in the first dynasty, they didn't make like a 1,000 gallons of this pigment to last 3,000 years. So every scribal group had to obviously prep and create their batches of these colors. So they're not going to match exactly 100% exactly. Plus the age of these tombs and artifacts and stuff, colors have faded and all this and that. But the point remains that they identified this color as desheret, red. So when we go to the ancient Egyptians, this one ancient Egyptian, for the sake of my explanation, is representative of 99% of all representations of Egyptian adult men painted red. This person is in line with this cow in terms of color. This cow is Desher. This man is Desher. This cow right here is Kim Black. This man is not that. So don't allow anybody to tell you that the ancient Egyptians were so hung up and caught up on their black skin that they named their country black after their skin when the Egyptians didn't even paint the skin colors black. They painted it red. Period. I'm not going to repeat myself. Let people soundbite that and deal with it. The blackologists, the era of blackology has to come to an end. And that's what I want to say to Chief X. I know Chief X went live. Peace to Chief X. Chief X went live, and I didn't catch it, but I saw the title though of your Chief X. If you still there, type something in the chat. I saw the title of Chief X video, and he had Ujao, but I don't know if he's accusing me of being a blackologist, because let me ask the chat. Does any look everybody in chat, type the number 1 if you think I'm against blackology and this whole black conversation. Or no, let's do it this way. Do you all think that I'm a blackologist? Does anybody in the chat believe that I am a blackologist? All right, there go Chief X. Does anybody in the chat believe that I'm a blackologist? I should see everybody say no. There is no way in the hottest of hells that anybody in the chat can believe that I'm a blackologist. There's no way. I'm 1000% standing against blackology and blackologists.
Somebody said, you already said, you came to remove blackness from Kemet.
So Chief X, I don't know now granted, I didn't see your video, Chief X. I didn't watch the video itself, but I was looking at the title of the video, and it seemed like the title, you're calling me a blackologist. And to me, that's insane. So Chief X, you got to correct that. I mean, if you're being sarcastic or funny, that's cool, but come on now, don't do that to me. Don't call me a blackologist when I'm up here stomping out the blackologists. Like seriously, I'm on the side of John Henry Clark. John Henry Clark said that he wished that people get over this black thing and move on to something else. But I'm definitely anti-blackology. I'm not one of those people that make everything black, because I don't even say the Egyptians are black. The Egyptians are Africans. I know people are going to soundbite that. The Egyptians are African.
Mm-hmm.
They dwelt on the continent of Africa, and their civilization was African, just like it is now. The Arab Republic of Egypt, to this very day, is on the continent of Africa. And we got Chief X in the building. Yes, indeed. What's going on, Chief X? So explain yourself. Why are you calling me a blackologist?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Loud and clear.
My headphones on? Am I clear or what?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So I usually have my headphones on.
But answer that though. Like what?
Because I have my speaker system on. So I'm just saying, should I put my headphones on?
Yeah, put your headphones on, because I think you're listening to a delay. I don't know what it is.
No, I have a nice sound system, so my speakers is playing right now.
Oh,
so
fine.
I'm about to put my headphones on right now in 2 seconds. Here it goes. 2.
Oh boy, y'all strap in. Y'all, everybody got their seatbelts on. Put your seatbelts on.
I got my headphones on now.
Okay, so Chief X, I got a question for you, right?
Okay.
Why? What in the hottest of hells indicates to you that I'm a blackologist? Like why do you or are you calling me black? Because I could be mistaken, but are you calling me a blackologist?
Now, I'll say this shit. I'll say this. I'm sure you watched the video, but I know you guys, you, Garfield, and everybody always say, I didn't watch the video, but I seen
No,
the
I
title.
did. Honestly, I don't have no reason to lie. I saw the title. I didn't have a chance to watch it yet. Not yet. I plan on watching it because it's not that. It didn't seem like it was that long. It didn't seem like it was that long.
It was just a 2-hour video. So in the video, I made sure, because I don't want to lie on anyone or misrepresent anyone. I try to be honest as possible, right? And I like you personally, Wujaro. I like you. You know what I mean? I don't have no beef with you. You know what I mean? I like, 80% of what you do and say. So,
I just want to know, are you calling me a blackologist?
No. So in the video, since I don't want to lie on nobody and I want to be clear and communicate clearly, I said Wujaro, and I made clear in the video, and I think I repeated this 2-3 times in the video.
Okay.
I said Wujaro was not a blackologist. Only when it comes to ancient Egypt, he's a blackologist. And I explained why he's a blackologist.
You got to be out
ancient Egypt only. But you're not a blackologist in the sense of most of these people claiming that the Moors are black, the Chinese are black, and you're not.
But
you're not.
But I'm not.
In that sense.
I'm not a blackologist when it comes to Egypt. Everybody in the chat could tell you.
No, I know what they're saying, but see, the chat don't know my angle.
What's
they
your
have
angle?
to watch my video to see.
What's your angle? I'm here right now.
My angle is a little different than other people.
Chief Expert, I'm pulled up on me. So what? I want to know the angle. What is your angle?
My angle is different, right? And
how are you gonna make me a blackologist? Go. I'm listening.
So a lot of times, I say, sometimes, you know how people say, watch what a person does and not always just what he says, right? You've heard that before, right, Ru?
Yep.
Okay. So that's what I meant when I'm saying you're a blackologist. Because I was saying...
What do I do?
I'm going to tell you.
All right.
So like 2 days ago, somebody asked you a question, would you? They said, why is your logo a black man? It's an black Egyptian.
Okay.
So when I say watch what someone does and not just what they say, like on your book, the artwork is of black folk.
I'm showing it.
You have about 7 different pictures of different artwork, and they're all black folk. So you portray ancient Egyptians as black in your videos and in your artwork and on your books, I was saying, and on your logo, which is right there, right? Now, I was saying in the video, if I asked my grandchild and they looked at your logo, would my grandbaby say, that's a black man, a Mexican man, a white man, a Russian man, a Middle Eastern man? What would my grandbaby say? My grandbaby would say, that's a black man, Grandpa. Are you tripping? Anybody out the blind would say, that's a black man on your logo. So I was saying and couching it in a way is all your representations of ancient Egyptians and the work that you do portrays the ancient Egyptians as a black person. It's the same as the group as ASCAC does. All their artwork on ASCAC page is about ancient Egypt. They don't have nothing about Western Central Africa on ASCAC's website. And they portray Egyptians as black folk. That's all I was saying. So when I say watch what he does, not just what he says, I mean your blackology and how you portray them. That's what I meant. But I don't overall, I wouldn't call you a blackologist, just in terms of your representation of ancient Egyptians.
Okay, so that's fair enough. So, but I don't think that will go on to say I'm a blackologist. But like you say, if you're limiting to my logo, and then when you limit it to my reproduction of Jehudi on the book, then I can understand why you say that. But this particular logo here came from an actual picture, and I matched the colors right here. That's why I blew it up on the screen. Hold on, let me see if I could go back to it.
And you told me this before.
Yeah, I
But I'm
blew
just
it.
saying, yet and still, regardless of what you say, like you even have female Egyptians, and a lot of times you told us, you taught me, Wujaro, that the ancient Egyptian women are painted a lot of times yellow or white, and the men are painted red. You told
Yeah,
us that, Wujaro, right?
of course,
So when
right.
you represent ancient Egyptian women, you never represent them as white or yellow.
But that's where you're
And
wrong.
so it's a
I could show what.
psychological reason for that in my head.
Okay, I got you. But in
Right.
my artwork, like I'm a graphic artist. Like this image right here, I created myself from scratch, and I do all my stuff myself. And I have artwork that I'll show. Maybe I'll show that in another in the next live. I'll show some more of my artwork where I actually show the women in their polished gold color, skin color, because I'm showing them in a two-dimensional
Are you
form.
saying when you're doing a lecture?
No, I'm saying I have artwork like that.
I'm saying when you're
That you
doing a
you
lecture,
that
you show this.
yeah, probably you just never seen it. That's what I'm saying. I'll probably do a show just to showcase some of my artwork. But what I'm
Okay,
telling you,
okay. So let me get clarity. Let me get clarity.
okay.
Are you saying this artwork? When do you use or show this artwork?
I use it when I actually create T-shirts and different trinkets and stuff that people are interested in.
Okay, I've never seen that.
You know,
Yeah.
I used to sell T-shirts and stuff like that.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've
So I'm
never
saying
seen it, so you had to show me then.
that's what I just said. I'm pretty sure you just haven't seen my artwork. I got a whole array of artwork where, especially with women, where I'm actually showing them. See, whenever I do artwork in a two-dimensional way, like how you see this picture here, like how as
But
if
do
it
you see
was
the
carved.
nose on this picture, Wu? It looks like
Yeah.
a broad-nosed woman.
Well, no, it's a man actually. It's not a
Okay, but it
woman.
looks like a broad-nosed man, though.
But listen, I took no, you're laughing, but I actually took this. I used a picture as my model. So there's a scribe picture I use, and I'll pull that up too, where I'm using it to recreate this. So this is not me just coming willy nilly on it. And what I was getting ready to say was that when I draw things or create things graphically or artistically, let me shrink this back down. When I show them like as if they're carved on a two-dimensional flat surface, I use the colors that the ancient Egyptians did. But when I show them in 3 dimension, like as if they were a statuette or statues, I also use what the Egyptians did. And when you look at the statuary as opposed to what's carved on the walls, they use darker different things, or at least what we can see now, where the paint is faded and the wood is the color of wood. It's the wood color. And so I could show you that as well.
Oh,
So
real quick.
so you won't
Do
have
you?
to.
Can I share
Hold
my
on.
screen?
Oh, hold on 1 second. Just to kind of help you as well with what Wuja was saying. If I can share my screen real quickly, I can.
Am I able to share my screen afterwards?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely. Okay, so you can't be so hung up on the pictures because this is like the glyph hair for the face. And you can see even here, like the nose is kind of wide. So, so you can't be hang up on when Ujao saying is like taking the features as it is with this, how the scribes put it. They did that, they put all the, those features that you can say these are African features, so they are there. So, it can seem off a bit, but like this is a glyph that we can also see in the wall with this kind of features that you see there for the face. And this is actually the glyph for telling you the face for the Egyptian.
Right.
So
And I watched the video when Wujaro did it. He was saying he made a video, he got a whole video just about the face of the ancient Egyptian, and this was his target face.
Yeah, but this is not mine. The ancient Egyptians in throughout its history carved the word for face. This is the word hair, which means face, the surface of something. And this is the word for face, and they actually depicted a face. And this is the computer generated version.
Right.
But in the presentation, I showed actual images from the Egyptian walls and stuff of the same face that nobody can deny. that they actually made their faces like that though, right? With
Yeah, they
those
did.
features.
There's
Yeah.
some artwork like that, but I think it's rare, but it is.
No, it's not for this particular glyph. It's not rare. It's everywhere.
Yeah, because this
Yeah.
is a
Okay.
glyph.
So
This
for the,
is a
let me
this
just
is
let
a
me
glyph
cut.
that is used not for an artwork, but this is a glyph for the writing itself, for the word face. So
Yeah,
it's
for the
Right.
word
used
face. Yeah,
exponentially. Like,
yeah.
Right. So I'm clarifying. I did watch your video when you did a whole presentation on the face. You remember you did that with y'all? Okay, I watched that. So to people who were watching that and me, it seemed like you were trying to tell people that they look like us.
Well, I mean, what it seems versus what I actually say, that could be left up to anybody's interpretation. I can't control that.
Can I show you one picture and share my screen?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. I hit this share screen, but you got a different thing. You're not on StreamYard or anything.
No,
So,
hit share screen. Then
oh,
you
it's
gotta
similar
select
to
it.
StreamYard.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
Okay.
similar. Go ahead and pick it, and then I'll be able to see it. All right, you
Okay.
got it. So your screen is
Okay.
on the
Now
jumbo
let's just do
screen.
this. Let's just do this and just be real. You see
All
that,
right.
Wujal,
Yep.
right? This is
Yep.
on your book, right?
Uh, no, that not from my book, but that's something I did. That's definitely
This is a
mine.
black, right? It's a scribe, correct?
That's Jehudi. That's a deity. I
Right.
don't know what you're talking about.
But you
Yeah.
don't consider this a scribe?
I mean, he's the patron of scribes, but technically
Okay.
he's not. Yeah. He's the god scribe. Yeah. So I would
Okay.
agree
So
with
he's the
you.
God. He's the
I would
God
agree.
scribe.
I would agree
That's
with
what
you.
I'm
Yep.
saying.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Now,
Yep.
if any human being on Earth looked at this photo, they would say that's a black man
Well, they would
with
be
an
out their
animal
mind to
head.
say, "Oh, okay." I'm
I'm
about to
just
say
saying, and
they can't
and
say
they're
this is the
psychic
black man,
people.
but yeah.
No, but listen, Wujal. When I see this body, that's the body of a black man. And if I asked 100 people to bet their paycheck on it, is it a black man, a Middle Eastern man, or a white man, or whatever, I would think that 99.5% of the people on Earth would say that's a black man.
Okay, let me tell
So
you something about that
I only
picture.
show this. I only show this just to clarify what I mean by blackologist. So what you show and do seems to depict black people. But
Okay, I
sometimes
got
you
you.
may say something different. So I'm just saying, in all your depictions, your logo, your book cover, and all these images you show, they're images that look like black people because your students are black people. So in order,
Not
it would
all of
be
them.
hard, not all of them, okay,
Not all of
but
them.
it would be hard
So I'm
for
saying
you to
let's
teach a group of people. Let
I
me
gotta
just
be
say one more thing.
real technical with
Let me just
you,
say one more
cause
thing. I'm gonna say one
go
more
ahead.
thing and I'm done.
All right, go ahead.
When you're teaching black folk, and these black folk, because I've been in this community since 1992, and I have tattoos on my arm. These black folk think the ancient Egyptians are black people. Okay? Now, so they wouldn't be interested in a historical country or people so deeply if they thought they looked like Russians. They're not so deeply into the Shanghai culture in Asia. They're not so deeply into anything else, and they haven't been having conversations over the last 4 years about black Egyptians or not, because they believe these are black people, so they're into the conversation deeply. But they're not into any other conversations with any other race in history deeply. So I always say this thing, and I'm going to end it. It's good to study ancient Egypt. It's good to study any culture, country, or people on any continent. Any peoples. That's a great thing to do. But it seems like the conscious community is really not into any other people except the ancient Egyptians and who's in Africa. So they're into the study and get engulfed into it because they feel it's them. They see themselves in the teachings. So this is why, and we promote it, and we promote in all our literature and our books, black people, like this logo I have here. Can I remove it? Are we done?
Well, if you're done, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so even this one, it's the black woman, Wujal. This is part of your artwork.
Mm-hmm.
This is the broad-nosed black woman.
Mm-hmm.
So you say something, but what you do is a different thing. So you have to represent this when you're teaching black folk because they'll be into it because they'll feel that, hey, the Egyptians are black. Wujao is showing them as black people. That's
okay, so all right, good. So now let me respond to everything you said.
Okay.
So here's the thing. Here's what you have to realize is that when I give lectures and things like that, none of the pictures that you're showing are pictures that I show. You're not gonna see me at a lecture, whether it's online or in person, with me showing the pictures that you have selectively shown. Now, if you go back to this picture included, but if you go back to the Jehudi picture that you were showing and the other ones that I saw in your row, those pictures are pictures that I reproduce for the Asar Set Society. So their set of pictures, like go back to the Jehudi one.
Okay.
The
what
one
about
to
this
the right.
one, Wujao?
That's Emicat.
Okay, so it's an Egyptian woman to people, but people who looking at this don't know.
No. Listen.
That's
If
right.
if anybody
listen,
listen,
I said people who's
if
looking at this don't know it's Emicat.
if anybody, I mean, that's on them. I can't listen, Chief X. There's no way I can control if I ain't talking to anybody.
Oh,
they
Mika,
don't know
I'm not
Emicat.
talking about dark-skinned people. I'm talking about phenotype and population.
No, but regardless,
Mika made a comment. I'm just
wait. Hold up, Chief X. You spoke for quite a while, so I'm saying that I told you to go to Jehudi, but you chose to show that one.
Okay, but let me go to
wait.
Jehudi.
But that one, hold up, that one that you just showed, that's Emicat. Okay,
right.
that's a artistic rendition.
And I
of
said
Emicat.
in my video yesterday that it looks like Emicat.
Okay, but so I don't know why you just showed it just now. But go to Jehudi. Okay, so you got Jehudi up there. So is there a way that you can? Because it looks like it's cut off at the top and bottom. Do you have the full picture of it? Okay, right.
Okay.
Okay, so right. So those pictures I did right there, just so you know and everybody listening, because I want you to know this, is that one, you have to take, at least if you're going to deal with my artwork, it's best to talk to me about it, because I don't show these pictures in lectures to imply anything or whatever the case is.
I agree.
Okay, I'm glad you agree. These pictures like this, I did a whole series like this on behalf of the Asar Set Society, because I took their existing pictures and I upgraded it to my artistic creativity. So if you look at the original of the Asar Set Society's versions of those, I have a whole series of those. That's what that is from.
Are these dreadlocks?
Nah, they're not dreadlocks. No, they're not. They're actually braids or whatever. I made it
Braids,
look like that,
dreadlocks, okay.
like a wig. It's a wig. It's a wig.
Right.
Yeah.
Who represents that mostly?
What you mean? Who represents that? A lot of Egyptians,
Black
like
folk or white folk?
the Egyptians, because they wore wigs like that. What are you talking about? Wait. Are you hold up? Are you saying? But wait. Hold up. Let me finish. What I'm saying to you is, I get why, on this narrow point, you think that I'm a blackologist, but I'm here to tell you from my mouth to your ears, I am not a blackologist. Yep, and there we go. They go Chief X with the dreads. It's back in the day, boy.
He's an Egyptian, you know.
Yeah, that's when Chief X was best. Was the Egyptian god best right there, boy. Look.
Well, are you still best though?
Yeah, I'm still the god best reincarnated.
All right, okay, that's good.
Look. He is not just taking on the name best. He says he's the reincarnation of best, boy. Right. So Chief X got it worse than he's accusing me of being an Egyptian. I don't claim to be incarnation nothing. But anyway, that's me, Professor.
I love
Small.
your live stream tonight, and I love the fact that you're correcting a lot of stuff Smash has been teaching that's wrong. I just absolutely love it, and I appreciate you for doing this tonight.
All right, I appreciate it. But now back on this point, I just want you to know, because like you said, it's no, I know you don't mean nothing bad or anything about assuming that I'm a blackologist on that point. But I'm here to tell you that I'm absolutely not. The pictures you just showed, I have a whole series of different pictures. You gotta understand, people commission me to do artwork. And so it's like DJing. When I do artwork for other people, I'm following their instructions. I'm doing what they're asking me to do, and so on and so forth. Now that logo right there, nobody commissioned me for that. That's coming from me, purposely intended to represent the Sesh, and that came from an actual Egyptian artifact of a scribe.
Can I ask you one more question, with y'all?
Go ahead.
And Miket, I want both of you guys' answers. This is just a brief question.
All right, go for it.
Now, if I show this, I show this, I show this, I show this, this, with a young child who knows nothing about anything we're talking about, would they consider these black people?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I think you already knew that, but if you want to hear from me, I say yes. If you show those pictures to a child, and you would rapidly be saying, they would assume, if they're caught up in a racial thing, they would definitely assume that they're black. And Emiket can give her own answer, but that's my answer.
No, I fully agree. It's just that I know first I fully agree. So it's not that, it's just that. Well, I'm just saying, I mean, it's, how people, how they put like sound bites and people pick up what they want and they make it into some, so you definitely did pick like artworks outside of the teaching.
Yeah, you kind of cherry picked me.
Brought it to the teaching.
No. I said, let me go to their direct artwork, what they show to people when they're teaching on their books.
No,
but I don't show them. I don't show those, like those artworks that people commission me to do. I don't put them in books, and I don't give lectures about stuff like that. That's people commission me to do artwork, and I have a portfolio.
This is on your book, would y'all, right here?
I have a portfolio. No.
This is on one of your book covers.
No, you mean like the beginner's book where there's Jehudi and Seshat.
Yeah, but no, not that picture though. I'm saying
it's a different picture, but it's the same character.
It's Jehudi, yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying. This character is on your book cover.
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's all I meant.
And it came right, and I'm explaining to you that I was commissioned to do a whole series of different gods and goddesses, to rehash the Set Society's versions of those. This is a long time ago. Like that right there, I did that like in 2012 maybe. That's all. And that right there.
That with y'all, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say.
Now hold up now. Since you have that picture up there though, right? Now I was commissioned for that too, but at least with Usir actually is depicted, and he's actually called, the black one, etc. So you see in the black background, he's green on the left right there, and then the image right there, he's definitely dark skinned, dark brown, and people would definitely call him a black man.
Somebody said low blow. They mad because I just pulled out some shit they didn't think about. Hey, so this is the last one.
No, it's not. No, just to let them know. No, it's not a low blow. I mean, what you showing is like,
because he's in his emotions.
I don't mind at all. And like I said, I understand it, but I'm here to tell you now.
I wouldn't make up nothing on you, Joe.
From my mouth to yours, but you chose things I don't lecture on. Like you don't see me show these.
But I didn't make up anything on you and say anything that you didn't do. I'm just saying this is part of your artwork for some books and things you show in your logo and in your website and things like that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but you got to add in there. Now, at least if you bring this up again, at least let your audience know that these are commissioned pieces that Wujao is following people's instructions and whatnot. Now the logo, you can show them logo, you can show them Emiket, because that's different.
So but, who did the Emiket came up with the idea for this one?
Yep.
Okay.
No, I did it. Are you saying who did it? You
Yeah,
saying?
because
No,
when I
I
was
did it.
doing, I said, "Wait a minute, this looks like Cat. This looks like my mama. It looks similar to this."
Oh,
It
let me show
definitely
y'all. Let
looks
me.
like me and exactly how I wear my hair wraps and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
So,
Now,
but hold on. But go ahead. Y'all keep talking. Let me show off some
so
more
but
pieces of
hey,
Emicat.
well,
Chief
this is the
X, let me
last thing I'm
say,
gonna show. Right, this is the last thing I'm gonna
let me
show.
say, okay, sure.
This one is what that
Uh-huh.
kills it. When you say the guy on the left is an Egyptian, that kills everything. Well,
Wait.
No,
Wait. What?
nah,
What?
you're back
Uh
to
oh,
that.
Chief X. I don't think you want to mess with that one, Chief X.
Now
You
you
were
no,
doing
think,
good. You were doing
I'm just
good.
saying. I'm just
yeah,
saying to people when you tell people
You were doing good.
When you tell people A is the Egyptian, in their psyche, they're saying Egypt. Wujao was saying that the Egyptian is black because he's pointing to A as
nah,
the Egyptian.
he didn't say that.
No, not at
He
all.
said this
Chief
is the
X.
remix. I got him
No,
on.
hold
I
on,
got him on video. He calls
oh,
this the
hold
remix.
on. Let me. Okay, I got you. I'm just saying that he was showing what was on the wall, and it said on the wall he had that, but it's an exception, and no, and we always say that exceptions don't make the rule. So he was just showing that for the people who claimed that the Remetch were black because on the wall, on one particular wall, it showed a Remetch as the same skin color as the Nehisiu, that it does not mean that now we can blanketly say that the ancient Egyptians are black because you see that, because that is an exception, and exceptions never make the rule. So we are not even saying that. And now
So
he said
image.
clearly, but he cannot go and lie that he doesn't say rematch on the wall when it actually does. We do read Sesh, so we have to be straight. It did say on that wall that it was the remesh, and they were painted the same color as the Nehisiu. That is unfortunate for somebody who don't want to see it that way, but it was shown on that, and we explained why it should not be taken as a
Okay.
blanket statement.
Since we're all here, Wujao,
Yes, indeed.
this figure A, is that an Egyptian or a Nubian?
The words right there where your cursor is that your?
No,
I'm
no, not
assuming
the words,
that's your.
not the words. Just look at the image. Is that an image of an Egyptian or a Nubian?
In that particular tomb, that is the artistic representation of an Egyptian. But like Emiket said, this is the only tomb. This is the only tomb that is an anomaly.
Right,
This is
but
the
the
only
expert says
tomb.
erroneously labeled. They're not saying it's just different.
No,
Well,
no,
The
so
no,
expert
now
says
no,
it's
no, no, no.
erroneously labeled
No, that's why I
remnant.
said hold up, Emiket. Let me deal with this. Chief X, because you brought this up like a couple of years ago too, right? And I wanted to do a stream. You and I, we could start off on this subject and we could do a whole stream on it, because I don't think you understand the tomb, the layout of the actual tomb that this is coming from. It's coming from Ramses III tomb, but in this tomb, this is the 5th hour of the Book of Gates in the and
Right.
so in the tomb there are 4 sets of each of these figures. And so for the first figure that you got A right there, there's 4 of them in the tomb, and then next you got 4 of
Yeah,
B.
but the 4 sets of these are Nubians that look like this.
No, the 4 sets is 8 that look alike. See A and C. You see A and C right there.
Yes,
Okay, there's
they're
4
both
of C.
Nubians.
There's 4 of C and there's 4 of A. There's 4 of all 4 of those.
No,
So it's 16. There's 16 figures altogether.
no, Joe. I did a whole presentation on the Book of Gates in the 5th hour.
Wait. Are you?
Both of these figures, A and C, are Nubians in the Book of Gates.
Listen, that's why I said I don't think you really want to deal with, like, you. Do you want to? We can hash it out right now, because all I'll do is
No, we can do it later,
I'll pull up my slides.
you've been streaming a long time already. I just wanted to show this last picture.
I'm MC Iron Lung, so I don't mind,
Right, but if the
because
people want to
I
get
got you here.
clarification on it, Wujal,
I got you here. I got you here
all
now.
they got to do is go see my live I made last night.
No, I don't. No, we're live right now. Me and you are on the same platform.
Right, so I'm just
right
saying
now.
for the people in the audience, if they
Okay.
want full clarification of what Chief X means, I went
Okay.
live last night and made a whole presentation on this.
Okay, so let me ask you this: in the tomb of Ramses III, are you saying tonight that there are not 16 figures that's spread out over that wall?
4 times.
Four times 4 is 16. So I'm saying, are
Yeah,
you saying
yes,
that there's
it's 16 figures. It's 16 figures. 4 Nubians, 4 Libyans, 4 Tamahu. I'm sorry, Tamahu and Libyan. 4 Asiatics and 4 Nubians and 4
so
Egyptians.
wait, say it again. You
There's
definitely
4 Egyptians, 4 Nubians, 4 Libyans, and 4 Asiatics. That makes 16.
in the
And,
tomb of Ramses.
this right here. This is a facsimile. You agree?
Oh, definitely. It's a drawing.
Okay.
Somebody drew that. Right.
So. But the real picture people are talking about is the 4 races of men in Egypt. This is not the real representation of the 4 races of men.
No. But just a clarification on my question. My question to you is, in the tomb of Ramses III, are there 16 figures spread across that wall?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're saying out of those 16 figures, you said 4 of them are the Egyptians, 4 of them are the Asiatics, 4 of them are the Nubians, and 4 of them are the Libyans. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, so now I want everybody to bear witness that Chief X said there are 16 figures in the tomb, and he accounted 4 of them to the Egyptians.
No. But see, you're talking about a different picture set.
No, I'm talking about the same tomb.
I was focused on.
No. Listen, I'm talking about the tomb of Ramses III.
No, I get you. There's all kind of pictures in the tombs of Ramses.
All right, everybody in the chat, strap in. Let me.
Quick question. Quick question. Is this from is this the same tomb?
This is the real picture. This is what the Egyptians call the 4 races of men right here.
Hold on. Yeah, okay. So I'm just asking.
Am I right?
Hold on, Chief X, 1 second. So the tomb that is being talked about, is that what we covered when we were talking about correcting the Theban mapping project website?
Yeah, exactly.
When we went over that. Okay,
yes.
So because we have that.
Did you guys correct it?
Yeah, we went over it. The whole
Did you go online and send them the information to correct them?
I surely did, and the team got back. The response to me was that they thanked me for it and that they will make those changes. As a matter of fact, I'm going
this one day.
Okay, yep, I will surely do that.
Okay, so and
that was like 3 years ago.
Yeah, and
so I would dig that up and show that they haven't even changed it yet. So I'm gonna contact them again.
Let me just be clear. What you're saying, Wujao, is you made the world of academia change the Theban mapping project.
No, the world of academia is in agreement with what I told them. And listen, what they said to me was that was just a slight error. They're not even in disagreement. It's just a issue on their website. It's just a website issue. That's it.
Well,
that's it. But hold on. No. Keep that there. No. Wait. No. Keep that picture. Keep that picture there.
Okay.
So hold up. Wait. Let me catch 1 second. So I want to get this straight because I don't want no excuses after this. So
hey, Wujao, before you say this.
Oh man, this guy's never going.
No. Before you say this, I haven't been disrespectful to anybody.
No.
Or even anybody.
Nobody.
No.
Nobody's
Wujao,
claiming
I
that.
make one statement. I want to make one statement. I just want you, since this is your channel, can you tell the people in the chat, please stop disrespecting and insulting me?
Okay, listen, everybody in the chat, please, if you're going to disrespect Chief X, do it somewhere else. Don't do it here because I'm trying to have a conversation real quick before Chief X has to leave. So I want to get this over with because, listen, I'm not trying to deal with this stuff after a few days. So, okay, so I said it. All right, so now
we're just trying to have an adult conversation. You're probably the only person I'm able to have an adult conversation with.
All right, well let's have it. Let me get my say then. Let me get my say. Okay, so Chief X. All right, so the picture that you're showing right now is Carl Lepsius' reproduction from the tomb of Ramses III. Okay, now what he did was he only drew one representation from each of the 4 sets, but there's 16 figures in all, and he just redrew one of each of those 4 sets. And this is the tomb of Ramses III, that you earlier, just a few minutes ago, you said that there are 16 figures, and I asked you, and you broke the 16 figures down. You said 4 of them are the Egyptians, 4 of them are the Asiatics, 4 of them are the Nubians, and 4 of them are the Libyans. Now, even by your own words, the first set that you said are the Egyptians, they're actually carved by the Egyptian artists identically to the third set, which are the 4 Nubians. So the Egyptian artists actually, as an anomaly, for lack of a better word, they actually carved the Egyptians and made them look like the third group, which are the Nubians, which is why you looking at this picture, A and C, that's why they look alike. It's actually in the tomb like that. So now, if you pull up, hold up, I'm gonna ask you, because if you don't, I'll pull it up. Do you have an actual picture of the tomb and not this drawing? Do you have a picture of the actual tomb?
Sir. Yes,
Can you mind sharing that if you have it available?
Emiket, are you there? Emiket, can you hear me?
2, I can hear you.
Okay, this guy Afro Ninja in the chat is continuously insulting me. He don't respect what Wujao said. This is why sometimes people need to be timed out.
Okay, so listen. Let me say this for the chat.
When people talking about crack, man, and he on crack. This just bothers me right now.
I got you,
I'm an eye for eye kind of guy.
I know. Let me.
Can you time this cat out or something?
Oh no, I'm gonna do it better. So listen, everybody in the chat that's listening, please do me this favor. Do not say anything about Chief X while we're talking, while he's on our panel, please, because you know that obviously if you do, then Chief X is going to react. Then Chief X, what I would advise you to do is just ignore the chat. If you can, just ignore it. So
it'd be hard though, Wujao. Like I've seen people insult you and you immediately jump on it. So I'm just the same way.
Nah, I don't even, like, when I'm sharing, I don't even pay attention to the chat. Like even earlier today.
But when you are paying attention and you see an insult, you jump on it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm asking everybody right now to not do that, because if somebody does it in the chat, then you're the blame for us not for your us not
still do it. What do you do?
Not I know, but I'm saying I'm trying to have a discussion. So that to me that's like not even important. But you heard me.
I'm just trying to tell you, I can't be at peace.
No, I know, but listen, Chief X, you heard me make my announcement just now, right?
Okay.
All right, and even Afro Ninja said he'll stop.
Right. So I'm just trying. But he said that before, and then he's still talking about I'm on crack and all this old dumb shit.
Okay, but
I'm just simply trying to have an adult conversation.
I got you.
I haven't insulted anybody. I haven't done anything wrong to anybody. I haven't been foul.
I got you.
I've been an adult here.
Man, we could have shown the pictures and everything by now. All right.
Let's go.
So you're supposed. So I had asked you before. I said, do you have a picture of the tomb, of the actual tomb?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
if you could pull it up, or
yeah, if you could share it, because I want to be fair. I want you to share it.
Okay.
I want you to share yours.
Let me move this back down.
Yeah, I want you to share.
It's a good combo, Woo.
Yeah. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it.
Okay, let's do this.
And while you're doing that, I just want to show everybody, because I told y'all I was going to show y'all another picture of Emiket that I did. So there y'all have it. That's Emiket decked out in Egyptian attire, and she thinks she's an ancient Egyptian and all that.
Yeah, but yeah.
Nah.
Emiket, are you Kenyan though? I think you're from Kenya, right?
Yep, I am Kenyan.
Cool.
All right, so you're pulling up the image. Okay, cool, nice.
Okay, let's do it. Well, I'm glad you letting me do this, Woo.
I mean, why wouldn't I? That's what I'm saying, man.
I was like, whoa.
I don't understand.
So right here, Well, is what they have on the Theban mapping project, what I was showing
Yeah.
you, and they say, not me, they say, the experts, the Egyptologists, you just said you overturned them and they're supposed to change this. But
Yeah,
right here,
I
everybody
notify
sees, right?
I
So
I
they say is
notified them.
what? Nubians in the fifth hour of the Book of Gates in the tomb of Ramses. This is what the all scholars, 99% of scholars on earth consider these Nubians.
Okay, let me get the mic for a second. While you're sharing, let me speak on that real quick.
Go
So,
ahead.
okay, so scroll back up to where you see the figures again. Okay, what I want everybody keep going. Can
Let
you
me make it smaller.
just a
I
little
think
bit
I made
because
it
you
too
got it
big.
too
So,
big. Yeah,
right.
you got it too
But
big.
let me make it a little smaller.
Yeah, you got it too big right there. All right, there you go. Scroll down. Okay, now let's keep it right there. Keep it right there. Thanks. So now the website, the Theban mapping project, because you're showing this live. So this is what they have on the website right now, and what they're showing. This is a cropped picture of a more fuller wall. Like it's a whole wall with 16 figures on it, and so this picture is just a cropped image that they
But
cropped it. Now, what I want to tell everyone is that this image don't click on keep it there. Well, yeah,
okay.
keep it right there, please. Thanks. So this image, they're only showing 2 of 4 figures. There's really 4 of those, okay, but they're only showing 2. And this image, the reason why they're mixed up, they mixed it up, and I'm gonna show you why and how.
They
Now,
made a mistake, you're saying?
yeah, I'm gonna prove it to you.
What
So
happened?
what I want you to do is put your cursor above those 2 figures' heads, and I want you to look at the glyphs, like right where your cursor is right now. Go straight up. No, the next column over and to the right. No, to the right, right there. Okay, what I want everybody to see is you see an open mouth, then you see a tethering rope. Yep, excellent. That your cursor right there is on the tethering rope, and then there's a seated man in front. No, the other one. The other one. A seated man, and then a woman. Okay, next to it. Yep, right there. Then you got 3 plural strokes, right there. Okay, that word right there spells the word remech. Okay, now I'm pointing this out because the title of them is right above their head. So this is the remech. This is not the Nubians. But now scroll down. I want you to see. Sort of. Now the website says Nubians, as Chief X has it highlighted in blue. It says Nubians in the 5th hour of the Book of Gates in the tomb of Ramses II. Now do me a favor, Chief X. Go to the go to the same set of pictures and show me where the Theban map says and shows the Egyptians.
The Egyptians are not there.
Why?
I'm gonna tell you. Only the Nubians are there. I'm gonna tell you why. Only the
Oh,
Nubians are
well, I
there.
said don't do it. I said don't
Hold
do it.
on. The Asiatics are
Okay.
there, as you see,
Uh-huh.
and the Tamahu, as you see right here, are there. There are no Egyptians in pairs of 2 anywhere of what I'm showing you. They
Okay,
only
so what?
have they only have the Asiatics, the Libyans, and the Nubians because they need protection by Sekhmet and Heru, or the cattle of Ra.
Actually,
So the
don't.
Egyptians
But
are not there.
okay, okay. Now here's a
So
question
now
that.
when I put on this though, Ujao, right here, it's telling you this is a Nubian, right? And it says right here, what? Erroneously labeled as an Egyptian.
Okay, no. Scroll up. Wait. Scroll up.
I just want people to see that.
Uh huh.
Erroneously labeled as an Egyptian.
Okay, now
So you
scroll up.
guys are rolling with the erroneous information
No. Scroll up. I'm gonna
because
show
you
you.
want this to be an
Oh, good.
Egyptian, but it's a Nubian.
All right, scroll up.
You want me to get off and go to another one?
No. I said scroll up. Like go up to the glyphs above him.
Okay,
Okay,
right there.
now I want everybody to notice. Can you make it smaller? Cause you made it too big.
Make this smaller.
Yeah, the image smaller. Yeah. That's too big, boy. You got it blown
Tell me
up.
when to stop. Is that good?
One more. All right, that's good. Now, yeah. What I want everybody to notice is that above this figure's head is a different set of glyphs. That's a different set of glyphs. So I want everybody to know that this figure right here is in the tomb, but it's not part of the first two that Chief X showed. So the Theban map people, they actually have the photo switched. The first photo is where it actually is labeled the Egyptians, because the Remech are the Egyptians. The one that they're showing right here, right now, are actually the Nubians. They're actually
So you're saying this is a Nubian, would y'all, right?
Yeah.
Okay. In this picture right here, you're showing that you just said is a Nubian, right? Is the same thing as A.
No, it's C. It's C.
And C.
No, that particular picture is C in the tomb.
Well, this is what I mean. Well, I got you trapped.
You don't like you don't.
Okay, look. Let's just do this now. You see A right here, people. Let's stop playing. You see A on the far left. It is the same image, exact same image as what I was showing you before, Wujao. As this, it's the exact same image. They call them Nubians.
Chief X, I'm about to show you. So
okay,
I'm gonna share my screen. You can keep your screen shared. You don't have to do anything. I'm just gonna share mine now, but you can keep yours shared. All right, I want
either I'm confused or like I consider myself a person that have good comprehension. I can see well, I got 20/20 vision. I'm reading what the experts are saying they are. I'm just agreeing with experts.
Okay, and that's beautiful. But I want to show you something. Can you see the picture I have on my screen?
Yes.
Okay. This is an actual picture from the tomb of Ramses III. Okay. This is showing you the 4 figures. These are the first 4 figures in the tomb, and to the left is cut off, but to the left would be Heru standing there. And these are the first 4 figures out of the 16 figures. The next 4 would be the Asiatics, the Amu, but you can't see them in this picture. But here you can clearly see.
These 3 I see now, are they Nubians?
They're 4. You see the 4th one right here. It's a little dark, but you see the 4th one right over here.
Okay,
right?
So are these 4 Nubians?
These are Egyptians.
This is what I mean.
Pay attention. Pay attention closely. All right. Now, the reason why I say that they are Egyptians is because the Book of Gates is a text. And in the text, every first 4 pair in the 5th hour of the Book of Gates is always the Egyptians. And this is why in between these figures, people could see the glyphs. Let me get my arrow. Got to drill down. So in between each of these 4 figures are glyphs. And these glyphs are separated because it spells out the word Remech. So right here you see the R, you see the tethering rope, you see the kneeling man and woman right here. And then on the other side of this figure, which is cut off, you're going to see the 3 strokes. All together, that is spelling out the word Remech. And it's also above their head, but it's cut off right here. It's above their head, okay? It's actually right here above their head, right there. And I'm doing this purposely because I want everybody to be orientated to the tomb, okay? So now, mind you, remember this. Figure 1, 2, 3, 4. The glyphs in between them spells out the word Remech, which represents Egyptians. And the word Egyptian is right here, but it's cut off. Now, see in front of this figure, you have a what look like a boat sail. Remember that glyph right there? It looked like a boat sail, and this is in front of this one figure that's grouped up with these figures that are associated with the word Remech. Now I'm going to show you. This is what Chief X was showing here, and I'm gonna break it out so that everybody can see it real big. Let me paste it somewhere else so I could blow it up. I want everybody to see it.
You know what? I see that, Woodrow. Now,
So
can
so
you go back
wait.
to where you were? Can you go back to where you were real quick?
Hold on one second. One second.
No, stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there.
Let me finish.
Just say one sentence. One sentence.
Let me just build.
Make it smaller.
Oh, make it smaller?
A little smaller, so we can
Like
get all
that?
3 images in there.
Oh, you want all three images?
No,
Right
all
there?
3 of these images you have in there.
You want to take a
Just
screen? You want me to
a
send it
little
to you?
bit smaller.
I can send it to you. You want me?
No. This is for the audience, not me. Me and you know what it is. Make it. Okay, there we go. Stop.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. There's 3. The Egyptians is not here. The Asiatics. Hold on. The Asiatic, the Nubian, and the Libyan is there. The Egyptian is not there because the Egyptian didn't need protection in the Anduit.
Okay, let me
showing you the Asiatic, the Nubian, and the Tomahawk, aka Libyan.
Oh my goodness. Let me finish.
Am I tripping?
I'm making a point. Well, let's just let me finish. Just let me finish.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to orientate people of how the arrangement is in the tomb. So now what I want everybody to understand is that these 3 pictures are cropped pictures put side by side on a black background.
Who cropped them?
Okay. They're not I have no idea. This is
This is your picture.
No. I didn't take the picture.
No, I know you didn't take it, but I'm saying you shared this on a video.
Like I'm sharing it now. What do you mean?
Right, so I'm saying you're sharing the 3 images, the double images of each race of people. There are 4 races of men, as I showed you. These are only 3 races of men.
Let me finish.
Okay.
What I'm trying to orientate everybody to explain what they're looking at, and what I'm saying is that these 3 pictures they don't look like this in the tomb, as you can clearly see that the glyphs are broken up. Like you could tell that it's not in the tomb this way. What I'm saying is that.
Are you saying these are not primary images in the tomb?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Just listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
Listen to what I'm saying. These are real pictures of the tomb, but this is not a single photograph. Like you're not going to walk in the tomb and see these side by side like that.
I agree.
These 3 side by side like that. That's all I'm saying. What I'm saying is that these are 3 separate pictures that somebody cropped and put them together side by side. That's what I'm saying.
3 of the 4 races of men. I get you.
Right. 3 of the 4 groups. Okay. Now,
right.
which
only
which
3
group?
of the 4 races of men.
These are 3 of the 4 groups. Right. So listen.
No. These are 3 of the 4 races of men.
These are 3 of the 4 groups of people. What are you talking about? Okay,
the Egyptians, they have 4 races of men. The Tomahawk, the Libyan.
No, listen,
the Egyptian, the Asiatic, and the
Chief X, we're saying the same thing. You're saying races of men. I'm saying the 4 groups of men. So if you want me to use the word race to get past
this is what the wording that the scholars use is what I'm saying. I'm trying to stay on board so we won't confuse people.
I'm not confusing people. They heard you, Chief X. Okay. You're loud and clear.
So everything I read, they say the 4 races of men is what I'm saying. They say they don't say
loud.
The 4 groups of men.
You're loud and clear.
Okay, go ahead.
You're loud and clear. Okay, so these are 4 groups. These groups are represented in the tomb by 4 figures each, but you only see 2 of each in these, and it's only representative of 3 of the 4 groups. Now, this particular group in the middle, this exact picture.
Why isn't the Egyptians there?
Wait a minute, Chief S. Can I at least build?
Go ahead. My bad. My head. Go back. Go ahead.
Boy, goodness. So this group in the middle, I want everybody to get acquainted with this image. So look at the figure here. Look at the squatting woman right here where my arrow is, and look at this figure right here. And then you got 3 strokes in front of this figure. Now above their head, right in the middle, you have the word Remech spelled all the way out. But what I want you to pay attention to is at the bottom here, you got these 3 strokes. Mm-hmm. Now, the reason why I'm pointing this out is because the earlier picture I showed is going to show you the actual picture of all 4 of these figures for this same group. right here. So that's the seated woman right there. And in front of this person would be the 3 strokes, but it's cut off. But remember I said pay attention to 3 strokes? That's in front of this figure. You see the 3 strokes right there. Now, these are all 4 of the figures. That picture I showed just now is only showing these two figures right here. 1, 2, 1, 2. So the picture is cut off in my other picture. This is a representation of the Remech. The glyphs in the middle of these figures spell the word Remech, and the glyphs above them right here spell the word Remech. The word Remech, look it up in any Egyptian dictionary, is going to tell you that that's the word for the Egyptians. Okay? The word, hold up. Wait a second. The word that is used for the Nubians in the glyphs would spell the word Nehisiu. All right? They would be the Nehisiu. Now, there's another set. Let me go back here. There's another set of 4 figures that look identical to these 4 that are way to the right-hand side inside the tomb. They would be way to your right. They would skip the Asiatics. The Asiatics would be the next 4 set. And then the next 4 after the Asiatics would be 4 figures that look just like this. Just like this. But guess what? Those 4 figures are the Nehisiu, aka the Nubians. But this 4 set right here are the Egyptians in the tomb.
Okay, I got you. Now, can I respond?
Sure.
Okay. You're saying that they are the Egyptians because the glyphs pronounce the Remech.
They tell you that. Yep, the Egyptians told you that.
So what I'm saying, we're on the same page. I'm saying what you're telling me.
Yep.
You're saying that these 4 figures that I personally call Nubians and scholars personally call Nubians, you're saying that they are the Egyptians because the glyphs next to them spell out Remech, correct? Right?
Yep.
Okay, now, what I showed you prior to you doing this, the scholars said erroneously says Egyptians. Now, on top of that, Wujaru, can you be just honest with me on this one question? Please be honest with me. When I looked up Remech, from what you and Asar showed me in the TLA and things.
I hate to do it.
No. What's his name? What's the guy you guys used in ancient times who deciphered a lot of Metanetter? Let me just say this. Remech also means, from what I looked up, mankind or people. Do you agree with that?
Yep.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay, so I'm not tripping. I'm stating what the scholars say. They say.
Hold up. But Remech represent the Egyptians. Did you find that in your research too?
Yeah. Listen, I found it all. You're correct. The Remech has several meanings. Like sometimes a word has several meanings. It can mean people, mankind, which you just agreed with. And it can also mean Egyptians.
Okay, does it ever mean Nehisi though?
No. I don't want to go to Nehisi. I'm just saying specifically what the scholar said. I don't want to lean on my understanding. Okay. They said it can mean Egyptian. They said it can mean people. They could say it means mankind.
Yep.
All I want to say is this one statement.
All right, go for it.
The Nubians are mankind. The Nubians are people. So if Remech in the glyphs mean mankind, means people, means Egyptians, they can simply be saying that these Nubians depicted are mankind or the 4 races of mankind.
All right, so now let me speak, please. Let me speak.
No one has gave you that deep argument like I just did, Wujaro. Trust me.
Okay, listen. Chief X, you
No one
crazy,
has
boy.
combated you on this.
Oh boy,
like
that's what I say.
just
Listen,
did.
Chief X, listen. Let me hold up. Listen. I'm gonna say,
If
boy,
a remnant means
Chief,
mankind
listen.
and people,
Wait,
it can also be talking about Nubians.
Okay, let me speak. But hold up. Let me say this though. Let me say this, Chief X.
See, I'm the only one can
Look.
get
You
you
make
cats
me. No,
around.
listen. Hold up. Wait. Hold up. Be quiet for a second. Hold up. Be quiet for a second, please.
I love this. Go ahead.
All right. Look. Here's the thing, man. I always say this about you, right? Now I haven't watched all your videos, but the ones I do watch and I have watched, I always tell people, I said, man, Chief X is off the chain. I always tell people be off the chain because you be making me laugh. So now, but let me speak on this now because I'm showing you a picture that you probably never seen before. All right. This picture right here is the full photograph that the Theban map used to crop. Okay. Now they didn't tell you that on the website. So this is how I'm letting you know that I was in touch with them. Okay. This is the picture that they
So you're gonna
use.
show us that you've been in touch with the Theban Mapping Project people.
Yeah, I'm gonna show that later. I'm gonna show
this?
that because that was 3 years ago. I gotta dig up.
You up with y'all.
I gotta dig.
You gotta be honest when I'm on here. You gotta be honest.
Listen, I'm not only honest when you're on. I'm honest all the time.
Okay,
I do my best. I'm that person. So listen to me because I'm trying to show you something. This is a picture. This is the picture that is on their, as far as their website purposes, they cropped
real quick
it.
though, Joe, I don't want to interrupt.
Gosh,
I promise you I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to make this one statement. You did say
Goodness gracious.
that these are the Egyptians. So the whole thing I was talking about, Wujar was a blackologist. My point was, Wujar was trying to make these black folk right here, who experts call Nubians, Wujar was telling you guys they're Egyptians.
Okay, so let me speak on that. So that's clear. And I'm going to double, triple, quadruple, quintuple, centuple, whatever, down on this. So I'm gonna make somebody said create a teaching moment. So I'm going to make a teaching moment out of this. So this is the full picture. These are the first 4 figures of the 16. The wall in the tomb, there's a corner in the tomb right here. There's a wall.
You're going to show the 16?
Right here. Hold on 1 second. Let me speak. So there's a wall right here where the tomb has a 90-degree turn. Right here, you can see the first figure of the second group of individuals. And this is the first figure of the second set of 4. And this is the first figure of the Asiatic, the Amu. Now, so I'm giving y'all orientation of how the tomb is laid out because we're not there, right? So this is a wall and this is a adjacent wall with a corner. Now, these first 4 figures, you can clearly see all the glyphs now. You can see where it spells out Remich. Okay? Now, Chief X, to what Chief X just said, he said that the word Remich also means mankind, human beings, and et cetera, et cetera. But it also means Egyptians. But instead of understanding the context, what Chief X, what you're saying is that these are the Nubians, but they're being called Remich only for the purposes of saying that they're human beings also. Now, nobody ever is going to no scholar on the planet Earth is ever going to say that, have said that, or ever agree with that. Because in this particular tomb, if you read the glyphs above the figures, it literally tells you that these are the Remich, and that their name is telling you that their name came from, check this word out. See this word right here? It says the word remit, which is an aket. And then it says remiit, which is the word for crying, to tear up. And the word ak means the great or effectiveness. So it's talking about his effective tears that the remich came out of. And that their name was developed from. And this matches the myth where the Egyptians say that the Egyptians came from the tears of Ra. And all of these figures are being called
Tears of Ra, right?
The tears of Ra.
Okay,
and the
go
word
ahead.
the word for tear is the word Remi. And the Egyptians named themselves as a play on that word Remi, and they used the word Remech.
Let
The
me
word
get
re- the word
clarification because I don't
hold
want
up.
to keep going, but I want you to keep going. I just need
Boy.
clarification. You said tears of Ra, right?
Yes.
So
The
you said they
tears
were
of Ra.
created from the tears of Ra. That's what you're saying?
Yes. That's in the
Okay.
book. Hold up. That's in the
So
just as a reference, so you can look it up later. You can
right, right,
listen.
right.
Listen.
I did
It's
look
in
it
the
up already. I just
it's
want
in
to
the
just
book of
I just
knowing the
want to interject a
transformations
second.
of Ra and overthrowing of
So
Apep.
Ra or the cattle of Ra created men. You agree, right? You said this in a lecture before.
No, I've never said that. The cattle of Ra. What are you talking about?
If you watched my presentation I did yesterday, I hope people in the chat.
I never said the cattle of Ra created man.
No. You did, Wujao. You forgot you said it.
Play
Heru,
it right now.
Heru or
Play it right now.
Seknet created
Play
their
it right now.
enemies in Egyptian storytelling.
Play where I said the
What was
cattle
that?
of
You want me
Ra.
to do you like this? I'm trying to get you to agree with me, but I can play it right now. And then
Listen,
the audience
play.
gonna be like, "Oh
Just
shit!"
play it, it'll be
Listen,
faster.
play where I, because you're accusing me of saying
Okay.
the cattle of Ra created man.
Yes.
Okay, play that.
No. Let me clarify because you said something different.
Oh, so now I gotta clarify.
No. Listen. Would y'all listen? Because I'm not gonna let you play me to the audience. Now,
I'm not.
sometimes, okay.
I want you to
Let
play
me
it.
ask you this, Wujao. I'm just trying to nail it down so we can clarify for the audience. I'm trying to get the audience to be educated and informed. Okay. Ra and Heru sometimes can be used as, synonymously, correct?
Nah.
Come on, Wujao, man. You just
Not.
saying that just to listen.
I'm not.
The cattle of Ra.
No, listen. No. Listen. Ra. Wait.
Ra, you trying to cut me off because you know I'm on it.
No, it's not because of that. I just want to clarify my answer
go
to
ahead.
you. You said Ra and Heru are the same. They're not the
No, I
same.
didn't say that.
What'd you just ask me?
I said sometimes Ra and Heru can be synonymous in certain situations in history and discussion.
No, well, what you're confusing is Ra, and you have Rahar Aketi. So that's different than Heru. Ra, Heru, Aket.
Put it this
So
way.
that's different.
Let me just
so
say this.
I just want to clarify.
I got you
Okay.
in a lecture talking about Heru and the cattle of Ra. You called the guy next to the 16 figures, which we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You called him Heru in a discussion.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
No,
So
that's not. Wait. No, wait. Nope. I'm not gonna let you do that. No, that's not what you said. That's not what you. Wait. No.
Now listen.
Right here. Hold up.
You're trying to wiggle out right now. Listen to
No,
what I'm telling you.
no.
I'm gonna make it plain.
I promise
play
you
the
not.
video with you saying it.
No. You're changing it. Wait.
Right
No.
here. Okay, there we
no,
go.
No.
There we go.
You're changing. Hold up.
The guy
You're
on the left.
No,
is Heru,
listen. What you said earlier is you accused me of saying that the cattle of Ra created man. That's what you said.
No,
I never said that.
I corrected that. I'm not saying that.
Okay, then move forward then. As long as you correct yourself.
So since you got this picture up here.
As long as you
Since
corrected
you got this
yourself.
picture up here, you see
as long
the
as you corrected
Egyptians on
yourself.
of the three pictures here. I think it's 3 or 4. I don't know how many is this combined.
What?
But on the bottom left, the guy on the left of the men is Heru, you said, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, right
now,
there. Big as that.
Okay. We put that back up there. Okay, yes. So the guy on the left, in the bottom left is Heru.
Yep.
Now, why do they call Heru and these 4 Egyptians the cattle of Ra?
They don't call Heru and the 4 Egyptians the cattle of Ra.
What is the cattle of Ra?
They're not calling.
You said this in your lecture. I'm trying to tell you, I'm learning from you, Wujaro. You taught me this. This is what I'm saying. See, now you're caught up because I led you on this path and I got you caught up now. Heru and Sekhmet created Egypt's foreigners and Egypt's stories. Am I right?
No, listen.
No. I just need that one question answered. You said Heru created the Nubians.
I want you to.
Sekhmet created the other foreigners. Did you not say that, Mujawid?
I want you to finish.
Okay, so let me finish. The character on the left is Heru. But they call this complete thing with Heru and these 4 Egyptians the cattle of Ra. You taught me that, Wujaro. I'm not making that up. So I double checked it and researched it, and that is true. It's the cattle of Ra. So this is why I'm asking you. I'm not the expert on this, but the expert is confusing what you're saying. So sometimes, if this is the cattle of Ra, and they're saying this is Heru and Ra sometimes are used synonymously, is all I'm saying.
Okay.
Go ahead, Wu.
Okay, so I want you to be fully finished because I don't want you to interrupt me. You know.
Go ahead.
Okay, so what I have always said, and let me get my cursor back over here, is that you can see the glyphs in between these figures. Okay, this is from a different tomb, but it's the exact same story. It's the same Book of Gates. And this particular vignette is the exact same 5th hour of the Book of Gates, okay, or 5th division. And the first group that you see here, I want everybody to pay attention to these glyphs that you see right here. You see the open mouth, you see the tethering rope, you see the kneeling man, you see the woman.
Those are Egyptians, right?
And you see the 3 plural strokes, the 3 strokes. Wait 1 second. Let me finish.
I just want to know they are the Egyptians.
And I will get to you. Let me just finish first.
Just say yes or no. Continue.
Nope. I will continue first. So what I want everybody to see, including you, Chief X, I want you to see that these are identical glyphs. That these are identical glyphs to what we were showing earlier. Okay. So I want everybody to understand that these are identical glyphs. And matter of fact, let me put the other picture side by side so you all can see that. Give me 1 hot second. Where's my other picture? I just had it up here right.
4 Egyptians next to Heru.
Right here. Okay. So I want everybody to see this. I want everybody to read these glyphs with me. I want everybody to say, open mouth, open mouth. Tethering rope, tethering rope. Hold on, wait. No, I'm doing this. Just be patient, please, Chief X.
Okay,
I'm trying to, right, we're doing good. So everybody can see this. This is the open, this is between the 4 figures now. These are between the 4 figures. We have the open mouth.
But just mind you that Wujaro said these are the Egyptians also.
Everybody can hear me, Chief X. I don't need a hype man. So come on, please, Chief X.
Those are
do me that
correct?
favor. Listen, Chief X, man, can you just
I just need clarification. I'm just trying to understand.
I'm clarifying.
I'm asking you a simple. Are those Egyptians? Yes or no? That's all. You can continue.
Allow me to work. Let me cook a little bit. Can I?
But are those Egyptians? Just say yes and keep cooking.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Goodness gracious, I'm in my own kitchen. I gotta ask. I'm in my own kitchen. I gotta.
You said that. Go ahead.
I'm in my own kitchen. I gotta ask permission to cook. All right, so listen. So here we have the open mouth. We have the tethering rope, and I'm gonna go up here. Let me get my trusty arrow, and right in front of this figure, we have an open mouth and we have a tethering rope. Now let's bounce back to this figure. So in front of this figure, which is figure number 2, we have a seated man. Let's go back here. In front of figure number 2, we have a seated man. Go back over here. In front of the figure number 3, we have a squatting woman. Over here, we have a squatting woman here in front of figure 3. In front of figure 4, we got 3 strokes. In front of figure 4, lo and behold, we got 3 strokes. So at the very least, I want everybody to know that this is the identical word. This word right here is the identical word.
I agree.
That's right in between these 4 figures right here. Now, the glyph that's in front of this figure is the word Heru. It's not the word Ra. So I would have never told anybody that this is Ra. This is clearly saying that this is Heru. The falcon bird is right there in front of everybody's face. Heru is right there. Okay, now, the second set of 4, you have the throat right here. You have 2, and this picture is broken, so the other 2 is up here. As a matter of fact, hold on. Let me see if I could do
real quick,
y'all a favor.
Because the audience
do y'all a favor.
I heard some people confused.
Now, I don't think anybody's confused.
Now, those people up top,
anybody
those black figures, scroll down. Scroll up to the thing.
Hold up. I want to make sure everybody see them.
I knew you was going to trick them.
What you mean trick them?
Go back to the image you just had up, Ujao.
This is the same image. I'm just showing it all in a row. Because I want everybody to see it how it is in the tomb.
Now,
where they all in a row.
Right there. You're saying that these are the Egyptians? I may be on a delay because I'm watching from my tablet, and I know you sharing your screen, and I shared my screen. I didn't shut my screen down.
Okay,
so I'm on your stream, so I may be in a delay, so people may be confused. So should I shut down my sharing?
Okay, yeah, you can shut down your sharing. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, look at my screen. Do you see my screen?
Now we're on the same page.
Okay, so these.
Wait, withdraw. You're saying them 4 people are Egyptians.
Right here, these first 4, yes, I'm absolutely
now
saying.
Scroll down,
Egyptian.
scroll down, scroll down.
What do you mean scroll down?
Scroll up to show the other 16 people.
Oh, okay. You mean over? I'll scroll over. Yeah.
Okay, scroll over. Okay, scroll over. Now, those 4 men on the right. Those are
Wait, no. Let's not skip these. Who
No. We got those. We cool on those.
No. For the audience, who are they? These 4 right here.
Those are the Asiatics.
Okay, bingo. All right, now we can
now
move
the
on.
other 4 right there. Who are those?
Yeah.
4.
Those are Nehesio. Those are Nubians.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, so we're on the same page. And what's the last group?
The Tamahu.
The Chimeo, the Libyans.
Yeah.
Okay, so the last group are the Libyans.
So you can't say in one stance you're saying these 4 dark-skinned black men are the Egyptians on another figure.
No,
and then you said that see you're confusing people.
No, you're the only one that's confused. I guarantee you nobody else is confused.
These 4 people right here, these black figures are Nubians.
Absolutely.
Okay, you see their dress and that sash that grows across their chest?
Wait. Look at the glyphs that are there.
It's the same
it tells you
for the Egyptians in this thing.
No, it's not.
Oh God. Okay, you see the black Nubian man, the last one.
Wait, hold up. You just wait.
I'm just clear. I'm trying to get you to teach me now. You see the 3 plural things, the glyphs, next to the last Nubian man. Scoot over to the right. Yeah, you see those 3?
Yep.
Okay, what does that mean?
That's showing that it's a group of people. So it's saying the Hesiu is the plural.
Okay,
it's denoting the plural.
Go back to the Egyptians now.
Okay, no, but let's deal with all the glyphs. So you have the Nehi bird.
You told us that already. I'm just trying to make a point to the audience. Go back to the Egyptians.
I did not go over these glyphs yet. Nowhere tonight. So bear with me. Let me go over these glyphs right here. This bird right here is the Neh bird. This glyph right here is a twisted flax. It represents the H sound. So Neh. And then you have the folded cloth for the S sound, the quail chick for the U, W. So you have Nehesiu. So Nehesiu are what people call the Nubians right here. These four.
This guy in the chat named Afro Ninja. His name is Kenyatta Bethia on Facebook. Just real quick with y'all. He's a stalker, and he's
I
been
know, but
stalking
you
me. No,
just
no, no, I'm
interrupted.
off
You
this.
just
I just want
interrupted.
to say something. This guy in the chat, his name is Afro Ninja in the chat. He has no videos, nothing. In real life, his name is Kenyatta Bethia. He's an idiot. But hold on, Woodrow. Let me just, I got to, because he's been insulting me continuously
Look, it
after
is
you
late,
said.
man.
No, I know it's late,
We
but I
gonna
got
have
to do this because I can't be comfortable.
No, it's not late on your
So
time.
this
You in
guy, Afro
California.
Ninja, needs to
No,
be blocked. He's a
you're in
fraud.
California.
He don't give a shit about what Woodrow was saying. He's
But you're in
continuously
California.
insulting me.
Listen, I
And I'm
can't.
an eye
I
for
can't.
eye cat, Woodrow. Either Emmy Cat got to stop this cat, or it's just gonna
Man,
get ridiculous right now.
I know, but
Afro
do you
Ninja in
have
the chat.
do you
His name is Kenyatta
do you have
Bethia
some
in real life.
do you have a beer
I
you can
can't
go
know
grab
Woodrow.
or something?
I'm upset right now.
Man, all right. Well, then, all right. Then you might have to hop off the panel.
I'm at the point where I don't give a fuck.
All right. Okay. So
If
let
someone
me
is
say.
not
Listen.
stopping
Wait.
Afro
No.
Ninja from insulting
Listen.
they have
Let's
no
keep
respect
it.
from me.
Okay. So I
Either
tell you
get
what.
Afro Ninja up out this
No.
motherfucking chat, or it's gonna get chaotic up in here.
Okay. So with
The
that being said,
moderators are supposed to keep respect in the chat. If they are not doing that, it's bullshit.
Man, I hate to do this, boy. So Chief X. On that note, because we were doing good, and I want to leave on a, I want to end on a good note with you. All right, so we can build again in the future, in the near future. So I'm gonna say I appreciate you coming through, and you're always welcome. But when you get heated like that, I can't have that on the channel from you or whoever's triggering you in the chat. I can't do it. You know, I'm not gonna do it. Me and you probably around the same age, Chief X. I think you probably a little older than me. I don't know, but we're too old for this, and I'm not doing it. So I appreciate, in all seriousness, I appreciate you coming through. The conversation is good, and I just want to say that to you. All right, but I'm gonna continue real quick with what I was getting to, so everybody can understand. These four figures in the middle of the screen are the Nehisiu. How do we know that they're the Nehisiu? Because the ancient Egyptians tell you. They spelled out their name right there. You have the Ni, the H, Ni bird, twisted flax for H, the folded claw for S, the quail chick for the W, and the plural stroke determinative or three-stroke determinative. And guess what? You can see their name above their head. Remember what I said. The key is in reading the text. Right above their head, you see their name spelled out again. You have the Ni bird, you have the twisted flax, you have the folded cloth, you have the kneeling man, and you have the plural strokes here. You have Nehisiu right there in the actual text itself and next to them. So they're always the third group. I want y'all to pay attention. The first group is always the ancient Egyptians themselves. Notice how the word is spelled. It's spelled remech, but they split the glyphs up in between the figures for all of them. The next group, the glyphs spell amu. You got the throw stick, the owl, the quail chick, the plural stroke. Throw stick, the owl, the quail chick, the plural stroke. So we have amu, the amu. I want everybody to see that. The amu. Okay? Now, where's their name above them? Their name is right here. You have the A, M, W, kneeling man, plural stroke. The amu. Again, the amu. It's up here in the text and it's right near them. They're always the second group. Repeat. They're always the second group. The third group I already went over. That's the Nehisiu. I just did that. The last group is always the Chemehu. I repeat, the Chemehu. How do we know? How do you know that, Wujao? By reading the glyphs. You have the tethering rope, which has that ch sound, as in the word church. You have the meh biliteral, which is an M and an H, ch, meh, and then the quail chick for the W. The 3 strokes over here are cut off, but you have the Chemehu. Chemehu. These are your Libyans. These are your Libyans. Now, Wujau, where is their name in the glyphs? Well, guess what? It's right here. You see Ch, M, Chemeh, H, W, Chemehu. I repeat, Chemehu. Chemehu. The text above it matches the people. And it's true for all of it. The text above it, Nehisiu, Nehisiu. The Amu, the Amu. You see, y'all can see my cursor. Let me get my pointer. Amu, Amu. And let's do the same thing for the first group. The first group are the Remech, and you see their name right above them. Okay? You see the word Remech. All right? So I want everybody to take note that it's at all times that you can see in the text above each group of figures their name. The first group is always the Egyptians because the text doesn't change. So you see Remech, Remech. And they got their name from the Remich, the effective eye or tears coming from Ra. Now the figure that's ushering or guiding them, guiding all of these groups is none other than Heru. You see Heru's name right there. Okay? I just want everybody to be clear on that. Now, this book of Gates, which is the 5th hour of the book of Gates, the book of Gates is found in several tombs. The one I'm showing you right now is from the tomb of Seti I. This is how it looks. Now, this is a reproduction of it. If you want to see the actual tomb itself, I have those pictures as well. As a matter of fact, I'm going to show you all one of them because I don't want to leave anybody anything to chance. So I'm going to show you. Hopefully this is big enough. It's probably not. Nah, that's too small. Let me grab another one. This is a better one. Yeah, this is a better one. So I want to blow it up. Blow it up nice and big so y'all can see. This is coming from the actual tomb. Okay? This is not a reproduction. It's damaged inside the tomb, but it's not a reproduction. So as you can see here, let me get my arrow. This is why I said I didn't think that man, I don't know why anybody would challenge on this, man. This is kind of crazy. All right, so we have 4 figures. The fourth figure is all the color has been lost because, matter of fact, there was some water damage in this tomb, according to the reports like a while back. This tomb got damaged, but these are those first 4 figures. Figure 1, 2, 3, 4. Look what you see in there. See the Remech. You see the open mouth, tethering rope, the kneeling man, the squatting woman, and 3 plural strokes. This 4th figure, all the color faded, but those are all first 4. And guess what? You can see the name Remech again. You see the glyphs right here. This is Remich, which means tears, the effective tears, and right here you see Remech. Let me blow that up so y'all can see the real glyphs and not a reproduction of them. Try to make it as big as I can. All right, there we go. Y'all see right there where my arrow is. The mouth, tethering rope, the man and woman, and the plural strokes. The Remech right there. And so what I was showing, now let's go to another tomb. Now this is Seti the first tomb. It's also in the tomb of Maiherperietc. It's also in the tomb of Ramses the Sixth and Ramses the Third. So I'm going to show you in the tomb of Ramses the Third again. So now, in Ramses the Third tomb, his tomb is the only tomb where the actual figures are carved and painted to match another set. That's why all the scholars say it's an anomaly or erroneous or whatever the case is. That's the reason why they say that. But this first 4 set is supposed to represent the Egyptians. We know that because it tells you that. It says Remech. And here's their name right here. You got, again, you have Remich for the effective eye. And then over here you have the word Remech. You have the open mouth, matches the open mouth right here. The tethering rope matches the tethering rope right here. You have the man and woman right there, man and woman right there. 3 plural strokes, 3 plural strokes. This is easy. These are supposed to represent the Egyptians, but the only confusion people have is that people who cannot read the glyphs, they're looking at the images and getting confused because these images do look like the Nubians. They're actually in this tomb. They're actually identical to the 4 sets for that over there for the Nehisiu. So that is the issue. These figures are matching, but they're supposed to represent the Egyptians because here's the beginning of the text. If I go back to the you see the beginning of the text right here. You see the beginning of the text. Start with Heru, who's the shepherd of the cattle of Ra, in the duat of Kemet and Desheret. Look. You got the Egyptians in the Kemet and Desheret. Does Kemet mean black people right here? Oh, my Kevin Hart voice. Look. Anybody who could read this is talking about the shepherd, or it's talking about the cattle of Ra who are in the duat. You see the word duat right here? The duat of what? Of Kemet and Desheret. Of Kemet and Desheret. Of Kemet and Desheret. I want everybody to understand that. Don't get it twisted. All right. So anyway, enough of that. But I just want everybody to understand that in the text it talks about the Egyptians first all the time. And in this tomb right here, this is the beginning of the text. So hold up. Look, I'm gonna prove it to y'all even more. This is like super overkill. Y'all see this glyph right here? I want y'all to see that glyph right there. That glyph right there is called a billowing sail. Oh, that's a fancy word, which means that it's a sail from a sailboat that's open to catch the wind. I hope everybody understands that. It's a billowing sail. Okay? A billowing sail. And above the billowing sail, we have a sign for pet. All right? I want y'all to notice that. Check this out. Look. What's that glyph right there? It's right near the remage. See all these remage right here? Look at that glyph. Look. A billowing sail. Right above it has the word pet. It literally has the word pet. P-T, and then the determinative for the sky. P-T, determinative for the sky, billowing sail. Let's go back. Look. P-T, determinative for the sky, and sail. Let's even go further. The quail chick and strokes. Let's go over here. Look. Come look at this. Can y'all look at this? Here's the quail chick and the strokes. Look. That's why I said, don't nobody want none of this, man. I'm sorry. Look, it's saying the same thing. This is the exact same text. The only confusion, the only people that are confused, I ain't even going to say that. Nobody's confused. There's only a handful of people in the world that are confused about this. Anybody that could read the glyphs and know the story that's in the Book of Gates, what is, all 12 hours of the Book of Gates and stuff like that, they know nothing is confusing about this. The only thing that's an oddball, and it's only in this one tomb, is that these 4 figures were made to look like the Nubians, but they're not. They're Egyptian, but the figures are misplaced. That's what scholars will tell you, and all y'all can clip this all day long, send it to scholars, fact check me. I dare you. But let's continue. After the quail chick, I want y'all to follow. We got pet, we got PT, sky glyph. This is the word for sky. The billowing sail, the quail chick 3 strokes. So I already went over that. I did the look. You see that? Billowing sail, quail chick. Now let's keep on going. Let me put this on this side. What's after the quail chick? You see a water ripple? Hold up. Make sure y'all can see that. Can y'all see this? Hold on, let me see if I can blow this up. Is this better? Yeah, this is better right here. This is better. Oh boy. Here we go. So where were we? So we see pet, we see PT, the sky glyph, billowing sail, quail chick, strokes. I already went over all that stuff. So we're going to continue. Under the quail chick, what do you see? You see a water ripple. You see the front face of an animal. Man, let me make this bigger, because I want y'all to get this. All right, here we go. We see the front face of an animal. Then we see 3 strokes behind it. So we have a quail under the quail chick, a water ripple, the front face of an animal, and 3 strokes behind it, right? Let's see what we have in the tomb of Ramses III. Look. Under the quail chick, we have a water ripple, the front face of an animal, and 3 strokes. Look at that. Somebody come over here and look at that. MK, you still there? Look. Boy, I think MK.
Oh man, sorry. Yeah, I was getting something to eat, but yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so now let's keep going. So we're going to start from this one. Under the front face of the animal and the 3 strokes, we have what? A tethering rope. We have a water ripple, and we have plural strokes. A tethering rope, a water ripple, and plural strokes, or 3-stroke determinative. Let's go over here. Look. A tethering rope, a water ripple, and 3 strokes. Are y'all surprised? Tethering rope, water ripple, and 3 strokes. Let's keep going. We have a knot here and a horned viper. Okay? Those 2 glyphs. Let's see if we find that on the other one. How much y'all want to bet? Does anybody? Let me look at the chat. I hope y'all know. I haven't even been looking at the chat this whole time. So, who wants to bet that these glyphs you're gonna find these glyphs on when I switch it over to the other tomb? All right, I'm not even gonna wait. Lo and behold, we have it here, and we have it here. The horned viper. I don't know if y'all can see it good. It's bluish color. That's the horned viper right there. All right, so I'm not going to do any more. I think enough is enough, and I just want everybody to see that it matters when you can read the glyphs, and you know that what it's talking about, what it's saying. These 4 figures, although they look identical to the Nubians, the so-called Nubians that are later, another group, 3 groups over, a set of 3 groups over. These are supposed to represent the Egyptians as the Remech. All right. So hopefully that's clear. They're supposed to represent the Remech. So when 3 years ago, when I contacted the Theban mapping folks, I told them that they're actually missing the image of the Nubians. They don't have the Nubians on there, but in the wording, they're showing these figures. They're showing these figures right here, and they're calling them the Nubians. When there's a whole nother 4 set later on the wall, like further down on the wall, of the actual Nubians, and you can see the word Nubian in between them. But the Theban map don't show that. They don't show that. You go to their website, they do not show the Nehisiu. Now let me show you what the word is supposed to look like, because I want everybody to know. I don't want to leave anything to chance. Where do I have that word? Because I want y'all to know what it looks like. So here it is right here. Whenever somebody shows you, even in the tomb of Ramses, you're supposed to see the Neh bird, the twisted flax, folded cloth, quail chick, 3 strokes. The Theban map website, they don't show this. That's where they made a mistake. And I contacted them 3 years ago, and I told them that they're missing the picture of the Nubians, although they're talking about the Nubians. That was 3 years ago, and they still haven't changed it. So I'm not holding my breath. I don't think they're going to change it. And it's not because they're the experts and they're right and I'm not and I'm wrong. Because I guarantee you, if you clip this video of me doing all this right here, I guarantee you every expert out there, every Egyptologist out there will agree with me 100%. I'm willing to bet. If somebody want to do it, contact me, put it up, and we can do that. Pass what I'm saying on to any expert, any scholar that you trust, that you'll believe their word, and let them see what I'm saying, and they're gonna be like, oh, he's right, the brother's right, he's right. The Nehisiu are undoubtedly the Nubian. The text says it, the Book of Gates. They'll probably show you the Book of Gates and everything.
Real quick, I put another link of an image from Wikipedia on the chat, and I think it's because Sat 12 was saying that on the last image where you have the tomb of Ramses the third, that the Amu has with the side lock on it on the head. They say, let me just read Sat's comment. The side lock Libyan at Ramses III is in the wrong second position, next to the rightly positioned second Asiatic glyph. So
yeah, but this one. So here's the thing. The this is coming from the tomb of Ramses III right here. These 2 instances of the 4 of each of these sets right here, and these 2 right here are 2 of the 4 that's supposed to be in the spot of the Egyptians. These 2 right here are 2 of the 4 that's supposed to be in the spot for the Amu, the Asiatics, and these 2 are 2 of the 4 that's supposed to be in the spot for the Chimehu or the Libyans. So go ahead and what you just said. What was being said? And can I repeat what you said?
Oh, sorry, I had myself muted. So, so Side 12 was saying that the Libyan, the sidelock Libyan at Ramses III is in the wrong second position, next to the rightly positioned second Asiatic glyph. So, because if you look at that image, it's a facsimile, kind of like a reproduction of that. So you have the Amu in the second position with the side lock on the last rendition where you have Tomb of Ramses III, and he's saying that's in the wrong position.
I mean, what's it like the one I'm showing now? I'm confused.
No. I put the link in the chat. It's a reproduction.
All right, so hold on, let me pull it up in the chat. Well, it's giving me an error, so I don't know. It showed me an error. Don't
Oh,
allow me to
okay.
get it.
Okay, how about okay, so let me put this link then. 1 second.
Yeah, give me a link and I'll post it up.
Okay, so this is the link, and then if you go to it, you find the image there. And it is going to be
Which
the
image?
second. Okay, so let's see. Image 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Image 8 that says from 3 different tombs.
Okay. So all right, let me share this. Let me download it and share this real quick. Oops. Let me share this. Excuse me, y'all. Let me share this. Download the file. Let me download it. I want to download the biggest copy right here. Bam. All right. So I will show this. Boy, this has been a long one, man. I'm definitely gonna end this right after this, y'all. All right, I'm gonna put it on my thing here so we can do it. Y'all know when it gets late, boy. I'm gonna bring out Kevin Hart. We're gonna bring out Samuel L. Jackson voice. All right, so this is what I was instructed to share and show, so everybody can see that. We can blow it up right here. Okay, so what was being said? Can you repeat what was being said so we can
Okay,
go with it?
so down at the tomb of Ramses, it
All right, well
says,
I'll just go over it before you even
okay,
finish. Let me just go over this whole picture.
all
So
right.
the top picture. Now remember, at all times, I want everybody to understand. At all times, in these tombs, there are 16 figures. There are 4 sets of each. 4 times 4 is 16. But when people reproduce it, like as you see on the screen now, they're only going to show you 1 figure of each of the set, and that makes sense because you don't have to draw 16 every time. Okay, so in the tomb of Seti the First, you have the first group represented like this. Let me get my arrow to make sure everybody can see what I'm pointing. The first group is always the same in every tomb. The first group is the Remech. You have the Egyptians. This represents the Egyptians. The word Remech is the word used for Egyptians. Side note, when Diop said that the ancient Egyptians only had 1 term to designate themselves, Diop was wrong, because here we can clearly see that the Egyptians used Remech to designate themselves when contradistinguishing themselves from other groups. All right, that was a side note. All right, clip that, save it. Next group is Amu. These are your Asiatics. Amu, Asiatics. Next group are the Nehisiu. People call these people Nubians. I advocate against doing that, but nevertheless, that's what most people do. Nubians. But the Nehisiu, they're always the third group. The fourth group is always the Chehinu. In this case, it's the Chemehu. And they have this word wrong here because this word is the meh glyph, and they have the N. They have nu, Chehinu. Now, the reason why they have this mixed up, and notice that I'm bold enough to say that this picture from Wikipedia, in this transliteration right here I'm pointing at, that transliteration does not match the glyphs. Anybody that understands and reads the glyphs will agree with me and know that I'm making this statement correctly. These glyphs spell out the word Chemehu with an M, because this top glyph is the tethering rope for the sound ch. The next glyph is meh, M-H, technically M capital H as we transliterate it, and then the W, Chemehu. And that's where people in the conflict community get the word Tamahu from, or Tamhu, and try to say that these are white folks. And they're not. These are Libyans. Now, the reason why people can confuse it with the Chahinu, which is what this transliteration says, is that the Chahinu are also Libyans. The Libyans consist of two major groups of people, the Chamehu and the Chahinu. Okay? Hopefully that's clear. Moving on. All right? Going down to the next tomb. This is the tomb of Maiherperietc, and we have the four groups again in the same order. We have the Remech here. We have the Amu second. Now notice that the Amu do not look identical to the Amu in the other tomb. So, and the Remech don't look identical. This Remech, this person has bracelets and arm bands and elaborate collar and a beard. And my man here don't have any jewelry on. No collar or anything on. No armbands or anything. The Amu, they look different. Even the Nehisiu, they're different. They have different outfits on. He has a different kind of wig on right here than this one. And even the Chamehu, he has the double feathers and the curved side lock. This one is missing the feathers, but has the curved side lock. What point are you making with y'all? My point here is that regardless of the visual representation in the vignette, the people are the same. The Remech are the Remech. They represent who they represent because the text is the same. Okay? The Remech are first in first position, Amu in second position, etc., etc. Let's keep going. Now we're in the tomb of Ramses III. In the tomb of Ramses III, you got the same order. The Remech, the Amu, the Nehisiu, and the Chamehu. But notice, they don't look alike. Even the Amu don't look alike. But what's interesting is that in this tomb, there's two oddball anomalies, for lack of a better word. One anomaly is that the artist, the Egyptian artist that carved this and painted this, they made the Remech identical to the Nehisiu. You see that? That's where Chief X is confused. He thinks I'm wrong by saying this first group are the Egyptians when the text in all of these groups tell you that. The problem is that the Egyptian artists carved this first group to be identical to the third group of the Nehisiu. That's anomaly 1. Anomaly 2 is that the Asiatic looking figure is over here with the Chamehu, and the curl side lock figure is over here with the Amu, where the Asiatic should be. So these two figures should be swapped. But the text is the same though. So if you rely on the text, which means that you got to learn how to read the glyphs and read the text, you won't be confused. But if you don't, and you just base it off of what you're looking at, you're going to be confused. You're going to be like, wait a minute, isn't this an Asiatic? Isn't this a Libyan? Because the Libyan usually has the curve. You see the curve side lock. You see that? So I want everybody to be clear about this. And I think that's what Sat 12 was pointing out.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So now I just broke down the whole picture to everybody. Okay. So that we're clear. The Book of Gates did not change. And the Book of Gates is a beautiful book if you read it. It's lovely. So if get an English translation and check it out and read it. All right, so let me get back over here. So
basically what you're saying is right now, if you go to the tomb of Ramses III, the images that you showed the original images prior.
Yes.
So if you go if you buy a plane ticket to Egypt, and then You go there and you ask the tour guide, take me to the tomb of Ramses III. You're going to see those pictures where the Ramech and the Nehysia are depicted the same, and then, with all the inscriptions that
Right
you
there.
see.
Yep.
Right. And then all the other anomaly too you're going to see.
And anybody that's scheduled to take a vacation and go over to Egypt anytime soon, let that be one of your stops if it's allowed. Go to the tomb of Ramses the Third, and if you got to sneak, take pictures, use your cell phone, whatever you got to do, take some pictures, and you'll see. Don't take my word for it. All right, but you'll see
Okay,
the
so
tomb. It's in
yeah.
the corner. The other figures in this tomb. And while you talking, go ahead. I'm gonna try to dig up my other
Okay.
images.
So
Yeah.
what we are showing and what we are reading the glyphs are, they are as on in the inscription, in as done in the inscriptions, as done by the Sesh, the scribes then. Now the issue, or what people need to figure out, or what people are trying to figure out, is why those anomalies. Now that is something that people need to do, but in the meantime it should not be confused as somebody trying to superimpose images of the Nubians as the Ramesh, because that is exactly how you will see them when you go to Egypt at this time, because that is how the ancient Egyptians, or the scribes at that time, did that. Now, one thing I would like to say is that I think we discussed this because we discussed this tomb in full in another video, and I put the link, and I'm going to put the link again. So the there there is investigations that need to be done. Whoever wants to take up that, if it's Chief X that is interested in it and could want to figure out why those anomalies exist, that is a good thing. One thing that we did discuss is that saying that scribes made an error still is kind of iffy, though, because knowing how the scribes worked, and different scribes worked, especially to produce the vignettes and the inscriptions on the wall. It wasn't just one person doing their own thing and making their mistakes. There were people who would come in. You'd have different types of scribes working on different sections and different parts of the project. So let's say, for example, the vignettes, or the drawings of the figures. You would have like the Sesh would be the scribes of outline. They would come in and outline what was necessary to be outlined. And then you had the scribes who could read and write, that would have to do the inscriptions. And then you had the painters that would come in after, and then they would have to do the other parts of painting all those different parts with the colors. And by the time you finish, you would even have the overseer and as somebody who's in charge, who would have to come and uh, um, green light that as something that is ready to go. So there are different people involved in this particular inscription in the tomb by the time it's finished. So allowing that error to pass through those layers of different people also is something that I don't know. So that's one thing, but it still needs to, the anomalies still need to be investigated.
All right. Well, excellent. Excellent. So anyway, let me just check out the chat, because I am definitely winding down here. Go over here to the chat and see what is good with the chat. So y'all are still with us. Hey man, I appreciate it. This is like Sunday now. Saturday night, everybody hung out. Appreciate everybody who's still tuned in, watching. A lot of y'all have watched, left, did something for the day, ate dinner, chilled with your family, and came back, and we're still here. I know y'all surprised, but listen, if you know, Chief X said can he be unmuted? I didn't even know if Chief X was still here. Okay, Chief X. So listen, yeah, I can unmute you, but Chief X, just understand, I'm about to unmute you, but if you mention anybody in the chat, I don't want to hear it. You came on for you and I to have a discussion and everything. You didn't come on here to have a discussion about anybody in the chat. I advised you to ignore the chat And if you can't do that, then I can't. Obviously, you know, you're a grown man, but I would advise you to ignore that chat. I can do it. You can do it. I don't even look at the chat until I look at it. You see? So hopefully you could do the same thing. So Chief X, you got the mic. I want to close out though.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Yep.
Okay.
Definitely.
Rajaro?
Yep.
When I came on, I praised you for knocking down the lies that Smash Rockwell was speaking.
All right. Yeah.
I asked you and said out my mouth, at least no cap, 6 different times.
You said no cap?
I'm saying no cap. I'm trying to be honest and real. I'm throwing you the real. We can rewind this. I asked you, can we have an adult conversation? I just want to have an adult conversation. I haven't insulted you or Emiket. I haven't been rude to you.
I'm not accusing you of that.
Please, can I speak?
Yeah, but I'm saying I never accused you of that.
But you spoke for 40 minutes. I was muted for 40 minutes. Can I get 2 sentences out?
Yes, but I'm just making it clear. I never accused you of what you're saying. But go ahead.
No, I know you didn't. I'm making a. If you let me make my point, I'm going to land my plane.
All right, let's go. I'm a passenger. I'm flying with you. Go ahead. Let's land.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You muted me for 43 minutes.
For a very valid reason. But go ahead. I'm flying with you.
You said you muted me because I was going in on somebody on the chat. Okay.
No, you were being disruptive to our conversation.
Rajaro, can you please let me speak? Please, I'm begging.
Okay, you don't have to beg me. Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
I'm flying with you. I'm flying with you in the plane.
Okay,
I'm in the plane.
You muted me for 43 minutes because you wanted to control the narrative. I'm just asking you, can you please let me get a sentence or 2 out?
I did not mute you to control the narrative.
I was muted for 43 minutes.
I muted you. No, I muted you not to control the narrative. I was clear on why I muted you.
I know. Don't lie on me. I'm agreeing with why you muted me.
Okay, but it wasn't to control the narrative.
Why you muted me?
But it wasn't to control the narrative.
Oh my God, Rajaro. Can I
flying
speak
with
for
you.
a minute, Rajaro?
Yeah, I'm flying. I'm in the plane.
Address me after I finish my spiel if you disagree with me. But just let me get a few sentences out.
Go ahead. I'm flying with you.
Damn!
I'm in seat B16, okay?
Okay, and Rajaro, let me start over again.
All right.
You muted me for 43 minutes.
Hold up. Wait, 1 second.
I timed it.
Hold up. I'm sorry. 1 second.
As soon as I start speaking, I can't get 2 sentences out.
No, I just want to say this. I'm gonna.
No, I know you want to say this because you're trying to control the narrative.
No,
just
I'm
let me go for a minute.
Listen. No, I'm just telling people. I want to let everybody else know real quick. You could. I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay.
Actually, I just want to let the listeners know that that the whole time I was just talking and sharing my screen about what Sat 12 shared and stuff like that and everything. I was not looking at the chat the whole time. So
I get it.
No. I'm telling them. No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to them right now. All I want people to know.
Can you do this after I finish, though, Rajaro?
No, I'm letting them know that if they had anything that they wanted to ask me, to retype it while you're talking, to retype their questions to me while you build. So now, Chief X, you have the floor. I'm gonna take my seat, and I'm gonna be in seat number 16 in the plane. You got it. Go ahead. I got my parachute on, though, but go ahead. You got it.
Okay, thank you. I asked you when I come on. I just want to have an adult conversation. I never insulted Emiket or you. I wasn't rude to Emiket or you. I was only saying, as a decent human being and a mature man, can you please stop people in the chat from insulting me? It's nothing wrong with that. That's not saying anything foul. In fact, and the truth is, this cat Afro Ninja was religiously insulting me after you told the chat to stop insulting me. This is a fact. I'm not tripping. I'm not saying anything wild or crazy or out of line. You muted me and you said out your mouth because I was focused on somebody in the chat. This is petty. I can see if you muted me for being rude to you or disrespecting you and Emmy Kemet. But you muted me because I was bothered with somebody in the chat disrespecting me. I understand that people want to let that go. Let people disrespect Chief X. Don't block them. Don't time them out. I get it. This shit's been going on for 4 years. I get it. Everyone gets it. If they're insulting Chief X, let it run and let it go. If he gets mad about it, we're going to deflect and act like he's tripping. But when Chief X said, please, Wujaro, I want to have an adult conversation. If someone is disrespecting me, can you time them out at least? But people, I guess, said just fuck Chief X. We're gonna allow disrespect to him, regardless if he's saying he want to have an adult conversation, regardless if he's not disrespecting or insulting anybody. Fuck Chief X. This is the feeling I got. This is the feeling that 3 people who called me and texted me while this live stream is going on said. We don't understand why this nigga is muting you. We don't understand why they allowing the chat to disrespect you. But Wujao was running his own program and wants to silence you, Chief X. This is the 3 texts I've got. Okay. My only point was the Theban mapping project.
Are we coming in for a landing now?
After 43 minutes of me being muted, I haven't even got 2.5 minutes yet. Just let me get 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking. Without the mind game. Okay. The images that you have showed with them 4 men on the top right corner of your screen, the experts say they are Nubians. Chief X says they are Nubians. Chief X explained that the glyphs that you see may say Rimage. It does. It's okay. I'm not making that up. You agree with me that it says Rimage. I agree with you that it says Rimage. We have no dispute. I don't understand why I'm muted. I'm just saying that the experts on the Theban mapping project, who's been around since the 70s, and all the doctors and PhDs and everybody engulfed in the Theban mapping project in Arce, who is a site that experts use, Max Rockwell use, they tell you that those people that you have on your screen right now in the right left corner, all of them say they are Nubians. You say they are Egyptians. I get it. It's been no disrespect so far that I've said. I'm just stating what you said and what the experts said. Okay? Now, I have no clue why I was muted for 43 minutes. I would never do anything like that to anyone who I allow on my stream as an adult man having a conversation with someone who I allow on my live stream. I would never mute them for 43 minutes when I'm trying to have a conversation with them and get an understanding. I'm muted because I'm coming with truth, and you don't seem like you want the people to know the truth. I just want to, before I end this, can I just ask you one favor? And it's not going to be longer than 1 minute and 45 seconds, Wujaro. You clearly told the people who the Egyptians was. Can you show that picture one more time of the 16 men right there? As you see that picture on the top right, they have this sachet going down their chest in their dress, which is a cultural dress. They have that sachet going down their chest, all down to the bottom of their ankle. Am I correct? Wujaro? Okay, you don't want to answer because you know this is a dagger. If you go back to the 16 men, can you do that for me, Wujaro? Please. And I'm going to end this. Can you hear me? Okay, see, this is what we stand by mind games. Do you not hear me, Wujaro, right now? I'm trying to have a conversation with you. I don't hear you. You may be muted if you're talking. Emiket, can you hear me?
Yes. What is it?
God damn.
I missed some parts.
Okay, Wujaro, can you hear me? Emiket answered. Can you hear me, Wujaro? Oh God.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
I was muted. I was muted because I'm a passenger in the plane. I'm waiting for you to land.
Okay, so but if I'm having a conversation with you as an adult male and I'm asking you a question, it would be respect if you responded so I can land my plane. I can't land my plane if I don't know you hear me right.
No, I told you I'm listening, and I told you that I'm gonna attentively
while I'm
allow.
talking before
Like now you're getting mad. Hold up, now you're getting mad at me.
I'm not getting mad.
Wait, no, I'm saying now you're getting upset or mad at
I'm not
me
getting upset.
for actually allowing you to speak that you've been crying and begging me to do.
Let me finish. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. I want to know if you hear me. So I'm just trying to say, if I'm saying something, you say, okay, I hear you. And I would say the same thing as you. If you ask me, do I hear you?
Well,
I'm trying to understand. I don't know if there are internet issues. So if
okay,
hold on,
I got you. Wait.
Okay.
No, I'm saying
I don't know. Hold on, hold on.
I was muted.
Hold on.
I was muted. Hold up, one second.
Okay, so that's why I asked.
One second. I know, but 1 second. It wouldn't be fair. Like if now if you want to have a volley conversation, at least let me address everything you just said first.
Okay,
then we could get into that.
Then address it. That's why I'm asking you.
That's why I was muted. Then don't ask me anything.
Don't mute yourself.
Don't ask me
anything. Mute yourself.
Don't ask me anything.
I don't want nobody. Hold on, Wujaro. Let me just finish. Calm down.
Finish your spiel.
I'm about to finish. Wujaro, let me finish. I got you.
Don't ask me a question because I want you to finish.
I don't want
that. Chief X, boy, you must have had your beer today.
Let me just land my plane. Because this is a mind game at this point.
All right,
I don't want Emiket to be muted. I don't want you to be muted.
All right.
If I'm talking, I may ask.
What you want might not be what you
get. If I'm talking, I may ask a brief question to understand if you're hearing me.
Nah, so I hear you.
Mute. No, okay.
I'm telling you ahead of time. I hear everything you're saying.
Okay, cool.
You don't have to ask.
So don't mute nobody.
No,
As I'm talking,
listen.
Respond to me if I ask you a question, please. So I can land my plane for you.
Okay, but listen to me, Chief X. One thing, you and I both grown men. And like I said,
let me finish and then address all this after. Please let me finish. Because you're distracting from my point I'm trying to make.
I'm not. I'm telling you that I'm going to mute
myself. To me, Wujaro, I let you.
God dang, boy, Chief X, you got to chill out, man. This is not your show. You're not running things over here. So what I'm saying is I muted myself because I have noise going on in the background. Is that okay with you, Chief X? Can I allow are you going to allow me to mute my own mic? I'm not your son. I'm not your little kid, Chief X. You got this twisted. Don't get it twisted. I don't know what y'all do out there on the West Coast, but don't get it twisted. You're not going to come over here and dictate Nathan over here. I'm being very, very tolerable and polite to you and allow you to say what you're going to say, but you're not going to sit up here and tell me not to mute myself and stuff like that. That's what's not going to happen. I'm being very respectful this entire night with you and everything. And I'm going to address everything you said. So I'm about to unmute you again, and I'm going to tell you I'm going to mute my mic because I'm doing something in the background. I have headphones on. I can hear everything you're saying, but I don't want the noise to spill out in the microphone, and then you're going to cry about that. So stop your whining, stop your crying, and say what you're going to say, and I'm listening to you. Do that or just be out. Seriously, you're going to wear out your welcome. Period. So I'm going to mute myself and unmute you, and you can finish saying what you're going to say. And I hope it's not about what I just said.
Please. I know it's hot in the kitchen. Relax. Okay. On the right hand, you have the 16 men that we spoke about. On the left, you admitted that those 4 men next to Heru, can you make that bigger on the whole screen and remove Emicat and me so I can have this conversation? Those 4 men, can you do that for me, please? Okay, thank you. Those 4 men on the left next to Heru, you said are Egyptians. The next 4 men are the Asiatics. The next 4 men you said are the Nubians, and they have that sachet, that cultural dress from their shoulder to their waist, and then from their waist all the way down to basically their ankles. You said they're Egyptians. Excuse me. You said they're Nubians. And this is the 4 races of men. You cannot later switch up. Put the arrow on the 4 men right here. Stop. No, on the 4 Nubians. Nahisi, like you said. The Nahisiyu. Those 4 men with that thing across their chest is a cultural dress form that you and I both agree are Nubians on this picture. Now, when we go to the other picture on the Theban Mapping Project, because this is just a facsimile, when we go to the Theban Mapping Project, they also agree with me that these 4 black pitch-skinned men with that thing across their chest to their waist are Nubians. But when you change this image to the Theban mapping image, can you go to that for me, please? Or can I share my... Okay, there we go. That sachet that runs from their chest, from their waist on down, is the same image. The skin is the same image, and those are Nubians, and all the experts say they're Nubians. You just don't say they're Nubians. You're saying that they're Egyptians. I just simply disagree. I agree with the experts, and just because it may in the glyph say Rimage, and I said the Rimage has many names like people, mankind, and Egyptians, and the experts say it's erroneously saying Egyptians, the whole world of academia agrees with Chief X that these images, regardless of any fucking glyphs or any of that, the entire world of academia agree what's on the screen right now are Nubians. The only people on planet Earth who say these 4 black images that you have on the screen are Egyptians is you and Smash Rockwell. Nobody on planet Earth considers these 4 people Egyptians except you Asar, and Sanjeti. I'm correct. I'm rolling with 99.5% of the population on Earth and the experts that say these four people are Nubians. If you want to call these four people Egyptians, I get it. That's on you. I just disagree. That's all I want to say. Thanks for letting me on. You muted me for 43 minutes for a good reason. Because Chief X was saying some real shit. I didn't insult anybody in the chat or anybody on the panel. They insulted me. I didn't mute nobody. You muted me. I wasn't rude or foul. I didn't say anything wrong. I didn't make up nothing. I didn't say anything out of line. I didn't say anything that disagrees with the expert. I only said what disagrees with you and Asar and Smash. That's it. I'm done.
All right. I glad we landed safely. Now I can take my parachute off and get off the plane. And now I want to address some of the things you said. Not too long, just hit some points. All right, so just to explain to everybody watching, anybody might watch this long video in the archives, or if I get clipped or whatever, that Chief X, I muted you because after I had warned you, and I actually told people in the chat, I did what you asked me to do. Chief X, you asked me to tell the people in the chat not to disrespect you because you're a tit for tat or eye for an eye. In your words, you said that you are an eye for an eye type of person, and that's very true. I observed that of you, and you pay attention to the chat against my advice. I told you you shouldn't pay attention to the chat, but you can't help yourself, as you say, and if somebody says something insulting to you, you just go crazy with it. So I obliged your request. I told everybody in the chat to leave Chief X alone while we're building, because I don't want you to get triggered by something they say and then it interrupts our conversation. I did that twice. I did that 2 times. Twice. So I heard your grievance. I worked with you on your grievance, and I asked everybody to chill out and not address you at all. Leave Chief X alone. Now, obviously, I can't control everybody in the chat. I also advise you not to pay attention to the chat. So, as a grown man, if you can't control what you're looking at, then that's on you. You and I are 2 totally different people. If somebody's insulting me in the chat and I'm trying to have a conversation with somebody else, I ignore the chat and I'll focus on the person I'm talking to. I'm not like a child that is easily distracted by anything going all around in the background. So after doing that, we started talking again. Then you went off again, talking about somebody in the chat while you and I having a nice conversation. And on this channel that I run, that Emicat and I run, I do not tolerate the distractions and things like that. I'm not built that way. I'm not part of this shenanigan things that's going on. I don't condone that stuff, and I don't want that to be brought over here at all. So all the bickering, if you bickering with somebody in the chat or somebody in the chat bickering with you, y'all can hash that out somewhere else. So I muted you after warning you. I muted you to let you know that I'm not going to tolerate that on this channel. And I said I wanted to do that after on a good note. I said I want to end our conversation on a good note. because I said, you and I are going to meet up again, possibly on your channel or whatever the case is, and we can have more conversation. I literally said that. So I muted you, and then I'd start talking. So whoever texts you and put a battery in your back, say, why that ninja is muting you? Oh, they want to control the narrative and conversation. That's your friends. They putting a battery in your back and making you feel that way. I did not mute you to control the conversation. I don't need to mute anybody to control the conversation or anything like that. I am not afraid of anything that you can ever say about any of this. Let me repeat that. I am not shucking. I'm not jiving. I'm not backpedaling. I'm not afraid. I don't need to exercise control or dominion to shut you down or anybody else down because I'm scared of what you're going to say. Only a child would think that way. I'm not a child. I'm 53 years old. I don't know how old you are. I'm assuming that we are round about the same age, or I believe that you're older than me. But I'm 53 years old. I have children of my own. And I'm not going to babysit any other children. And me, myself, I'm not going to act like one. And I don't tolerate that. So to avoid all that, and I don't want to see you get caught up in that, I'm saying let's end our conversation on a good note. That's it. So I muted you. Told you why. Everything. That's it. So it's not because you kicking some real shiznit or anything like that. Everything that you just said tonight and everything, I've heard you say before. And you actually said it tonight twice. In your speech just now, you basically repeated what you said earlier when we were having a good conversation. You've made it very clear that you're going to appeal to authority and you're going to listen to the experts and you're not going to accept anything I have to say, and you choose to listen to the experts. You made that very clear. So that's just that. And that's fine with me. Regardless of that, though, I am demonstrating on this channel that the reason why you are in error with you siding with the Theban map, and I'm gonna tell you is you're saying 99.9% or 99.5% of the experts, whatever, that is a bold-faced lie, because there are no experts out there that agree with what you're saying. It is only, and I repeat, it is only the Theban Map Project's website that has that wording on there. You look into anybody's scholarly works about the tomb of Ramses III, and I challenge you and anybody else in the chat to look up any scholar's commentary on the tomb of Ramses III, and they will tell you exactly what I'm saying. They will tell you that the first group of people, the first set of 4, are supposed to represent the Remetch, who are the Egyptians. It matches up with the text. It matches up with all the other tombs. The only quote unquote anomaly that they say is that the first set of the Egyptians are carved to look identical to the Nehisiu, aka the Nubians. And it's because of that you got people like yourself, Chief X, who can't read the glyphs, who look at the images and swear up and down that these 4 people are the Nubians, when they're supposed to represent the Egyptians. It's just that they're made and they look identical to the Nubians. But as you admitted on one side of your neck, that the word rimage, you concede to that the word rimage is there, but now you make up and say that the rimage are not the Egyptians in this sense. It just means mankind. No scholar is going to ever say that about the book of fifth hour, the book of Gates, in any of the tombs, including this tomb of Ramses III. Everybody and their mother will tell you that in this scene, in this tomb, in this text, the rimage are talking about the Egyptians. Why? Because they can read the text, and the text tells you it's talking about the Egyptians. Clear as day. I know it's not clear to you because, as you put it, you don't care, or you even have a curse word about the glyphs. You say, regardless about the effing glyphs, blah, 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 blah. So I understand your position. You have it, and it's just what it is. That's it. So there's no need to bring this up again until you can show, outside of the Theban Map Project, anybody that, or take this video, clip it up as much as you want, and take it to any expert that you trust, the 99% experts out there that you claim to be in alignment with. Take what I'm saying, take it to them. I dare you. That's my challenge to Chief X, the God best reincarnated. Take what I'm saying to any expert, or bring your expert to me. Set it up. Bring your expert that you trust. And if you got 99.5% of the experts on your side, you shouldn't have a difficulty getting one. Get any expert that you trust, bring them to me, and I guarantee you that I will make you eat all those words, because your expert is going to do it for me. Guaranteed. That's a bet. That's a challenge to Chief X, the God best reincarnated. And I wonder what your friends are texting you right now. You're muted and you can't speak. And those people who put batteries in your back, to you folks, the challenge is for you too. I don't know who you are. Whoever's texting Chief X, bring the experts. Call Chief X on the phone. Go to Chief X house. Y'all form a powwow. Get together. Put up some money. Get the experts. Bring them to me. Bring them to Wujao. I dare y'all. Chief X gonna tell me about some text message he got from somebody. Nobody care about that. So that ends it. All right, that ends it. I explained the pictures. Everybody can see. I broke down the glyphs, matched them up and everything. The only difference is that these figures that everybody sees on the screen right here are identical in looks. They're identical to the Nahisi. And Chief X, I know for a fact you don't have pictures of this entire tomb right here. You've never shown them, and if you had you would. You can only rely on the Theban Map Project, which are these pictures right here where they crop. Because this picture right here is the picture they used to crop it. You don't even have the connection to anybody at the Theban Mapping Project to even get this picture from them, like I have, that I'm showing you on the screen. They cropped theirs for their website. I have the full picture that you see right here. And you can see on the adjacent wall right here where the other figures continue down the wall. So next live I do, I'm going to dedicate this to Chief X, the Egyptian god best reincarnated, and show more pictures of this tomb that are not cropped, just like I'm showing right now. And you're going to see that there are a whole nother set of people, a whole nother fourth set. You're going to see 8 figures, not just 4. You're going to see 8 figures in total that look identical. And it's going to prove my point. The first set that you see right here are the Egyptians. And that third set of 4 is going to be the so-called Nubians. And they're going to look alike. And you're going to count and be able to see 8 figures that look alike. And that's just it. All right. All of this because Chief X believes that when I say this stuff, that I'm being a blackologist or I'm trying to say the Egyptians are black and this, that, and the third. Let me say very clear to you, Chief X, that I do not claim the ancient Egyptians are black. I think that anybody that claims the ancient Egyptians are black are making an error and performing an anachronistic, retrofitting a modern social construct of race on a people that never had such a construct in their minds, ever. So you will not hear me tell you or anybody else that the ancient Egyptians are black. They're not. What I will say and have said are that the ancient Egyptians are African. The nation is on the continent of Africa, and the people were domiciled on the continent of Africa. It didn't change. Egypt did not just break off the continent and float around in the Atlantic Ocean somewhere. It's still there to this day. Period. So that's that. That's all I could say. You're confused about this text in the tomb, and I guarantee you never read the text. I know for a fact you didn't read the text. You can't. So get your experts to teach you read the text. Let the expert do an audio book for you, because I know you can't read it yourself. So let the expert record an audio for you reading the text of the 5th hour. Not even the whole book, the whole text. Just this 5th hour. Just read this 5th hour to you so you can understand what's going on and how the vignettes always match the text. The text supersedes any vignettes. Every scholar knows this. That's why I said bring it. Bring your scholar so I can have an actual scholarly adult question. Scholars ain't going to worry about what the chat's saying. They're just not. They're not going to worry about what the chat's saying. All right. So anyway, it's very late. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Man, this has been on for 10 hours. This is a whole marathon. Y'all know y'all probably won't see me for a week. Because this
10
is
hours. We're
this
rolling
is
to
it.
the 11th hour.
Yeah, 10 hours and 46 minutes. So
Mm-hmm.
we 14 minutes shy of 11 hours. I can hear the Emmy voice. So I'm going to, let me shrink this back. I'm going to leave it there because I don't want to spark up another conversation. And see, Chief X is cool. It's only 12 a.m. over there on the West Coast. So just want to say, so other than that, Chief X, as I said before, I appreciated you coming on the show. What I don't like it when things get all like that. But, man, I haven't even been around. As soon as I come back, our first encounter, things get like this. You got to do better than that, man, because I am definitely not the trigger for it at all. I mean, that's you on your own time. You have to learn not to allow people to get under your skin. I mean, whatever you have to do, man, do it. I don't know if you do edibles. I don't know if you I don't know what you do. I don't know what your vice is, but whatever it is, man, just take a chill pill before you go live or on other people's channels so that people can't get under your skin, because that's some real childhood stuff. It's like sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me, or words will never. However that goes, that's crazy.
Yeah,
I never let the chat, man, come on, man, that's like, come on, you gotta have self-control. So, but wait a minute, Kat.
Now I was saying that I had confidently left the panel while you and Chief X were building because I thought things were different now. And I came back and, it was just you going over the stuff. Chief X had left. So Yeah, that's kind of disappointing because I was, when Chief X jumped in, I was very confident that it's different.
Yeah, I
So
thought so too. I mean, it's still all good. I just saying. I mean, I didn't disrespect Chief X. Chief X is disruptive to what we're doing, the flow, by addressing somebody else that ain't even in the conversation. I don't get that. For real, Chief X, you really need to work on that. From man to man, you should work on not allowing anybody in the not allow anybody in the chat to trigger you like that. That's just not cool, man. It's not cool. It's not productive. Cause you see the flow. And like I bet you everybody in chat was surprised at how good we were flowing.
yeah, it was good.
They were surprised. Everybody was like, "Oh man, Chief X, okay." Anyway, I am going to end this. I appreciate everybody tuned in. It's late. Y'all probably, whatever the case is. And look at Chief X. He said, "Mind games, unmute me." Nah,
No,
Chief
it's
X, next
11
time.
hours. We gotta go.
Yeah,
So
next
11
time.
hours is we were supposed to end on a second freestyle, so that
Yeah,
was
next
five
time.
hours.
Nah, I'm not gonna unmute you, Chief X. So I think we're good. You landed the plane. I appreciate your plane ride. I landed safe. I don't even like planes, but I was wearing my parachute just in case. I didn't need it. You landed safely. I got out the plane, and so I'm not unmuting you. You had your say, and you said it, and I'm just addressing a couple of things you said, so that people will know, and that's it. As far as your views on this image and the tomb, like I said, bring your experts. Bring some more information from the experts. Don't just keep mentioning Theban mapping tomb, and then fake like and act like 99.5% of experts agree with you and everything. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. That's just not true. And trust me, if it wasn't late, I would dig up all my pictures and I would show you where the experts actually talk about the what they call an anomaly. And Emika addressed that earlier. We question that because the process this has to go through, there might be other reasons why the artist did that. But I'm gonna show you the experts' commentary on this tune. That's something that you never do. All you do is pull up the Theban map and that one sentence where they say, Nubians, the fifth hour of the Book of Gates. Nubians, the fifth hour of the Book of Gates. And the Theban map don't even show you the word Nubian. I challenge you, Chief X. Next time you go live, no matter what your topic is, spend at least a minute. Show me on the Theban map website, or show your audience and tag me so I can check it out. But show your audience the word for Nubian anywhere in their pictures. Do that. Do that, Chief X. I challenge you for that. The other challenge I have, I know you ain't gonna do, so I'll retract the other challenge. Because I know you ain't gonna bring no expert or anything like that. But this one's easier. Go to your Theban map website, pull up all their pictures. Show me the picture where you see the word Nehesiu. Not spelled out, not their commentary that you already showed where it says Nubians, the Book of Gates, the fifth hour of the Book of Gates. No, show me in the image, like how I'm showing right now on the screen. How I'm showing the word Remech, I want you to show these same four figures with the word Nehesiu anywhere in the picture. Anywhere. Anywhere. I want you to show Nehesiu. Show me Nehesiu anywhere in the picture. Anywhere. All right. Peace out, everybody. Hope y'all enjoyed. Man, I know y'all came and went. Shazmu was on earlier, left, came and went. People that went to sleep, woke up. People probably getting ready for work. People probably on third shift, and we kept you up. Anyway, so I'm gonna say peace, and next time. But seriously, y'all might not see me till next weekend because being on here this long, this took out all my time. I'm only allotting certain amount of time to do this, and this sucked it all up. So I won't be on for a while, but I'm here. Y'all can email whatever. If y'all have suggestions for topics, do so because this whole Black Egypt thing has taken over the conflict community. I've already said my piece on it years ago. I'm coming back. I'm speaking on it a little bit so that I can kind of clear up a few things. At least people lying on my stance and stuff like that. I don't want people to misconstrue things or people drink the Kool-Aid and fall for the straw man arguments and act like they doing something. People dictionary you to death. People showing you anywhere in Egyptian text where it describes a person or thing as black. Nobody's arguing that stuff. The point I've always argued on is Diop is wrong on this point. Period. That's just it. The place name Kemet was not so named because the ancient Egyptians had black skin. The Egyptians' skin color had nothing to do with them naming their country. I repeat, the ancient Egyptians' skin color had nothing to do with them naming their country. Nothing at all. The only people that believe that are your overzealous blackologists that are delusional. And we got Babylon done at the last minute. You have something to say?
Hey, what's going on, Woo?
What's
Yeah,
going
what's
on?
going on, Woo? You hear me? Hey, bro, how you doing, Miss Emma Cat? Hey, Woo, I really enjoyed the show, bro. But I just came up to ask, okay, now when you say check anti Diop is wrong, I'm not
Yes.
talking about the Kim Glyph. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking about the same picture you put up of the four nations, which you had up, and you showed
Yes.
one of Diop, and Diop had Semites, Indo-Europeans. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Can we look at
you
that,
want
and
me to
can
show it?
you? Yeah.
You want me to show it?
Well, I mean, if you would do it for us, well, you know how you do. I'm saying I want you to explain to us how what makes Diop wrong. You keep saying it, so I'm trying to figure out. I just want to know, like, what you say makes Diop wrong with that picture.
Okay, no problem, no problem. All right, let me
Okay.
pull up Diop's. Let me pull up Diop's image.
Okay, I'm gonna mute up. I ain't gonna cheat bait you.
That's gonna be the. Nah, don't. Nah, cause you're gonna upset him by even saying that. So let's not laugh. I don't want to laugh because Chief has to be like, see, oh man, they talking about me and they won't unmute me. So nah, I don't want. No, don't.
Okay, I
No,
take
don't
it back.
don't. Yeah, don't disrespect Chief X. Don't disrespect Chief
Okay,
X.
I take it
Yep.
back. I'll do respect
All
to
right.
thanks. I take it back.
Yep. Don't disrespect Chief X. Give me 1 second. You can keep if you have something else to say. You can. Let me just pull back up Diop's image himself. So
Okay, yeah, I want to say this though, Wujao, since you listen. How
okay.
you feel about, you said the text don't match the depictions. I agree. Now, but I don't agree with the scribal errors and the grammatic errors and the enigmas and anomalies. I don't really buy into that. I'm about like in Maquette. They very the scribal position was a high position. They were. I ain't saying they didn't make no mistakes, but you really like these was lifetime, all time. This is gonna be forever, ever, all eternity. The house of a million years. They wasn't playing around like just making mistakes. So I think I want to ask you how you feel about due to the changes of dynasties and some of the turmoil of different people taking over. Like for instance, when the Nubians ruled all of Egypt and all of Syria and all of that, right? During the time of Kahmos, because he conquered the Assyrians, right? So then that meant that he was ruling all of Assyria, all of Egypt, and all of Nubia, because he's from Nubia. So he went from the south, he ruled all of the north and everything in the Levant. So, do you think those depictions could be because of things like that? Like when the
No,
Nubian rule, then, okay, go ahead. I'm
no,
listening. Tell me
no.
why.
I don't, because this is the tomb of Ramses the Third. So that's far removed from all of that you're talking about. So no.
No, that ain't what I'm talking about. The dates. I was okay. Let me say it again. Gentlemen,
No,
shut up.
because
I'm,
but
I'm
what I'm
saying
saying
the
is that
likeness of it. The likeness
no,
of it, like the event, not the actual event. I just gave you an example with Kamos. I know he's not contemporary with Ramses the Three. You know I know that.
no.
I'm just giving you an example.
I'm answering you. I was
Okay.
give you the second half of the answer. No, because it's
Okay.
far removed. Is This is the time of Ramses the Third. This is his tomb, and it's only in his tomb. This same text and the illustrations are found in other tombs. So it's only in his tomb that this difference occurs. But it's not only with the so-called Nubians and the Egyptians looking identical, but there's also a difference, a weird, unique difference in only in this tomb again between the Amu and the Chimehu. And I showed that earlier, where they look like
Yes.
they seem to be swapped. So it has nothing to
My
do
point
with
exactly.
right. So it has nothing to do with some whether the Nubians took over Egypt at one point or not, because you see a lot of unique things that are only found in this tomb that are not in alignment with the standard for over 3,000 years. So this is a unique occurrence. This is a one-time unique occurrence only in this particular scene in this tomb. This is it.
I mean,
In all of
I
Egypt.
I heard that a lot, Wujo, and I know it's the one time. I know about all of that. But, however, we can't just sweep it under the rug. We got to admit,
No,
Sheikh
I'm not
Anti
sweeping
Diop
it.
is a polymath. Wait, not Sheikh Anti Diop is a polymath and a polyglot. He put the attestation wrong. Then you turn around and you say, well, the picture on the wall, that ain't got nothing to do with Sheikh Anti Diop. The picture is on the wall. Sat 12 showed you the picture on the wall. I seen the picture on the wall 1,000 times. The picture does not agree with the text. Is this not true?
For this particular tomb I'm showing you that on
Yeah.
the screen now, you can see my screen, right?
No, I can't actually.
Oh yeah, well look at my screen because I'm sharing Diop's picture
Okay.
I
On the
really need to.
thing, but on. Okay, yeah, I think
You
I
can see
see it
it.
now. I got it. I turned it to the
Okay,
side. Yeah.
because I'm
This
about
is my
to
first time on your type of stream. But
okay,
it's
no
not
problem.
really letting me enlarge the picture or nothing. Okay. Wait.
So hopefully you can see it. If you gotta look at the YouTube side, then do so. But about to close
I'm
out, so
with you though. I can see
I want
enough of it though.
okay, because I want to answer your question, and then I'm closing the show. So you asked me
Yes, Woods.
about Diop and why Diop is wrong in this case. So and it's really simple. In Diop's book, he is showing, this is from page I believe 66. I don't see the page number on here. On
Okay.
this slide on this slide right here, but I have the I showed it before.
Don't close. I got a question.
Okay. What Diop is showing right here in his book, he's actually showing, Diop didn't draw this or anything. He's actually showing an image of Lepsius' work, which is in color, but in Diop he put in his book it's no longer in color, it's in black and white, right? So that's what this
Hmm.
picture is. All right. So let me show you the original picture. The original picture from Lepsius' work is this one right here.
Lovely.
Okay. His is colored. All right. But Diop reproduced the picture or just put it in his book. So where Diop is wrong at in this instance is when he labels them in the text right here, where you can see my arrow. Diop has
Yes.
Diop has for figure A, he says this is the Egyptian seen by himself, and he calls it the black type. So we know that
I'm
this
with
word,
that.
okay, we know that this word is remech. So Diop is not wrong as saying that this is the Egyptian. Now,
I know.
the strange part is that this looks identical to C. But let's keep going. B, he says, is the Indo-European. That's where Diop is wrong. This figure right here, this word betrays Diop. That's not the Indo-European. Those
The
are the
word
Amu.
Aamu betrays Diop. That's what you're gonna
Those
say.
those are the Amu. Those are the nomadic sand dwellers, the Asiatics.
So you wouldn't call those Indo-European? You wouldn't say that Diop could say that those are Indo-European invaders? Like
No, I
that's what I
would.
was meaning about the
No,
time. Wait, hold on.
no,
Last thing you was, I'm
no,
gonna
we're
let you
not.
go. I promise. But what about these times you talking about? Like okay, I was listening to Smash Rockwell and I was listening to Jonathan Winterman, and one of the points, and I disagree with almost everything Jonathan Winterman said, but one of the things he was saying was is that he did mention the different times when different people ruled. Whether the North and the South ruled did make a difference with y'all, and whether the ruler was from the North or the South or from some other area did make a difference in the way the art went.
Listen, again,
I'm listening.
I said this before that that whole time period and who ruled what does not fit into anything with this conversation. We know the time. This is the tomb of Ramses the Third. This is Ramses the Third when he was in control. He was in rule. This is his tomb. Okay? There is
Mm-hmm.
no there was no Indo-European. So the Amu are never, ever, ever, ever translated in any
We having two
dictionary
different
and any
conversations
different
though.
thing. No, we're not because you're asking
Because I'm
me
not talking
where
about the
is
Amu
Diop.
and I'm not talking about the picture.
No,
I'm
no,
talking
no,
about
no.
whether or
One
not
second.
you
One
go
second.
ahead.
One second. Let's rewind a little bit because you say you're not gonna Chief X me, but let me rewind a little bit. You asked me to pull this up and to tell you how Diop is wrong. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm the one that's telling you. So I'm talking about the Indo-European. Why am I talking about the Indo-European? Because it's right here in your face that Diop has labeled as figure as letter B, the Indo-European. And I'm telling you that Diop is wrong. This letter B does not represent the Indo-European. It represents the Amu, which are the Asiatic folks. They would be your Semitic speakers. Now notice that he has D as the
Mm-hmm.
Semite, but D is the Chimehu, which are the Libyans. If anything,
Yes.
he should have said that these are your Berber types. You you see what I'm saying? So these
I do see
Amu
what you're saying, but I agree with Diop still because I know what he doing.
and that
I ain't saying that his
okay.
labeling is right.
Now
I'm
I
saying
got you.
that his labeling is just as
I got you.
superficial as what you telling me about the Berbers. That's what I'm saying. That
No, I
Diop
got you.
simply is just getting a generic label. Okay, but go ahead because
No, no,
we're
no,
gonna
no,
get to the
no.
Berber.
No. We're done because on one hand you know that what I'm saying is true, but you still accept what Diop is saying, and you have every right to do that. So we're done.
No, that
Like
ain't what's happening here
you
with y'all. Let me
no
say
no
this.
no
Let me say
no
this with y'all.
you're no you just now said that you understand. Now I don't know if you had a conversation with Diop, but you claim to understand. You just said that you understand what Diop is doing. So I get it.
Yeah,
I can't I
just
can't
like I
supersede
understand what
that.
you're doing.
Yeah, but I'm alive and I'm talking to you, so I can clarify if you don't. Diop is not
Yeah,
here with
but I'm
us.
saying,
Wait,
Wuja,
but I'm
listen.
just saying
Okay, let me say this
Diop
now. Come on now.
Diop.
It's black.
Okay,
Everybody know that during Giop Day, that they were saying that the so-called Levant people, the white people, the Libyans was white. All of that, right? So only thing Diop is saying that, hey, look, these black people right here would be the Semites. The Semites really wouldn't look like the really wouldn't look like the Aamu that you got there. That's
wait.
what
Let
Diop
me
is
ask you.
saying. That's all he's
Let me
saying. He wait, hold on, wait.
no.
That's Diop's disagreement. Now, whether we agree with that or not, they ain't got nothing to do with the actual text that's on the wall. That ain't got nothing. Diop wasn't around. Diop ain't contemporary with Ramses the
Listen,
Third.
listen.
Now we
Diop.
talking about the picture on the wall at Ramses the Third, and we talking about the words on the wall at Ramses the Third, and we talking about whether the words match the picture on the walls at Ramses the Third. And when we look at it, when we look everywhere, we see the words consistent, just like you said. Egyptian, Asians, Nubian. The Nubians are the Nehesi, and then the last one is the you know,
Libyans.
the Libyans. Yeah. So now,
Wait. You see what
okay,
you
go
just
ahead.
did? No, you see what you just
What,
did? Just say
what did
those
I
names one
just?
more time. No, say those names one more time. Say all four of those names. The
Okay,
first one. The first one is what? The first
I'm
one
gonna
is
get the
what?
first one. I'm gonna get the first one, and I'm gonna give it right because you said it wrong. I'm gonna call them the Rich,
The what?
not the Remich, cause ain't no. I'm gonna call them the Rich, cause ain't no M there, and I know you incorporate some conventional M. It's a R, the open mouth, and it's a T, a TCH, which is the cattle hog, and that's all is there. There is no M, and the letter REN is Ren for the mouth, so it would be Renmich or Renich and not Remich. Now we
Okay.
know they changed the N to an M. I can get with you. So now, since you corrected me, we're gonna go ahead and do it right. So now we got the first one. Now what's the
Okay. Wait. Wait.
second one?
Wait. Wait.
The
Wait.
word is
Wait. Wait. You
Aamu.
said. Hold up. You just said a
Aamu,
mouthful.
not Amu.
Wait.
Aamu. Go ahead.
Wait. You
Yeah.
just said you just said a mouthful because you accused me of saying it wrong. Like there's no M in there. So
Yeah.
we can have a conversation about that because you're absolutely wrong about no M. I'm going to show you in the glyphs where the M does exist. It's just omitted in this case. And if you know about glyphs, you know that they can omit things. But
I do. I know
all I
about the
want
M being omitted. I do know
all
about it. I still
okay,
disagree.
and that's fine because I'm going to show you otherwise, and you can still disagree because I get it. You could do that, but all I want to know is I wanted you to simply repeat the four
Uh,
names of the four
the
groups that you
Ramesh,
did.
the Aamu, the Nehes, and the last one,
The
the
Chimeho.
Temahu.
No, but
Chimehu. Yeah.
that's not what you said first. I'm not saying read. I'm not
What I
saying
said the
give
first
the.
time then, if I said something different,
You said
because I don't even
Egyptians.
know.
Okay, you said Egyptians, Asians, the
Okay.
Nubians. That's what you were saying. So, but I want everybody to hear you say it again because I just repeated it. But you said
Well, I
so.
just
Go ahead.
said it right. Now, you know, wait, no. Oh, no. You just said earlier, you said everybody else called them the Nehesi. They call them the Hes, the Nubians. I don't agree. I happen to agree with you that I don't call them the Hes, the Nubians. But because of what we're doing, I just used the colloquial term
No,
and was
that's
just
fine.
moving
No, that's
fast.
fine. Listen, that's fine. All I wanted you to do was just repeat it what you said. I'm not questioning it. I just want you to say it again.
Egyptians, I believe you want me to say, but I don't think I said. But Egyptians, the Asians, the which is the Indo-Europeans to share as see these are a lot of names, but the Egyptians, the Indo-Europeans, the Asians, the Nubians, which is the Nehes, and then the last one, the Libyans, the Shinu, or Chemehu, like you say.
Okay. So the way you
So
just
now we
did
got
that.
all four of them with y'all go.
Okay, the way you just did that, the way you just did that performance, you you said the Egyptians, then you said the Indo-Europeans or the Amu. So you're in alignment with calling the Amu Indo-Europeans.
No,
So
I'm
it's
not. I'm just using that because we're talking about it. I understand that Sheikh Ante Diop said
wait,
that
why would
he's
you
not
wait? But
contemporary with
I know,
Ramses III. I just
but when
told you I
I
used it colloquially for the same reason we use the word Africa,
no,
Egyptian,
all right.
Nubian, when the
I don't
word
think
up there
I
is
don't think we're gonna
rich,
get
Amu.
I really don't think we're gonna get anywhere because I asked you a question and then you in your answer you're telling me something that you don't even agree with yourself. Like why would you do that? Like I'm asking you to name these four groups, and then you said out your mouth when you got to the second group, you said Indo-European. Then now when I'm questioning you on it, you say I don't agree with that. I'm like, well, why you say it then? So anyway,
I
the
just
whole
told you why I
no
said
no
it. Can we
I
move
know
on?
yeah, but the bottom line, I'm answering your question, and we're gonna definitely move on because it's late. I was supposed to have been off this thing, but you popped on, and I wanted to hear what you had to say. So
Yeah.
what I'm saying is that Diop is
Don't
wrong
beat me up, Wuja.
because
Just
no, I'm not,
teach
I'm
me.
not, I'm
Just
not,
teach
I'm
me.
not.
Don't try to
No, I
jump
can't.
on me or beat.
No, I can't. No,
Okay, go
listen.
ahead. I'm listening.
I can't
I'm
teach you
listening.
because your mind is made up on these points. So I'm not teaching you anything that you don't already your mind ain't already made up on. But what I'm saying for you and everybody else listening, Diop is absolutely wrong by calling the Amu Indo-Europeans, and he's calling the Chimehu Semites. It'd be simple if he's gonna call these people Egyptians, call these people the Asiatics, call these people the Nubians, if anything, or the Nahisi, and call these people the Libyans, but he doesn't. All right. So that's all. That's all that was, and this is the exact same picture. That's more clearer. It's in color, and you can see it. I got the words
You know
out
what?
here, transliteration. That's it.
I
All
thought
right.
your argument was deeper than that with Dion. I thought
No,
your
on
argument
that.
was something greater than just that one word, the Indo-European. I
No,
really
no.
did. I thought your argument was good. Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
So I don't want you to confuse the other thing that Diop got wrong. So that's just one. You the one that asked me to pull this up, but the other thing that Diop got wrong, which is basically the root and heart of this entire shenanigans about the black skin of Egyptians and stuff, is Diop's claim
Yeah. But wait, we
that the
moving the
ancient
goalposts
Egyptians.
because now we gonna be on that. I mean, I
No,
know
no,
I
no,
didn't
no,
come
no,
on here
no,
about that at
no.
all.
Okay, but I'm saying as listen on this point of what I'm showing you, that's my only issue.
Yes.
So if you thought it was
Okay,
deeper
and
than if
now
you
I
thought
understand
if you
because
thought
I
it was
thought your
deeper
issue was
if you thought it
deeper
was
than
deeper
that.
than
Yeah,
that,
I did.
I don't know where you got that from though, because I did a whole
No, I
video on
just
this.
thought it was. I
Okay,
just thought it was. Wu Jiao is no big deal. I said,
okay,
okay, am I
that
right?
not that's no
It's
problem.
just no. You don't
Okay, let
have
me.
no other argument other than that. Now you said
That's it.
you're gonna hit me over the head one of these days, like maybe tomorrow or sometime when you have some time with that rematch argument about the M.
Yeah, yeah. I not, but it's not gonna be tomorrow
Yeah,
because, like I said, this to go live this long, this sucked it out. I'm probably next week. So next week, I know you'll probably be tuned in. So I'll definitely shout you out, and if you want to come back on, that's
absolutely.
good. Okay, but let me get Mika in. So Mika, you got the floor.
Okay, hi, could I be heard?
Yep.
Okay. I got a question so we could squash this so I could also have it on record. Did any of the scribe describe themselves as a color?
The scribes.
You know, yeah, did they describe themselves as a color? Like in any of the thing, glyph or whatever.
Wait a minute. I'm trying to understand your question, mate, because I don't want to butcher your
Yes, because
question.
I'm gonna have it on record. Um,
So so correct me if I'm wrong. You're asking me, did any of the scribes describe themselves by with any color?
yeah, but describe themselves as any kind of color. Like, did
Oh, you
they
mean
just? Yeah,
you mean the Egyptians period, or you talking about the scribes specific, like
I mean,
scribes for real?
ain't they talking about the Egyptian? Or maybe I'm making mistaken.
Okay, if I understand your question correctly, the Egyptians did describe objects and people. They have done that before. So
So what did they say about themselves? Did they?
collectively,
Yeah.
they don't describe them collectively as a color. They never did that.
Okay.
They so I repeat that the ancient Egyptians never described themselves collectively as a color, like how we would today, like how we associate the black community as black, like we say we're black. The Egyptians never said, "Hey, we're black." You won't find that the Egyptians that didn't collectively say, "Hey, we're black." They didn't have that in their consciousness like that. The Egyptians depicted themselves as red, the share. They actually used the word the share, as I showed earlier. So nah. But as
Hey
far as
Mika,
individuals, as far as some objects and individuals, you will see some people be described as whatever. But that's like out of 3,000 years, that's way rare, rare, relatively rare. But the Egyptians never collectively called themselves black. And trust me, if they did, people would have been on YouTube showing stuff like that. They can't and they won't. They never will.
Wuja, I just got one question while Mika on, because she kind of. What about the Sumerians and them calling themselves the Sagiga, the Kingir, and the word Sagiga meaning black-headed ones? What about that?
You asking me or her, Amika?
You. No, I'm asking you, Wuja, because
Oh,
she brought up the situation. So I was just asking, what about the Sagiga? And that's a toponym, right? Is Sagiga a toponym for where they at, or no?
no. They call their now toponym would be the
That's
place.
no.
They call that their place. I believe that's outside of my focus, but I believe from my memory, if my memory serves me correctly, they called their nation or whatever, Ki Inger or something like that. Inger.
Yeah, Kingir. Yeah,
Yeah, that would be the top of them. But the people, if it's Sig or Sigagi or whatever, that's
yeah.
outside of
Sangiga, they say Sagi.
yeah, Sagigi. That is outside of my focus of study. And from what I know about that is scholars are they translate that as the black-headed ones or something like that. But
Yeah.
scholars are not saying that the Sumerians were, because of that. They're not saying that they're black. They're
Oh
not
no,
doing
I
that.
ain't going that far. I don't really want to go that far because I'm
Yeah.
good on that. But I do want to ask you this. So since you
But
said they
they
call them
definitely had that
black-headed ones,
unibrow. They definitely had that unibrow going on. So I don't think anybody gonna be claiming to be descendants from the Sumerians or whatever. They got that unibrow stuff going on over there with it, where they got one eyebrow going across their forehead. But no, let me just double
Listen,
down
there's nothing wrong with
on
that.
Mika. You said what?
I said, there's nothing wrong with a unibrow.
Oh no, not the not no no. Trust me, not the way. I guarantee you. I guarantee you. Anybody that has a unibrow in the way that the Sumerians depicted in their statues and stuff like that over there, they would go to the beauty. They would go to get it waxed. They would get that sugar wax treatment or whatever. Get that laser treatment. Trust me, they would not be walking around with the unibrow on, because it's not part of our culture here. But over there, everybody, it was normal. But no, but to Mika, to your statement, I'm gonna double down. The Egyptians never collectively called themselves black, ever. But the argument that the blackologists are saying is that they did, and to support that erroneous claim, they're citing the word Kemet in the Kahun papyrus that we showed and went over today. They're saying that word means black people, and they're only doing that because Diop said it in his book that the Egyptians only have one term to designate themselves, and it's Kemet, and it means Negroes literally. That's what he has in his book, and that's what not everybody. That's what the few people in the conflict, the blackologists in the conflict community are going by, and they are wrong. So, but the Egyptians never did that. There's no expert that anybody going to interview that believes them. No expert that they've interviewed so far, whether it's on Garfield's show, Smash show, or anything like that, never came out their mouth and said that Kemet means black people.
no, they didn't, and neither did none of the scholars show a single source. Not one of them had a pencil, a piece of paper, a book, or a computer put in front of them. So they just came up there just to talk. So it wasn't even scholarly.
Yeah, but see, when you invite, like, if I were to invite a scholar on this channel, on my show,
Hmm.
I would have a prep conversation beforehand to let them know what I would like for them to do. And if I wanted them to share some sources, stuff like that, I would let them know, and they would bring it. I'm sure they would. So it's not.
That's
So
facts. You probably would have did
I
that,
wouldn't.
but they didn't do it, and they
I
say
know,
that they tell everybody else to source up or
but
shut
I
up. The
wouldn't.
whole thing being the scholarly way, my scientific method. All of the scholars, if you don't have sources, I don't want to hear you. I deal with PhDs, I deal with scholars, I deal with peer-reviewed papers,
But
I deal with articles.
here's
That's
the
all
thing.
I want. If you ain't got
I
that, and then when the
I
scholars
wouldn't.
came on, they didn't demand that they show nothing.
Exactly, and I wouldn't blame the scholars on that. I would blame
No, I ain't
the
blaming the
people doing it.
scholars. Don't say I'm blaming the scholar. I'm just saying the situation.
All right,
I
but
ain't
I'm gonna
blaming
end
nobody.
this. I appreciate them. Great. And this, you must be on the West Coast. You on the West Coast too?
Yeah. Yep.
That's
Arizona.
that's why, man. Because y'all play off the home. So that's unfair. Mika, you still in Florida?
I'm everywhere.
Hey, Wujao, just one more question though, Wujao.
No,
Just
no,
one
no,
more. You
no,
don't have to
no,
answer it tonight.
no,
Don't
no,
answer it
See how
tonight.
fresh
no,
it sounds? See how fresh it
No,
sounds?
don't answer it
no.
tonight, Wujao.
That
Just
ain't
sleep
Hey,
right.
on this. No.
my man sound like you just woke up. But go,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna
No,
answer
bro.
it.
I've been on
I'm
here
not
all
gonna
night with you, Wujao. I've been here the
I'm
whole
not
10
gonna
hours. They ain't even take
I'm
no
not
break.
gonna I'm not gonna answer your
Ask in the
question.
chat. I've been writing in the chat.
I'm not gonna answer your
I
question
don't
because I'm
want you
gonna
to
shut
answer it.
down. I'm
I
gonna
want you
shut
to
down.
hear it.
No, you could type it.
All
Type it
right.
in the chat. Type it in the chat.
I'm gonna type it in the chat, bro, but you're gonna have to answer this question.
I sure will. I'm looking for it
Alright.
in the chat. All
Okay,
right. So
well,
peace
yeah.
to you. Peace to you.
Hey, bro. Peace, bro.
All right. Mika, I didn't hear you. Are you still in Florida? Or you don't have to say you're in Florida, but are you on
No,
the East Coast?
I'm everywhere. I travel, so
Man, you can't be everywhere at the same
I'm
time.
everywhere.
I'm talking about where you are now. Are you on the East Coast time or West Coast time or wait, like are you on East Coast time? I mean, I'm just trying to see if you on the same. Is it 3:44 where you at too?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I want to know. I ain't trying. I'm not trying to for you to tell your location. I'm just trying to see if you on the same time. So it's late. So you done left and came back, didn't you?
Yeah, a few times, but the conversation was good.
Okay, cause you sound fresh too. That's why I'm asking you. You sound like you fresh too.
Listen, I work at night, so this is my up time.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Yeah, you do. You did say that before. Okay, so yeah, so this your normal time. You straight. Well, I'm winding down, folks. I appreciate everybody listening. Appreciate everybody coming on the panel. Everybody. So it's Mika, Babylon, Chief X, and who else came on? Chris was on.
Garfield was on.
Garfield came on for a hot minute. Did Sosa come on? That was the other
No,
day. Okay. Yeah. All
he's
right.
trying to come on right now, probably.
Nah, it's late. So I know Sosa's on my time zone, so nah. But all right, so I wish everybody well, man. Be safe. Today is Sunday. Enjoy your Sunday. Boy, y'all won't see me till next week. All right.
Yeah. Oh,
So
and real quick,
mhm.
Chief X. I think we definitely need a show where it's just Chief X because coming late definitely it's not gonna do you any it's not gonna be beneficial for you. We definitely know that now. So Chief X is definitely going to have to. He deserves his own show where he can have the time all the time that he needs, and we're all fresh and good to go. So we'll keep that in mind as well.
All right, that's cool. So Chief X, if you still listening, we can have your own show. I mean, your own spill, one on one. But the only way I would ever do that is if you turn off the chat. If you could turn it off, don't, because I don't trust you to ignore it. I don't think you can. But if you just disable the chat, you on your end, disable the chat. Don't ever look at the chat. We could rock out. I don't mind. We could rock out. So that's my requirement for you, Chief X, is that we can rock out anytime you want to, but just don't ever look at the chat. Cause I remember you do that. Even on your channel. I came on your channel one time and we up there talking, and then somebody in your channel said something and triggered you. And of course because it's your channel, you block them or kick them or whatever. But I'm saying you just ignore it, man. That's all I ask. All right, but I'm gonna say peace. Glad everybody stuck around. But listen to this audio, y'all. I'm closing out. I'm playing this audio, and this audio is gonna close it out. But listen to it. This is Dr. John Henry Clark, and I'm in full agreement with what he's saying. If y'all want to know my stance on the whole modern social construct of race and how people are dealing with it today, listen to Dr. Clark. I stand with him on this. So peace out to y'all.
the irony of it all, and this is the trap. The Europeans began to manipulate history when they rose and began to expand into the broader world in the 15th and the 16th century because they had to justify the slave trade and they had to justify the colonial system that followed. And modern racism has its incubation in that period. You cannot enslave a man and say he's a human being, that he has humanity. Black people have never written any definitions of race, any definitions of what a people. They have never said that these people with these kind of traits belong here. Because modern racism had its development in the pseudo-scientific development of intellectual Europe after the 15th century. And they began to say that certain kind of people belong to certain kind of race, and they created the concept of race and racism itself.
You saying, in essence, that there's no such thing as a race?
Oh, I maintain that race is the phoniest issue ever invented by the mind of man. The European invented and developed the concept of race. There's really no such thing as a race because nature created no races. Race is a man-made thing.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. Black in itself is not an ethnic term. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. We are essentially an African people. Wherever we live on this earth, we're essentially an African people. And we relate to the millions of African people throughout the world, including the uncounted millions of Africans in Asia. The word Afro-American or African-American would probably be more appropriate and more honest and more in keeping with what we actually are. Because all of us are not positively, physically, real jet black. And so the argument now sometimes is between the supernationalists and the mild-nationalists and blacker than thou. When blackness is a state of mind, a state of attitude, a state of approach to things that can exist in almost any of us, including from the blonde black person to the jet black. And the jet black can be traitors, and they can be patriarchs, they can be a whole lot of them. See, we've been everything in history from saint to buffoon. We are complete people, and we need to start looking at ourselves as a complete people. And I think that once we convinced ourselves that we're black and beautiful, we'll stop saying it and just go ahead and be black and beautiful and release a whole lot of energy for more important things. And we need to start looking at ourselves as a complete people. And I think that once we convinced ourselves that we're black and beautiful, we'll stop saying it and just go ahead and be black and beautiful and release a whole lot of energy for more important things.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important.